consistent, all right? I'll give you the countdown. It's only about a minute apart, all right? So we start both at the same time.
Good morning, USA Powerlifting fans. This is Gary Grahn, and we're broadcasting live on Friday morning at the USA Powerlifting National Championships. This morning we have the women 43 kilo through 57 kilo weight classes. I'm from Minnesota, and I'll be with you for the whole session this morning, and I will let my partner Camille introduce himself.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Powerlifting. Give me a round of
the Texas A&M powerlifting team, collegiate lifter, as well as a state rep in the state of Texas. Hope y'all enjoy the show.
All right, we have about 15 seconds before we're going to get underway here. On platform 1, we have Susan Elwin, and over there on platform 2, not sure, we're kind of getting our technical things down here to where we can see who our lifters are, and we will give you the information as we see them on the screen that you're seeing. Susan Elwin's in the 47 kilo class. Her opening squat attempt is 65 kilos. That's 143 pounds. Here we are live this morning. We had an awesome national anthem this morning, Camille. Isn't that good? Susan sets up. She's a master lifter, multi-time champion. Susan brings it up. Referees say that is a good lift. Over on platform 2, we also have a good lift. Marie Lawrence was the lifter over there on platform 2. Okay. On platform 1, we have Celeste Correa up. She's going to attempt 82.5 kilos this morning, 181 pounds. Bar is loaded for Celeste.
Celeste Correa, platform 1. Marie has 116 pounds on the bar.
Marie Lawrence is now up on platform 2. She's in the 57 kilo class. Oh. Celeste makes that lift good.
For Celeste.
Go ahead. Keep going.
Okay.
Give her a round of applause. She'll be back. Here goes Marie Lawrence. And Marie Lawrence. Three white lights.
That is a good lift from Marie Lawrence on platform 2. On platform 1, Logan Williamson, 85 kilos.
204 pounds for Deborah McGovern. 187
She walks it out.
Okay, Deborah McGovern, 57 kilo class. Her first squat, 92.5 kilos, 203 pounds. Makes that look easy.
It's a
Good
good lift.
lift.
Good on 1. Bars loaded for McGovern on 2.
Deborah McGovern is a lifter on platform 2. She's attempting 92.5 kilos also. This is 203 pounds. Wearing her TRX squat suit. Gets a squat command from the head judge. Takes it down. Pushes through that opening lift. Lift is good. 2 white lights. She got 1 red light on the side, which perhaps meant that that judge didn't see her low enough. Kimberly Price is the next lifter. She's in the 47 kilo class, 95 kilos on the bar, 209 pounds. Kimberly is from Virginia. She's been a world team member many times. She was in Estonia last fall at the World Championships. I believe a gold or silver medalist. Takes it all the way down, comes back up with it.
Kimberly Price, platform 1, 209 pounds. Lift is good. Give her
Lift
a big
is
round of
good.
applause.
Very nice opener.
This
Dana
one
Snow is now the lifter over on platform 2, 100 kilos. That's 220 pounds. Dana is also a world team member in the Masters division. Made that look pretty easy.
Dana Snow with 220 pounds.
Two white lights over there. One red light. We're not in a position where we can see what the cards are, tell what the failure was. All right. Aaron Ribick is now the lifter on platform 1. 220-pound opener. She's in the 47-kilo class.
Former world champion when we announced the games in Salo, Finland a couple of years ago.
Aaron takes it down. Nice depth on that one.
Good lift.
Judges say 3 white lights. All right, Lynn Holman is a lifter over on platform 2, 110 kilos, 242 pounds for Lynn Holman, 57-kilo class. Lynn is a world champion, also just won the World Bench Press Championships. Lift is good over there, 3 white lights for Lynn. She is also a USA Powerlifting official. I know she was doing a gear check last night, putting in overtime. All right. Elena Easterly is lifter on platform 1, 110 kilos, 242 pounds. We're working our way up closer to 300. I'm sure we'll be up there before this flight is over. We can hear Gino in the background saying Elena is only 14 years old. This is an awesome opener for her in a very, very lightweight class, and she made that look real easy. What do you think about that?
Very easy. That was a great lift. 3 white lights.
I think we're going to see some big numbers out of her today.
I would hope so.
Yeah. I could see her being on that sub-junior world team pretty good, pretty easy. I didn't catch the name over there on the lifter on platform 2, but that lift was good. I'm sorry we didn't get that. I was telling Angela Simons earlier that my binoculars are in my other camouflage backpack. If I had them today, I could see over there. But Janet Bisserell is the lifter on platform 1. She's asked for 132.5 kilos. That's 292 pounds. So we are getting up to that 300-pound range. Now this is only the 43-kilo class, which junior lifters or teens can lift in this weight class. That's about, what is it, 43 kilos would be a little over, what, 95 pounds or so? 90 something?
About 94 pounds. Puts it down.
She had to work at that a little bit. Maybe she got a little bit out of her groove. We'll see where she goes from there. Janelle Brown is a lifter on platform 2, 150 kilos, 330 pounds. She's a world team member also. Made that look pretty easy on that opener. See if she gets white lights. And a little delay there. I'm sure it was good. Lift is good, yep. Celeste Correa is the next lifter. She's up on platform 1 in the 47-kilo class, 181 pounds. Celeste is a 16-year-old from Texas. This is Geared Nationals 2017 from Orlando, Florida, USA Powerlifting. Oh, she made that look pretty easy too. All right. Platform 2. Nice easy lift there. I missed her name. 2 white lights over there. These openers are usually lifts that they can handle in the gym. I've done it many times. Second attempts, they kind of push the envelope a little, and then on the third, we're going to see some max efforts here. We're coming back around now for Susan Elwin's second attempt, 187 pounds. Susan is an M3, hails from Florida, so she will be perhaps another opportunity to represent her country at the World Championships in the Masters 3 or perhaps Masters 4. If she turns 70 this calendar year, she'll be an M4. She comes up with that. 3 white lights. Martha, they're saying. I wish I had a program, but we don't. We'll make do with the best we can. We apologize for those people at home that we don't get all the names here, but 3 white lights over there on platform 2. And it looks like they're well over 300 pounds over on platform 2.
You're going to see some big things set on Martha today.
Yep.
She looked at the Aggie Showdown and she put up a solid like 580 ropes.
Logan Williamson for her second attempt. Makes easy work of that. Judges say 3 white lights. That was 198 pounds, 90 kilos.
Emily Liebert is being coached by Joe Capolino.
Emily Liebert is our next lifter on platform 2. 374 pounds. She's in the 57 kilo class. She appears to be an open lifter.
374 pounds from the reigning world champion at the collegiate
2 white lights.
in Belarus. Emily Liebert lift is good.
All right. Gino just announced that she was collegiate world champion. All right. Kimberly Price is on platform 1. This is 226 pounds.
Bars loaded on 2 for Kimberly Johnson. We got Kimberly on 1 and Kimberly on 2. We got battling Kimberlys.
Louder? Oh, okay.
Lift is good on 1.
All right. Kimberly has a good lift over there on platform 1.
Has 380
All right.
pounds on the bar.
We're loading the bar on platform 1 here. We switch over to platform 2.
Johnson with a very strong opener. 3
Lift
white
on
lights.
platform 2 is good. 3 white lights. Erin Rubik is our next lifter on platform 1. She's a 33-year-old from Washington State, Spokane in particular. This is 237 pounds. She's coached by her husband, Ivan Ribik. I believe they are hosting a national championship next calendar year out in Spokane.
Aaron's being filmed from the front row. Yeah.
Easy work of that.
That looks very easy.
2 white lights.
Bars loaded on 2 for Denise Johnson.
Denise Johnson is the lifter now on platform 2.
On deck
This is
Marie
121
Lawrence
pounds.
McGovern. Denise Johnson out of Seattle, Washington.
Denise is a master lifter.
She works out at Seattle Strength and Power. Owner and proprietor Todd Christensen. Denise Johnson. Masters 3 lifter, Denise Johnson. Masters 4.
It appears she has SBD knee sleeves instead of wraps and a singlet rather than a squat suit. Makes easy work of that lift.
Seattle, Washington.
3 white lights over there. Now Elena Easterly is on platform 1. This is 264 pounds. She's in the 47 kilo class. 14 years old, out of Wisconsin. So a little bit out of control there on the way up. I think she's got the strength. I think she just got a little bit too far back, and she'll come back and nail that, I'm sure, on her third. See if her coach bumps it up a little bit even. Marie Lawrence is the lifter on platform 2. 70, she's in an M4, Marie Lawrence, 57 kilo class. This is 132 pounds. we'll see what the judges say on that. She got a little bit hunched over. Afraid she got red lights on that one, a little bit of a depth issue. Okay, Jeanette Bisserell is the next lifter, 17-year-old from Texas, 297 pounds. So she did not wait for the start command, so she kind of jumped the gun. And she just smiles and walks off. She's perhaps the shortest lifter in the flight. And she's over there smiling and apologizing to her coach, who's about 6'5", having some fun today. She'll come back and give that another shot, I'm sure. Deborah McGovern is our lifter on platform 2. She's also a master lifter. 209 pounds for Deborah. Deborah getting herself centered under that bar.
204 pounds for Logan.
Deborah gets that deep breath, takes it down, tries to get a low parallel or break that plane. We'll see what the judges say. 3 white lights. Now we have Logan Williamson on platform 1. Teenager, also from Wisconsin. She takes that deep enough, gets 3 white lights. On platform 2, Dana Snow is the next lifter, 248 pounds. Dana's in the 57 kilo class. She appears to be coached by Larry Maley, our USA Powerlifting president. She's got those knee wraps tight. For you wrestling fans, for you powerlifting fans that are new to our sport, they wrap those knees with these wraps very, very tight because it helps you get off the bottom. Here's Celeste Correa with 203.9 pounds. Comes up with it, and the judges give her 3 white lights. Back to Dana Snow. She's a nice, strong setup. Bit of a narrow stance. She takes it down, breaks that parallel line, comes back up with it. Judges say 3 white lights for Dana. Back to platform 1 now. 3rd and final attempt for Susan Elwin. This is 203.9 pounds. Gino just gave us some information that Susan was a participant in the first ever IPF World Championships for women. And here she is on our platform, trying to win another spot on another world team. Susan had a little trouble with that 3rd attempt. All right, Lynn Holman up on platform 2 now. 259 pounds on the bar. Lynn has her Titan gear on there. Squat suit, knee wraps, squat shoes. She battles through that lift. Comes up with it, see what the judges say. 3 white lights for Lynn Holman. All right. Coming around now for some more 3rd and final attempts. Kimberly Price is 2 for 2 so far today. What's your prediction here? For Kimberly, are you predicting 3 white lights? She's handled things pretty well so far.
Handled it pretty well today, so I'm pretty sure she can get a solid 3 white lights and make this look easy as well.
Kimberly is an M2, which is 50 to 59-year-old. Over on platform 2, we have another lifter. I didn't catch her name this time around. We'll keep an eye on how Kimberly does too. They're going simultaneously. Platform 2, the nice battle right over there. And Kimberly also, see what we get. 6 white lights, maybe, well, 5 for 6. Both lifters were good. All right. All right, Aaron Ribick is the next lifter on platform 1.
We have an American record attempt for Masters 1. Bars loaded on platform 2. Bars loaded on platform 1.
Platform 2, we have an American record being attempted over there.
Aaron weighs about 100 pounds.
Janelle Brown is the lifter over there. Erin Ribick is on platform 1 on your screen. She's attempting 253 pounds.
363.8 pounds, Masters 1 American
363 pounds being attempted over there. And Erin Ribick doing 253. Makes that look easy. Puts it back in the rack. 3 white lights for Erin. All right, Janelle Brown now. This is an American record attempt.
Platform 1, no more changes to your openers.
She handles the weight. She came up with it. We'll see what the judges say. 2 white lights.
This is a new American record for Janelle Brown.
She lifts in tennis shoes. You see that? No squat shoes. Yep.
264,
All right. Alana Easterly is our next lifter on platform 1. 264 pounds.
Janet on deck. And then we go to our next flight.
Elena's in the 47 kilo class.
Loaded for Martha Salaya, 374 pounds.
She nods to the head judge and gets the start command. Takes it nice and deep.
Made that look very easy.
Made that look easy. Yeah. All right, we have Martha Salaya on platform 2. This is 374 pounds.
Elena, not Elena. Loaded up for Janet Besseril.
Takes it to the bottom of the judges.
Martha, give her a round of applause.
Spotters do a nice job on that one. The spotters are very, very important in our sport.
Yes, they are.
They save a lot of athletes, a lot of injuries. Very important.
Platform 1. And Cheryl Condon, State Chair, California,
all right.
says the bar's ready.
Janet Besseril is our next lifter. Third and final attempt for her. She did go up by 2.5 kilos on this one. She had a little technical problem there on her second attempt. This is 137.5, 303 pounds for Janet. She's lifting in her Chuck Taylors. Nice battle there. She fights through it. See what the judges say. 2 white lights on that one.
Lift.
Ladies and gentlemen, platform 2. Last year, there was the first ever University World's Championship in Belarus.
We're listening to Gino make an announcement about the lifter on platform 2, talking about the World Championships or University Games or something like that.
All right, Cassie Kraft's coming up.
All right.
Cassie Kraft. We'll talk about Emily next.
Cassie.
Bars loaded, Cassie Kraft.
Cassie
Cheryl,
Kraft,
ready?
platform 2.
We're going to flight B, platform 1. First lifter, Tammy Catrona.
Cassie Kraft, 380 pounds.
Hold on, Tammy. Hold on.
A little bit of
Little
a
up and
bounce,
down.
a little bit of a down motion.
See blue card,
Yeah.
Platform 2,
3 red lights. That's a great lift, or a great attempt.
She had some up and down on the bar. She came up, went down slightly.
All right, we have
back up.
Tammy
It's a yellow
Catrona
bar,
now
up and down on the bar.
up on platform number 1. She's a M2 from New Jersey, also a world team member.
Gold medal at the University
Tammy's from
Worlds.
New Jersey.
Worlds. She also got the best overall lifter by Wilkes Formula amongst all collegiate lifters in the world. Bars loaded, Emily Liebert. Platform 2.
Emily Liebert's a lifter on your screen, 391 pounds. Gino made it sound like she's another world team member from the University World Championships. Nearly 400 pounds. Nice battle there.
Right. See what the judges say. 3 white lights. It's a good lift for anybody.
3 white lights.
With Tammy Catrona on platform 1 with 60 kilos. Takes it down. It's a good opening.
Tammy Catrona.
Good lift for Tammy Catrona on platform 1.
Bars loaded, Kimberly Johnson.
And Kimmy Johnson on platform 2 with what looks like is that 182.5 kilos, 402.
Kimberly has got 402 pounds on the bar.
Wow. 402 pounds. It's our first squat over 400 this morning.
Bars loaded. Platform 1, BB Burns.
Nice attempt, judges say. 3 white lights for Catherine. Here we have another world team member, BB Burns, 143 pounds on her opening attempt. She's an M4, hails from Washington.
Seattle, Washington.
Takes it nice and deep. Nice controlled lift there for BB.
I've been over BB's house many times after she's won the gold medal.
2 white lights.
We do numerous amounts of fireball if she won. And she usually wins, so we're drinking a lot of fireball. Bars loaded. Platform 2, Denise Johnson.
Denise Johnson is a lifter on platform 2.
Johnson. Denise checks the load. Denise is ready to go 3 for 3. She's got 132 pounds on the bar. Cindy Goodrich. Bars loaded for Cindy Goodrich, platform 1.
Denise sets up underneath that bar. Got her injure singlet on there. It's not a squat suit. She's basically going raw in the squat. Takes it down, appears to have depth. Judges give her
Denise Johnson.
3 white lights.
Give me a round of applause for
All right.
Denise Johnson.
Now Cindy Goodrich is the next lifter on platform 1. She is also an M2 from Washington. Cindy Goodrich lifting 187 pounds on her opening attempt.
Loaded. Marie Lawrence, platform
Makes that look
2.
pretty easy.
Cindy Goodrich, 187 pounds. Lift is good. Give Cindy a round of applause.
All right, our next lifter over there is Marie Lawrence.
On deck,
Third and final
Marie
attempt,
Lawrence,
137 pounds.
McGovern, and then Homan. Hello, Deborah.
Marie lifts without a belt, which is unusual.
We've seen a lot of things today. Some people lift in tennis shoes, some people lift without belts, some lift raw.
Yep.
All right, nice job, spotters.
Spotters
Give Marie Lawrence a round of applause. She'll
helped her out there. I think she got her second attempt, I believe.
Ashlyn Arnold,
All right, Ashlyn Arnold now is a lifter on platform 1.
17 years old,
This is her opening attempt.
187 pounds on the
Teenage
bar.
lifter in the 52 kilo class, 187 pounds. Wisconsin has a nice representation here this morning.
Ashlyn,
Easy opener there for Ashlyn.
bars loaded. Deborah McGovern, platform 2. Deborah's got 2.
Deborah McGovern now is the lifter on platform 2. It's her third and final attempt.
Masters 3 lifter.
She's an M3,
McGovern.
60 to 69-year-old,
Comes Alexis
226 pounds.
Bars loaded. 100 kilos, platform 1.
Spotters have to help her with that one. She'll get credited with, I believe, 100 kilos on her second attempt. That's 220 pounds.
From platform 1, we had a strong attempt by Alexis Leachy. 3 white
Lift
lights.
is not good on 2. Load the bar for Lynn Holman.
Keep-
Lift is good on
keep going.
1 for Alexis. Load the bar
All
for
right,
Katie
on
Hahn.
platform 2, we
More
had
Shuttlesworth on deck. Lizette Ortiz Rosato in the hole.
15
Platform 1.
kilos.
Bars loaded for Katie Hahn. Bars loaded for Lynn Holman. Holman's third attempt, 264 on the bar. 264.
All right, on platform 1, we have Katie Hahn, 102.5 kilos, 226 pounds. She walks up to the bar. Nice, strong walkout. Takes it down, a bit of a fight on the way up. Let's see what the judges say.
Katie Hahn, platform 1.
21 no lift. She gets back from second attempt to get it.
Lynn Holman, 264 pounds.
This is a good lift for Lynn Hogan on platform 2.
All right.
That was a great battle.
Maura
Wow.
Shuttlesworth coming up on platform
Platform
1.
1,
She
Maura
hails from
Shuttlesworth,
New Mexico.
110 kilos.
This is use a whole
242.5
lot
pounds.
of woman and a whole lot of Mora. Bars loaded for Snow on 2, bars loaded for Shuttlesworth on 1. 242 pounds for Shuttlesworth.
Dana Snow is a lifter on platform 2 as she approaches the bar for her third and final attempt.
Trey, down a little. My voice. Okay. Music back. All right. How's that?
All right, Dana gets set up.
Here we go. Whole lot of Mora.
I use her as an example of how I should lift. I use a narrow stance like that, and she just powers it up. Amara Shuttleworth with her opening squat over here. She hails from New Mexico now. She's an M1, 41-year-old. She is originally from Minnesota, so I've known Mara for 20 years or so. She's a world-class bench presser. She's represented the country a few times at some world championships. I believe she's going to bench worlds soon here.
Bars loaded on 2, bars loaded on 1. Hafford back on 10.
All right, Heather Berman is on your screen now, 286 pounds, 130 kilos for Heather's third and final attempt.
286 pounds.
Spotters do a nice job of catching that one. She'll get credited with her second attempt. I'm not sure what that was. But.
It's a whole lot of Monet.
All right. Lizette Ortiz Rosado is our lifter on platform 1. She's attempting 112.5 kilos, 248 pounds. Opening attempt, she's a 15-year-old teen. Hails from Texas.
We had a lot of Texas lifters today. I'm sure we're going to see a lot more.
Not going to happen again, Alex. Bars loaded on 2, Martha Salaya. Lift is good on platform 1 for Lizette. Load the bar for Ashley Happenbrack. 292
Well, Jamil, what do you think so far?
Bars loaded for Martha Salaya. She's got 374 pounds. This is the Open National Championship. All of our equipped lifters.
All right, on platform 2, we have Martha
Platform
Salaya.
2. Say testing 1, 2.
Testing,
See,
1, 2.
oh, I can barely hear you
Barely
now.
hear me?
Maybe he'll turn it up a little bit. We'll
Right.
make it work.
Okay.
We'll make it work. All right, Martha Salaya. Third and final attempt on platform
Good to see you.
2. 374 pounds.
Takes your time controlled.
Look at her
Yeah.
foot position there, a little bit crooked.
Just a little
But
more.
despite that, she came up with it. Gets 3 white lights. I think she went 3 for 3 today. On platform 1 now, Ashley Haffenbrock, 292-pound opener. Ashley's in the 52 kilo class. She's an open division lifter, 29-year-old out of Texas. Texas is well represented too this morning. Stayed nice and tight in her Titan singlet, or Titan squat suit rather. And just had a problem with depth.
I haven't seen up and
Not
down.
sure, 3 white or 3 red lights.
Up and down would be a yellow card. Didn't realize it was depth.
Over on platform 2, Janelle Brown is addressing the bar for her third and final attempt.
American squat record.
It just amazes me how Janelle can squat so well with high top tennis shoes that are only laced halfway up.
It's a hard sole, flat
Give it up for Juanita Nahara.
This is 375.9 pounds for Janelle.
Here goes Janelle.
170.5.
Drop with it.
Must have been some kind of record attempt because they chipped it,
Janelle gets
which
Yeah,
means
it's
she
not like it was a-
170 would be the normal weight. She did get 2 white lights for that lift, so when they put the half kilo on a 170, that would be for a record, I imagine.
Juanita,
It
one
was,
of
you
the
mentioned
top
it was
10
a
ranked
Masters 1 record.
52
I think it was.
lifters
Yep.
in the world. One of the
Juanita
top 10
Nayira
female
is a
lifters
lifter
in
on
the
platform
world.
1.
Top 10 ranking, Juanita
Open lifter
Nahara.
from New Mexico. This is 314 pounds for Juanita.
Juanita's from New Mexico. 314 pounds for Juanita.
Oh, way deep.
Makes it deep.
Makes it look easy.
Juanita
Wow.
puts some weight on the bar. Lift is good for
Gino
Juanita.
just told her to put some weight on the bar. Here we have Cassie Kratt over on platform 2. She makes easy work of her third and final attempt.
Cassie Pratt, 380
I believe that's
pounds. Lift is good.
9 white lights for Cassie. That's the biggest squat of the morning. Oh no, we're going over 400 here.
Kimberly Johnson.
So we have a couple of them over 400. I tell you, this is moving very, very fast. The loaders and spotters that they have this morning are really, really good.
319 pounds. Bar is loaded.
I notice on platform 1, okay, Emily
The number one
Liebert,
collegiate lifter in the world. by
number 1
Wilks
collegiate
Formula
lifter
last year in
by Wilks
Belarus.
Formula in the world.
Right outside of Minsk, Belarus.
On your screen is
Number
Andy
one lifter in the
Hernandez,
world by Wilks Formula
319 pounds
collegiate lifter Emily Liebert.
for her opening squat.
402 pounds, Emily.
Emily Liebert, oh, there's a little trouble with that. All right, she missed that record attempt, but that's still 402 pounds is a lot of weight. For a world champion, she was giving it everything she had.
Allegra is coming up.
All right, Allegra Hudson is the next lifter on
And if you're
platform
not sure who
1.
Allegra is on platform 1, take a look at the big banner right behind the board. That's Allegra deadlifting on the banner behind platform 1.
All right, Allegra
Here comes Kimberly
Allegra
Johnson
graces
on
our big
platform
banner
2.
behind the head table, according to Gino. 52 kilo class. This is 325 pounds opening attempt. This is nearly triple body weight, almost triple body weight for an opening squat. And she's only 23. She's still a junior lifter, which is unbelievable.
Katrona, Burns, and
Oh, my.
Goodrich. Next 3 lifters. Katrona, Burns, Goodrich.
Wow. I would say she owned that.
118.9 pounds.
All right, Kimberly Johnson now, 418 pounds over there on platform 2, 190 kilos. Oh, that's going to be borderline for depth. We'll see what the judges say. 2 white lights. That's all you need in powerlifting. 2 white lights. All right, platform 1.
Ladies and
Tammy
gentlemen,
Catrona now coming around for her second attempt.
Allegra Hudson's lift was good. Here comes Tammy Catrona. Tammy is the current.
All right, Tammy, here she comes.
Is the current reigning Masters 2 World Champion. Tammy is the current reigning Masters 2 World Champion.
All right, Tammy,
And just a few
world
weeks
champion
ago,
a few months
had
ago in
surgery
Estonia.
on her wrist. She's got a bunch of screws, pins, plates, and paper clips. in
Estonia
her
last
wrist.
fall, she won a world championship, M2 world champion. She's also an official, so she'll be involved the rest of the weekend too. She takes that down and makes that look pretty easy.
She's not even done rehab yet, and she's on the platform with a broken wrist with a bunch of screws.
I see some officials moving around the platforms with clipboards and that type of thing. I imagine they're doing some testing or something throughout the day. Perhaps
Setting up the bench on platform 2.
critiquing some judges. I don't know. I don't know what that would be, but our Vice President Johnny Graham is doing that.
For the most of platform 1.
Unless the gal on the side here is testing. I'm not sure how that all works.
Everything else
But.
you can imagine on sale over on the right-hand side.
All right,
of the
BB Burns
stage.
is the next lifter. They're setting up the bench on platform 2.
And don't forget about
They have
9,
just one flight of
9,
lifters
media.
over there on platform 2.
I'll be advertising them.
BB's on the clock now. She has 40 seconds to go before she has to start her squat. They're just getting her straps up.
BB Burns, 34 seconds. Plenty of time, BB. Plenty of time, BB.
Here we go.
BB Burns
25
out of
seconds for
Seattle,
BB.
Washington. Over 100 records. Numerous
165
world
pounds
and
on the bar.
national and world Championships.
M4
Over
lifter,
70 years old,
B.B.
Triple
Burns.
B.B. Burns.
Takes it down plenty deep. Battling it. Locks it out. Judges say lift is good. 3 white lights for BB.
That's 2 shots of fireball now, baby. 2 shots. We're going to be lit up.
Now we have Cindy Goodrich, platform 95 kilos. Bars loaded, Cindy.
Bars loaded for Cindy Goodrich. Masters 3 lifter. That means she's at least 60. I thought she was a junior lifter.
Do you like those socks?
I do like those socks.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of the socks.
Yeah. I wish I had squat shoes like that too.
Very patriotic.
Yeah.
Let's see, she takes it down. Bit of that. Oh.
She'll be back. Give her a round of applause.
That was her second attempt. She'll come back and perhaps nail that on her third. Maybe she got a little bit out of the groove on the way up. That happens if the weight gets back a little bit or the timing isn't right coming off the bottom, because she took that down like she owned it. And
if there's only one flight,
all right, Ashlyn Arnold is the next lifter on platform 1 here. Platform 2 will begin in about 15 minutes. They're having a break over there because they just have one flight. They have to take 20 minutes between each event, so they've completed their squat. They'll be doing their bench press. Next, 209 pounds, Ashlyn Arnold. Teen division, 15 and 16-year-olds, Wisconsin native. 52 kilo class. It's about 114, 115 body weight, 115 pounds. Ashlyn gets 2 white lights.
Lift is good, 2 to 1 for Ashlyn Arnold. Loaded up for Katie Hahn. Alexis on deck, more Shuttleworth in the hole. Lizette 4 out.
Katie Hahn is the next lifter. This will be, go ahead.
I think it's another Texas lifter.
Yeah.
Barnes loaded, says Cheryl Condon on platform 1.
Katie had a little trouble with this one on the opening attempt.
Yes.
So she's trying to get in the meet here. She's in the open division.
From California.
52 kilo class also.
Wasn't even close.
Oh, she's set back again.
Give the spotters and loaders a round of applause.
Yep, spotters did another nice job there.
Hopefully she come back and nail this under 30
Is that my man Botsy Bailey from Louisiana? Give him a round of applause.
Yeah, Botsy, they're recognizing him. He's going to be lifting on Sunday morning, I believe.
Louisiana legends.
Perhaps we'll see an 800-pound deadlift out of him, maybe.
Here comes
Yep.
Alexis Lesh.
Okay, Alexis Lesh,
Where's she from? What state?
Louisiana, 14-year-old,
Give me a round of applause, Louisiana.
248 pounds on the bar.
248 pounds for Alexis. Shuttleworth on deck, Rosado in the hole. Platform 2.
Nice depth.
Makes it look easy.
Yep, she's wearing those Chuck Taylors too. Quite popular.
They're a popular shoe here.
Yep. Maura Shuttleworth is the next lifter. Also in the 52 kilo class. Maura's in the Masters division. Some of these lifters are also lifting in a second division. So perhaps Maura's in the open division, I'm not sure. I remember seeing on the roster this morning, out of the 30-plus lifters, there was at least 4 that were doing an open division plus or a Masters and open. All right, Maura, here we go. From New Mexico. Brings her smile to the platform.
She's got 3 coaches over there.
Got her pink gear on. Has that wide stance, got her Chuck Taylor high tops with the pink laces. Tight in gear. Down. Takes it to the depth she feels is deep enough, and the judges say 2 white lights. The depth call on one side. I'm not sure which side that is, but you only need 2. Now the weight goes up a bit. 275 pounds on the bar, 125 kilos. Lizette Ortiz Rosado is our lifter. Another 15-year-old from Texas.
276 pounds, Lizette. The grass is green and the girls are pretty strong here in Orlando. Pretty strong.
All right, almost 2.5 times body weight for her, for Lizette. What a bright future she has. 15 years old, doing 275 pounds. It looks like she's built to squat.
See, she takes it down. Comes up with it. See what the judges say. 2 white lights, 2 to 1. Good lift.
Yep. She's built so that she has that short stroke for a squatter. It's her future is very bright. Yeah.
I envy that very much.
Me too. Well, I have ostrich legs. Way down, way back up. Yep.
Now we have Ashley Haffenbrack with 132.5 kilos.
Good one. Loaded Ashley.
All right, Ashley.
Look of intensity there. She's in the open division. Depth looks good. Very nice looking squat. Judges give her 3 white lights.
She's in the meat.
Tony Cardella is her coach. An A&M.
A former A&M lifter and
world champion back in the day. Austria in 2007, I believe. Does he coach a little bit at A&M with you guys?
Not so much. He helps out with the Aggie Showdown, wraps a few lifters, but that's about it.
I remember the year he won, he was not only given his gold medal, but they gave these helmets that knights would wear when they're on the horse jousting.
I did not know about that.
And he has one of those at home. Yeah. I'm sure his little boys play with it. All right, Andy Hernandez is the lifter, 336 pounds on the bar. We're getting near to 3 times body weight now. She is just a junior lifter, a 20-year-old. Nice, solid squat.
Very controlled.
2 white lights.
Load the bar up for Juanita Nahara. Same weight, 336 pounds for Juanita.
Juanita Nayera, it's the next lifter. Bar is the same, 336 pounds. She's an open lifter. Her coach actually carried her from in the back to the platform because her knee wraps are so tight. But Big Mike, he can do that.
Yes, he can.
All right, Juanita from New Mexico.
Both of them are out of New Mexico.
Yeah. Yep.
Juanita also hails from New Mexico.
Yeah.
336 pounds.
One of her coaches is Bill Helmlich, multi-time world champion, world team member. He is also from New Mexico, and Juanita's from New Mexico, and Big Mike, he's from Boston, I believe, Massachusetts. All right, nice battle there.
Juanita, I'll say it again. Put some weight on the bar.
All right, 3 white lights for Juanita.
Load the bar up, ladies and gentlemen, for Allegra Hudson.
Okay, Allegra Hudson is the next lifter. 155 kilos. This is triple body weight.
This is a fact, triple body weight.
341 pounds.
Wow. Way over 3 times her body weight. The bar is loaded. Give me a round of applause, Allegra.
23-year-old from Texas.
Hudson, coached by James Townsend. Just nominated and won Coach of the
She
Year, James Townsend.
made a 7.5 kilo jump, and if I recall, she had a real nice battle on her opener. This is going to be right there.
But she'll get it though.
Sometimes on those openers, maybe you don't put the knee wraps quite as tight as you normally would, and I'm sure James wrapped her super tight for this one. Coached by James Townsend, Coach of the Year for USA Powerlifting for 2017. Oh yeah, I think that was better than her first one.
Yes, it was.
Oh yeah. Oh my. I can see her going over 160 now, for sure. She looked at James like, what was that? Yeah, Jeff Douglas is also helping out down there. I see he's taking her knee wraps off. Jeff is a multi-time world champion, and
Let's load it up for Tammy.
semi-retired right now. He's been battling injuries over the last few years, so he hasn't lifted lately or competed. But
That wristband off her wrist yet that they give you. She hasn't finished her therapy with her broken wrist, but she's gonna.
all right, Tammy Catrona is the next lifter. Her third and final attempt. This is the second flight on platform 1,
Bars loaded. Tammy.
52 kilo class,
Give her a round of applause.
M2 division.
She hails from my hometown, Rockaway, New Jersey. She lives a couple blocks away.
Tammy takes it down nice and deep. Judges will give her 3 white lights for Tammy. All right, she goes 3 for 3. I believe that's just a singlet that Tammy was wearing with knee wraps.
And let's play the appropriate song for BB. This is called Youth of a Nation. With the amount BB squats, she squats.
I don't know if the audience can hear Gino in the background, but they're going to play the song Youth of the Nation here for BB. She's 75 years young, hails from Washington, 52 kilo class, BB Burns, M4.
And power, Todd Christensen.
176 pounds for BB. It's just amazing. Some of us hope to live to be 75, and she's powerlifting at a high level at that age. It's amazing. Takes it down, pauses it at the bottom, basically. Fights through it, locks it out, just like clockwork. Oh, 2 red lights, a little bit high. All right, 2 for 3 for BB this morning. All right, Cindy Goodrich, third and final attempt. Going to give 95 kilos a shot.
Cindy Goodrich works out at Phoenix Powerlifting. Phoenix.
All right, Cindy.
Out of
Got a little difficulty with this one on her second attempt. See if she makes a little adjustment. Finds that groove and powers through it here.
she's being handled
She's actually
by Kenny
squatting in a fusion. That's a deadlift suit.
Phoenix Powerlifting. Lifters.
Cindy sets up, gets a squat command, takes it down, and there she hit that one spot on. We'll see if she gets depth. Judges say 2 white lights for Cindy. Successful.
On platform 2, you have a little under 3 minutes.
All right. Our next lifter, Ashlyn Arnold, is going to attempt 100 kilos. She's taken a 5 kilo jump, 220 pounds, teenager from Wisconsin.
Spotters, loaders, referees, bars loaded on one.
Just under 2 times body weight.
Technical controller, please report to your appropriate positions on platform 2. Chief referee wants everybody ready to rock. Here goes
All right, Ashlyn, the bar is loaded.
Pounds. That's 100 kilos.
Our broadcast today is sponsored by A7.
100 kilos times 2.2.
A7 Gear, and also bodybuilding.com.
I'll be quiet back there.
All right, Ashlyn. Nice setup. Medium stance. Hits depth. Fighting through it.
Battle.
Come on. You feel yourself trying to help her.
Yeah.
She brings it all the way up to lockout and gets, no left. Might have been a little downward movement on that bar or depth. I'm not sure.
Oh. Okay, Katie Hahn. The third attempt, 102.5 kilos. She needs this to stay in the meat, actually.
Up and down on the bar, that would be a yellow card. All right, Katie Hahn, 102.5 kilos, 226 pounds.
Come on, Katie.
All right, Katie needs us to stay in the meat now.
No more changes. Hold on. No more changes. Platform 2. No more change to your openers.
All right. Here we go.
Thank you.
Oh, that was pretty high. Cut it. 2 red lights. Cut
lift.
that. A little bad luck on that squat. All right, Alexis Leish is the next lifter. Teen division from Louisiana. 120 kilos on the bar.
Load it up for Alexis Leish. Bars loaded, 264. We got a little over 2 minutes to go on platform 2 before we start the bench now.
Alexis sets up. She's also wearing Chuck Taylors this morning. Takes it down. Battles it out. We'll see what the judges say. 2 white lights. Maura Shuttleworth is our next lifter. 125 kilos. Maura's taken a 5 kilo jump. Nearly 2.5 times body weight here for Maura. 52 kilo class. She's 2 for 2 so far. Has made 110 and 120 and now going for 125.
276 on the bar.
Classic jump. Jump by 10 and jump by 5. Just like they practice it. Like a good call. We'll see what the judges say. 3 white lights. All right. Okay, Lizette Ortiz Rosado is the lifter. 127.5 kilos on the bar. That's 281 pounds for Lizette.
20 seconds before Marie Lawrence comes out. 20 seconds. 10 seconds for Marie Lawrence now. 10 seconds. Here goes Lizette.
All right, Lizette Ortiz Rosado is your lifter. 3rd and final attempt.
Johnny. The bar is loaded for Marie Lawrence. Platform 2, she's got 60
We're just about getting
on the bar.
ready to start over on platform 2 with their bench presses.
Come on, Lizette.
She has an unusual style with her head down like that. And then it comes up, driving it up. We'll see how the judges see this one. 3 white lights. Goes 3 for 3. Marie Lawrence with a good bench press over there on platform. Bench press.
Hear the signals now, so we got to turn the music down so they can hear the chief referee's 3 commands. Start, press, rack. Start, press, rack. 3 commands. Start, press, rack.
Ashley Haffenbrack is our next lifter on platform 1. Third and final squat. 140 kilos.
308.6 pounds. Ashley's
308 pounds.
Haffenbrack. Bars. Put some blocks for Denise.
Ashley sets up underneath the bar.
Johnson.
Has a real nice tight setup with her hands almost behind her shoulders.
Come on, Denise, fired up now, girl.
Okay, Ashley takes it down.
Close. See what the judges say. 2 to 1 no lift for Ashley.
Ashley was high, 2 to 1.
Yep.
Close. Give her
The
a
red
round of
cards on
applause.
that one for depth. All right, Denise over on platform 2, the bench press. Denise Johnson, that was a good lift for Denise. Easy opener.
Allegra Hudson, 352.7
All right, third and
Now,
final
Bars
attempt for
loaded.
Allegra
Give it up for
Hudson.
Allegra.
160 kilos. This is 352 pounds. Junior lifter Allegra Hudson. I think she might have been one of the lifters that also is in the open division. I think she's doubling up. Oh yeah, it says female open up there on the boards. All right, Sling Shot is bringing this broadcast to you. Also a nice addition to our sponsorship here for this broadcast. Appreciate that. I know they were a big sponsor at the Arnold this spring. All right, Allegra. Oh, just about. Nice job by the spotters, loaders. She gets credited with 155 kilos, 141 pounds, which is a great squat. Puts her in a good position to build that big total for the day. All right, Lizette Ortiz Rosado. They'll load the bar. Nope, Juanita Najira.
Sorry, Juanita. Andy. That's it. Juanita and then Andy. Bars loaded for Heather Berman.
Heather.
Berman. On deck on platform 2 is Brown.
Heather's the bench presser over there, but we have Juanita Najira, 352 pounds on the bar for her third and final
Loaded,
squat.
Juanita Najera. No?
Here comes Juanita.
Chief referee, Cheryl. Did she get a new clock?
Well, they're both ready to go. We have a little confusion on platform 1 here. Bear with us.
Platform 2 for Heather Berman.
We're going to switch it back to Andy Hernandez.
Janelle Brown, 143 pounds.
Janelle Brown is the lifter over there on the bench press.
Big. Line. Bars loaded for Janelle Brown, platform 2. Bars loaded for Andy Hernandez.
All right, Andy Hernandez is the squatter, 352 pounds. Andy takes it down methodically. Ooh. Nice battle there. She gets credited with 152.5 kilos today. Nice job by the spotters again. Janelle Brown's bench was good over there on platform 2. Okay, now we have Juanita Najira.
Andrea Page is in the house.
Same weight at 352.7 pounds, 160 kilos.
2.7 pounds, Juanita Najera. Bars loaded for Cassie Kratt. Bars loaded, Cassie Kratt.
Juanita's got her patriotic squat suit there also. I look for her to make reasonably easy work of this. The way her second attempt looked. She goes plenty deep, that's for sure. Very, very nice.
It's a very good squat.
I think she could have made 165 there.
At least.
All right, 3 white lights. Cassie Kratt was our bench presser over there and got 3 white lights on her bench. Here's a replay of Juanita's easy squat. Couple inches deep. Just a very, very nice lift. Perfect technique. Coach Bill Helmick there in the background, pumping that fist. Well, they're going to take our squat rack apart here on platform 1 and set it up for the bench press. Lynn Holman is our bench presser over on platform 2. Opening attempts, 176 pounds. Lynn is on the world bench press team for Masters 2. Just won a gold medal at the World Championships, I believe. Nice easy opener for Lynn.
Look at that.
She has her patriotic Titan singlet on for that. Well, we're starting to get a few people coming in now for the audience. Getting a few people here. Okay. Martha Solara, is that what he said? Yep. Opening bench presses. Platform 2. Martha Salaya, 176 pounds on the bar. Perfect form. Nice wide grip. Wide base with her feet. Makes easy work of that. 3 white lights. Dana Snow is the next lifter. Platform 2. I believe the bar stayed the same, didn't it, at 80 kilos? Nice big arch for Dana.
It's a good lift for Dana.
3 white lights for Dana. Oh, there comes a big jump in the weight. Let's see, that'd be
105 kilos, I believe. 231 pounds.
Okay. We're not seeing the names on our screen right now, but we're trying to.
I believe it's Emily.
Emily? All right, Emily. Emily makes easy work of that. 3 white lights from the judges. That is not Celeste. All right, Kimberly Johnson is our lifter on platform 2. See, did you think the last one was 105 kilos? This would be about
105.
115
This one was
then.
115 kilos.
115 kilos.
53 pounds.
Kimberly's in the 57 kilo class. MM Plus is another one of our sponsors this morning. Appreciate that very much. She's got the patriotic socks on also. See that shirt pulled down tight. That was a great view. That camera shot was great. That's how they work. 3 white lights for Kimberly. Back down to the opening attempts here. Marie Lawrence. 32.5 kilos for Marie, 71.6 pounds. Marie is a master lifter.
Loaded Marie Lawrence.
She has a bit more narrower grip. Makes easy work of that. She has the curse of the long stroke.
72
Yep.
pounds, lift is good.
That may pay off with the deadlift, though.
Oh,
Those
yeah.
long arms.
Yep.
Let's see what she can pull.
Phoenix powerlift.
All right, Denise Johnson, 82.7 pounds.
Whatever. I'll give you a plug anyway.
Second attempt in the bench press.
Bars loaded.
All right. Sling Shot is another one of our sponsors today.
Johnson.
I'd like to recognize them. You see them on your screen.
Platform 1. Can I have all the referees, spotters, loaders, expediters, and technical controllers report to platform 1? We're starting in less than a minute now. Here goes Denise Johnson. Johnson.
See what the judges say for Denise. 3 white lights over there. Second attempt. We're just about ready to begin our bench presses on platform 1. The judges and loaders and spotters are going to be taking their positions pretty soon. Bars loaded now for Deborah McGovern, 55 kilos, 121 pounds.
Referees report to platform 1. You got 4 seconds. That was a 5-minute break. Not only when there's one flight. If there's 2 flights, it's only 5 minutes. Sorry. Those are the rules. We're ready to start whenever you are, Cheryl.
Deborah makes easy work of that. 3 white lights for Deborah McGovern. Well, the bar continues to get heavier here. Heather Berman is the lifter, 62.5 kilos, 137 pounds.
Ashlyn Arnold. Bars loaded, Heather Berman. 62.5 kilos on the bar. Baby, baby, light my way, says Bono.
Heather also uses that narrow grip with that Inzer shirt. A lot of tricep in that one. Lift is good for Heather. Over on platform 1, Ashlyn Arnold, the bar is loaded for her. So they're nearing The start of the first flight of benchers on platform 1. Getting close. Now Janelle Brown is up on platform 2, 70 kilos, 154 pounds. I believe Janelle is in the open division and masters division in the 57 kilo class. $154. All right, Cheryl just about has him ready to go here on platform 1. I think she's just about ready to say bar is loaded. Oh, Janelle handles that. Well, I don't know. She could have an issue with an elbow, and it's fully locked out. But she's a master lifter, and we get kind of banged up sometimes. And if you do talk to the officials and show them that is what your lockout is, a lot of times when they take it off the rack, when their elbow is bent like that, it gives the judges an idea that that's where their lockout's going to be also. So, all right, Celeste Correa is up on platform 1. Opening attempt, 71.6 pounds. Got that nice wide grip. Bench shirt on. Purple Titan there. Easy lift for Celeste. Platform 2 in her patriotic singlet there, USA.
Bit of a fight.
Giving it a battle. Cassie Kratt was our lifter over there. She'll come back and give that another shot. All right, Logan Williamson is the lifter now on platform 1, 77 pounds. She's in the 43 kilo class.
187 pounds on the bar for Lynn Holman.
Easily gets it down to her chest and back up.
Lift is good for Logan's Run Williamson.
All right, now we'll load the bar for Susan Elwin on platform number 1. 35 kilo opener, 77 pounds. Lynn Holman battling over there on platform 2, gets that lockout on her second attempt. Judges say 2 red lights.
2 to 1. No lift for Lynn Holman.
Up and down on the bar. She'll come back and give that another shot. All right, Susan, opening attempt.
Bars loaded on 2.
Easy opener for Susan.
Susan Elwin, the bench is good.
Lift is
Give
good.
her a round of applause.
All right, Susan.
Here goes Martha Salaya.
All right,
Same weight, 187 on the bar for Martha.
Martha Salaya is our lifter on platform 2, 187 pounds. Not sure what division Martha is in. She's got a nice short stroke on that bench. Great form. Nice and solid lift for her second attempt. Judges give her 3 white lights. Kimberly Price is a lifter now on platform 1. She is setting up. Sets up her arch here. 47.5 kilos, 104.7 pounds. Right at body weight. Nice bench press there for Kimberly. 3 white lights. Dana Snow now the lifter on platform 2, 192.9 pounds. Second attempt, Dana Snow.
Alana Easterly, 132.3 pounds, platform 1.
It's kind of fun to watch these master lifters. Their technique is so solid. They don't waste a lot of extra energy.
pounds. Dana Snow lifted.
Dana Snow, easy lift there. 3 white lights. Elena Easterly on platform 1. 60 kilos on the bar. She's also got her patriotic USA singlet on. Makes easy work of that.
Floated on 2. Easterly lift is good on 1. Emily Liebert, 110 kilos, 242 pounds. Bars loaded for Erin Ribbing.
All right.
Erin Ribbing.
Is that Emily over there on
we have
platform
Emily
2?
on platform 2 with, it looks like, 110 kilos.
Yep. 242 pounds. It's a good bench press. In the 57 kilo class, that's a great bench.
Very pretty bench press.
Lift is good on 2. Lift is good on 1.
We have a good lift for Erin Ribick on platform 1 with 60 kilos. And then we have Kimmy Johnson on platform 2 with what looks like 122.5 kilos. 260 pounds.
Bars loaded, Kimberly Johnson.
Kimberly Johnson, second attempt over there on the bench.
Janet Besseril, 154 pounds, platform 1. Kimberly Johnson.
Yep, 122.5. Kimberly Johnson, 57 kilo class. Well over double body weight here. Second attempt bench press. Her technique is good. She gets it right at her belly there. Very nice. All right, Janet Besserell, successful with her 70 kilo opening bench. That was on platform 1. Okay, that was a successful lift for her. Celeste Correa is the next lifter. She's asked for 35 kilos, 77 pounds on the bar. All right, here we are, platform 1. On your screen is platform 2. Third and final attempts over there. I missed the name, I'm sorry. All right, here we are, back on platform 1. Celeste Correa, 77 pounds. Takes the bar down. Successful second attempt. All right, here we are. Back to platform 2. A little bit of downward movement there. Nice attempt.
Bars loaded for Logan Williamson. We got the ladies out here this morning, and they
all right, Logan Williamson is now the lifter on platform 1. From Wisconsin, 37.5 kilos on the bar, 82 pounds. Wow. She handles that like a raw bench. There's hardly any, I mean, it just goes right down to her chest. Nice. She probably gets a few pounds out of that shirt. It works for her. All right, Denise Johnson. Third and final attempt over there.
Denise Johnson,
88 pounds.
Bars loaded for Susan Elwin, the first woman from the United States of America to compete in the first ever Women's World Competition. She's in the Powerlifting Hall of Fame. This is 94 pounds. Give me a round of applause. She comes from Florida, Susan Elwin.
Denise Johnson takes the bar down to her chest. Fighting it out. Spotters take it. She'll get credited with her second attempt. Nice battle over there. All right, Susan Elwin is our next lifter. Platform 1. Second attempt for Susan. She's battling. 42.5 kilos, just about had it locked
No
out.
lift for Susan. Give her a round
She'll
of
come back and
applause.
give that another shot on her third and final attempt. That was a great battle. 75-year-old or 69-year-old Susan Elwin, veteran lifter. Kimberly Price is our next lifter on platform 1. We're going to load the bar to 50 kilos for her.
Bars loaded. Hold on. Hold on. Hey, Rich, hold on.
Okay, we have a little bit of a delay here over on
Bars
platform
loaded,
2.
Kimberly Price,
Kimberly Price is our lifter.
110 pounds.
110 pounds for Kimberly.
Bill Sindelar. You don't have a sheet, huh? Kimberly Price, 110 pounds, platform 1.
Okay, she takes the bar off at arm's length. Wait for the start command. Brings it down. Wait for the press command. Takes it back to lockout. Gets the rack signal. Just like clockwork. Easy second attempt for Kimberly, the veteran. Probably go up by 2.5 kilos on her third. We'll see how that goes. We'll see what she puts in. There's something on platform 2 that they must be loading it, chipping it for a record attempt or something. I'm not sure. But we'll try to get that cleared up for you and let you know who the lifter is over there.
Bars loaded, Deborah McGovern.
All right, Deborah McGovern is the lifter over there.
We're looking that up now.
They were just checking to see if it's an American record, and it is not. All right, Aaron Ribick is preparing on platform 1 here, but Deborah McGovern is on your screen right now, 132.3 pounds on the bar.
We just looked it up. Aaron Ribick on 1.
Nice wide stance with her feet, good arch, wide grip, brings it down. Nice lockout.
Deborah McGovern.
Lift is good over there. Aaron Ribick takes it down and gives it a ride up. Nice solid lockout for Aaron, 62.5 kilos.
The lift is good.
3 white lights.
Elena.
Okay. Elena Easterly is our next lifter on platform 1.
Bono from YouTube.
65 kilos. Bar is loaded for Elena Easterly.
Bars, we could debate that. Bars loaded, Heather Berman. Actually, you are.
Okay, Elena Easterly getting set up for her second attempt.
It's a beautiful day here.
Bench press.
It's a beautiful
We want to
day.
thank A7 Bar Grip, who make a specialty shirt for squatting with grip on the back. Appreciate their sponsorship this morning. All right, Elena takes the bar down, presses it out. Lift is 2 red lights on that one.
Good on 2.
Yellow cards. Could have been a butt raise on that one, a little technical issue. She'll come back and give that another shot on her third and final attempt.
Elena's butt came off the bench. Your butt has to stay
All
on
right,
the bench throughout
Janet
the race.
Bisserell is our next lifter on platform 1.
Applause on 1. She'll be back.
They're loading 77.5 kilos. That's 170 pounds.
165.3 pounds, Janelle Brown.
Janelle Brown is lifting over on platform 2. We'll keep an eye on that. But right now, Janet Besserell is our lifter on platform 1. Okay, we got the camera over on Janelle Brown's attempt on platform 2. Third and final attempt, 165 pounds for Janelle. Makes easy work of that.
For Janelle Brown.
She goes 3 for 3 in the bench press.
Is good.
Okay, we'll bring it back over to platform 1 for Jeanette Besserell. We have 77.5.
170 pounds. Bars loaded, Cassie Pratt, platform.
17 and 18-year-old division for
170.9
Janet.
pounds, Janet.
She makes easy work of that. Bench press, 3 white lights for Janet.
Here goes Cassie with her third attempt.
Cassie Kratt is our lifter on platform 2. Third and final bench press is over there. 181 pounds on the bar. 57 kilo class for Cassie. Oh, spotters take that little downward movement, and then it just got the best of her there. Great attempt. All right, Celeste Correa is our lifter now, 82.7 pounds. Third and final attempts. Celeste is also in the teen division, 16, 17-year-olds. Brings it down a little crooked, but that's okay.
Jump the press command, maybe.
Yep. Lift is good for her. 3 for 3 in the bench. All right, Lynn Holman is now up for her third and final attempt. Big bench over there for Lynn. Still moving. She locks it out. Great. 3 white lights, 187-pound bench for Lynn Holman. All right, back over to platform 1, Logan Williamson. Body weight bench right here, 93.7. She locks that out very easily. She made all of hers look real easy, didn't she? 3 for 3. Took a 2.5 kilo jump after her opener and then jumped 5 kilos.
Looks like she had another 7 on that, maybe.
Yep. All right, Martha Salea is our lifter over on platform 2, 192 pounds. Susan. 1.5 times body weight bench press.
94 pounds for Susan. Come on, Susan.
Martha, nice. Once she got that thing started, she got about halfway up and locked it out. It was a great lift for Martha Salea. I believe she went 3 for 3 this morning. Now Susan Elwin is our lifter on platform 1. She missed this on her second, but she's given it a good battle. Oh, that's within an inch of lockout. Great attempt. Dana Snow is now our lifter on platform 2. Dana's trying 198 pounds this morning. Third and final attempts. Dana Snow, 90 kilos.
Bars loaded, Kimberly Price, 116 pounds.
Gets filled with air, brings it down. Good try for Dana. She gets credit with 87.5 kilos. All right, Kimberly Price is our next lifter over on platform 1. Third and final attempt. 115 pounds. All the way to lockout. She's got that long stroke too. 3 for 3 for Kimberly Price.
Elevation, that's what the bench is about. The bench is all about elevation.
All right, over on platform 2. Is that Emily?
Emily Lambert with
Emily Liebert.
15 keys.
Bars loaded, Elena Easterly, 143, platform 1. Here goes Liebert, platform 2, 253 pounds. Emily Liebert,
Nice battle over there on platform 2 for Emily. All right, back over here to platform 1, Elena Easterly, 143 pounds.
No more changes, platform 1, no more changes.
Third and final attempt. She locks it out, got stuck kind of there in the middle, and if it didn't drop, she should get white lights. Oh, there must have been a little bit of a downward motion or butt raise or something, but 2 red lights on that one. Erin Ribick, 65 kilos. All right, we switch back over to platform 2. Kimberly Johnson, 286 pounds. Well over double body weight over here for Kimberly. I think she had a very strong 400-plus squat this morning also. We're showing Erin Ribick right now. Locking out 65 kilos.
Dennis, 3 white lights.
3 for 3 on the bench for Aaron. Having a good day. Kimberly. Oh my, very, very nice. That was right at about her max. 286, 287 pounds. 3 white lights on that one. Very, very nice.
That was 2.5 times her body weight, folks.
All right, over there on platform 2, they'll take that down now and take a 20-minute break and prepare for the deadlifts. They just have one flight over on platform 2. All right, bars loaded over here for Janet Bisserell.
Then we go to our next
Besserell,
flight.
82.5 kilos, 181 pounds on the bar.
Next 3 lifters, Arnold, Catrona, Burns.
Garrett hits a pose for the camera there. He was kind of figuring out where he wanted to go after he does the lift off. Stay out of the way. Jumps in there quickly to. All right, she gets credited with 77.5 kilos for Janet. It was a good battle on that one.
All right, next flight, Flight B, platform 1.
All right, Tammy Catrona.
Tammy Catrona.
This is the
our
second
first
flight on
lifter,
platform
Tammy
1.
Catrona.
Opening attempts in the bench press, Tammy Catrona, 40 kilos.
Let's see what Tammy can do with a broken wrist.
Gino's announcing that she's recovering from a broken wrist a few weeks ago, so she's taking perhaps just token attempts
Just
here.
walk on, Tammy. As soon as the bar is loaded, just walk on. Bars loaded.
All right, here we go. Tammy Catrona, defending world champion,
I didn't say, I said when the
Masters
bar is
2,
loaded.
52 kilo
Walk on.
class.
What do you think? I'm going to call bars loaded? This is not my first rodeo, Cheryl.
Oh yeah.
Tammy, put some weight on the
Yeah,
bar.
no sign of an injury on that one. That was beautiful.
Stop messing around with us, Tammy.
All right. George Martz is her coach today, putting her attempts in. Ashlyn Arnold is the next lifter. She is also called for 40 kilos.
Nikki Loicano's in the house.
Opening attempts, second flight of our bench on platform 1.
Bars loaded, Ashlyn
Thank
Arnold.
you, M&M Plus, for your sponsorship for this broadcast.
Robert Keller.
88 pounds on the bar.
Robert Keller,
Ashlyn
Igor Perez
Arnold,
at the scores table.
35th Annual
Get up and do something.
Open Powerlifting National Championships, Orlando, Florida. Thanks for watching this morning. Hope you're enjoying it. A lot of good lifting this morning. All right, nice battle there on that
Ashlyn
opener.
Arnold, 88 pounds, lift is good.
Next lifter is BB
Load
Burns,
the bar up.
45 kilos on the bar, 99 pounds.
Pounds for B.B. Burns.
BB Burns is the lifter,
9 pounds.
Masters 4 division lifter. 75 years young, out here doing it with the youngsters.
B.B. Burns, 99 pounds, 70-something years old. Here goes B.B. Burns. She's all business up there, folks. Multi-time world champion. Multi-time IPF world champion.
Lets it settle on her chest, gets a start command, and the lockout
Ladies and gentlemen,
is
ladies and gentlemen,
Good. 3 white lights for Baby Burns.
Has got 99 problems, but the bench ain't one. The lift is good.
All right, Alexis Leish is our next lifter, 47.5 kilos, 104 pounds.
I know it's early.
Back to the teenage division here.
I got a stern with it.
13-14 division from Louisiana.
Loaded, Alexis Leish, 104 pounds.
Sets up that good arch. Gets her feet tucked back under her a little bit. Oh, nice short stroke. Easy weight for Alexis. I see her doing about 10 kilos more than that by the time we're done, maybe more. That was an easy opener for her.
Alexa turns around and acknowledges her fans in the crowd, gives them a smile.
All right, Katie Hahn is our next lifter. Open division.
Load the bar for Katie.
55 kilos on the bar, 121 pounds.
On deck is Cindy in the hole, Allegra. Bars loaded, Hahn.
She had some problems in the squat, but she's staying with it here and be able to bench and deadlift.
Mr. Ray Curtis, good to see you, sir. When do you live? Tomorrow? Hahn!
Nice lift. All right, 3 white lights for Katie. Cindy Goodrich is our next lifter. 62.5 kilos, 137 pounds.
Cindy Goodrich. Phoenix.
She's in the M3 division, so she'll turn 60 this year.
Out of Emerson.
Trying to qualify for the national team in the M3 division, or M3 age group, 52 kilo class. Easy opener for her. All right. Lift is good. Allegra Hudson, opening attempt. 75 kilos, 165 pounds on the bar. Allegra had a huge squat earlier this morning.
Did 155 kilos.
Yep.
Bars loaded, Allegra Hudson wearing the Titan singlet. Titan, owner and proprietor Pete Alaniz. Major sponsor USA Powerlifting. Pete Alaniz. Titan Support Systems.
Okay, Allegra. She's got nice wide grip. Good arch. Patriotic socks, patriotic singlet.
Thank you, Nora.
Good bar position, easy opener for
Very
her.
good work of that. 3 white lights for Allegra Hudson. Now we have Lizette Ortiz-Rosado with 85 kilos on platform 1. 187.4 pounds.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is an American record attempt.
And now we're being told that this is an American record attempt.
She's opening up with an American record. The bar is loaded.
All right, bar is loaded.
187.4 pounds. Somebody out there give me a round of applause for an American record. Thank you, sir. 187. Lisette out of Texas. San Antonio, Texas.
She had a huge squat earlier today too, and we're going to see a lot out of Lizette in the future, I'm sure.
American record attempt for this 14-year-old this girl
That
is,
is
huh?
that is an impressive arch.
Chest is up.
Huge arch. Oh, look at that.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, did you see that form?
That was unbelievable.
That was
New American record. Give me a round of
a good
applause.
lift.
Susan Rosado.
That's how
She
you
got an arch, she got her
bench
chest up,
a
the
lot of weight,
ACC range
that
of
short
motion.
stroke like that.
Very short range of motion.
Minimizes
Yep.
the distance she has to in order to press out. That's why it's an American record. Load the bar up, ladies and gentlemen, to
This is
192.9
87.5 kilos.
pounds.
Opening attempt for Juanita
Bars
Najira,
loaded
182 pounds. 192.
192.9 pounds as an opener.
192.
Juanita Najera out of New Mexico. Coached by Mike Salowinski and Bill Helmick.
Also has that nice wide grip.
Easy opener for Juanita. Give her
All
a
right,
round of applause. Thank you,
192
sir.
pounds.
Pretty
She'll
strong
go
for
well
a
over
little
200,
girl.
I'm sure.
But guess what? They just keep getting stronger.
All
Here
right.
comes 198 pounds, Andy Hernandez.
Andy Hernandez is our next lifter. 90 kilos on the bar. 198 pounds. We're creeping closer to 200. Second flight of the bench press.
Bars loaded for Andy.
All right, bar is loaded for Andy. 20-year-old out of Texas. Junior division. Almost double body weight opener. A7 Bar Grip is our sponsor and Bodybuilding Plus this morning.
Bit of a fight.
Keeps going up. We'll see what the judges say.
All right,
Ooh.
the side referees,
There's
both
some up
side
and down
referees
movement
say
to
she
it.
had some up and down
She'll
on
come
the
back
bar.
and give that another
Once
shot
you
on her
press
second
bed,
attempt.
The bar has to go straight up. It can pause, it can continue, but it can't
While we
go
have a
up,
second
down,
here,
back up, blue card, up and
I'd like
down
to
the bar.
mention
Give her a
that
round
we
of
have some
applause, she'll be
regional
back.
competitions coming up with USA Powerlifting. June 8th and 9th, we have
Ashley
Southwest
Abdul
Regional is in
Saying
Reno,
the weight,
Nevada.
198 pounds. You're here in Orlando.
Oh, yeah.
The
Ashley Haffenbrack is our lifter, 90 kilos, also 198 pounds, opening attempt. This is very, very close to double body weight. She's in the 52 kilo class.
Alma, Kimura, rocking the house. Good to see you, Counselor Alma.
Nice short stroke for her, easy opener.
Solid lockout. Give me a round of applause
All right.
for Ashley. Lift is good.
Ashley, coached by Tony
Ladies and
Cardella,
gentlemen, it
open
just
division.
keeps getting stronger.
All right.
Comes our last lifter on
Sling Shot is
platform
one of our
one.
sponsors this morning.
Opening up with
That can be
just
found,
about
information can be
twice her
found for the
body
Sling
weight.
Shot company at
Just shy of
howmuchyabench.net.
twice her body weight.
Howmuchyabench.net. All right, Maura Shuttleworth is our next lifter. 100 kilo opener,
This is
double
Maura
body weight,
Shuttleworth.
220
Coached
pounds.
by Alex, six-time IPF World Champion Gallant. The bar is
All right.
loaded. Here comes Maura. Give me a round of applause for her.
Mara has a tremendous arch here, great technique. She's been a world-class bencher for a long time. She has a unique setup, to say the least. My Macros Plus. Thank you for your support.
Mora gets unbelievable drive off of her legs. Look at her setup.
She has a nice short stroke too. Easy opener for Mara.
And look at that opener.
All right. On your screen, you see that one of our sponsors is My Macros MM Plus, the complete diet tracking solution. Learn more by going to mymacros.com or by downloading the app at the App Store or Google Play. My Macros Plus. Get mymacros.com. Thank you for your support.
Seattle strength.
Another regional meet that we have coming up in August 3rd through the 5th, is the Mid-Atlantic in Morristown, New Jersey. Please keep that in mind if you need a qualifier for nationals or would like to participate in a regional event. Morristown, New Jersey, Mid-Atlantic on August 3rd through the 5th. All right, Ashlyn Arnold's going to have her second bench press attempt here now. 93 pounds, 42.5 kilos. Ashlyn Arnold.
Thank you, Brian. We'll do it in 1 minute, Brian. Alex, how are things going?
Good job by the spotters there. Ashlyn, she'll come back and give that another try on her third attempt. She has made 40 kilos so far. All right, we'll take the bar up to 51 kilos. This has to be a record attempt for BB Burns. They're chipping it to 51 kilos. BB Burns is the lifter. All right, another opportunity that you would have to compete for you listeners out there. We have regional events coming up in the Northwest on August 5th and 6th in Boise, Idaho. August 5th and 6th, the Southern region. It's going to be held in Gulfport, Mississippi. And the 5th and 6th of August in the Southeast region in Orlando, Florida on the 5th and 6th of August. All right, BB Burns. Masters American record. They're getting the chips for BB's attempt here so they can raise it by 1 kilo. In the meantime, August 19th and 20th, the Midwest region will be in Columbus, Ohio. And on the 19th and 20th of August, the Northeast region will be in Marlborough, Maine, or Massachusetts.
The bar is loaded for BB.
All right, BB, here's a record attempt. Gino's getting the crowd going. BB, 112 pounds.
Benching her body weight at over 70 years old. Thank you.
Takes it at arm's length. Brings it down to her chest, stops it, gets a press command, fights it up, and there it goes. She locks it out. American record right there. BB Burns. All right. All right, very nice. Another regional event that we have coming up is in Bloomington, Minnesota. The Central region will be September 2nd and 3rd. Check our internet, usapowerlifting.com, for more information on those regional events.
We have Alexis Lage, 52.5 kilos on platform 1.
On deck, Katrona in the hole hot.
I think that may have been even her opener. But it's a good lift for Alexis Lage.
Lifters on platform 2. You have 2 minutes to change your opening attempts now. Brian Callahan is patiently waiting for them.
All right, Tammy Catrona, second attempt bench press here, 57.5 kilos, 126 pounds.
Brian Callahan works out in the same gym as Tammy Catrona.
Another one of our sponsors this morning is A7 Bar Grips. Never stop the progress. Find out more at a7usa.com. That's a7usa.com. They have that really cool shirt for squatting that has a little bit of grip on the back, so you don't have to chalk your back. It's just an awesome shirt. All right, Tammy Catrona, 126 pounds. Second attempt in her bench press. Tammy's been battling a wrist injury. All right. Nice, easy lift there for Tammy. Katie Hahn is our next lifter, 57.5 kilos, 126 pounds. Platform 2 is getting ready for their deadlifts over there. Katie Hahn, second attempt bench press. Lift is good for Katie. Cindy Goodrich is our next lifter, 66 kilos on the bar, 145 pounds. That is an odd number rather than 65 or 67.5. Not sure, must be a record attempt of some kind. They're chipping for it. Cindy is a Masters M3. Must be an M3 American record, perhaps.
Bars loaded, Goodrich, bars loaded. This is
I think it is American record, yes. All right, here we go. Cindy Goodrich, American record attempt.
145.5 pounds, a Masters 3A American record attempt, Cindy Goodrich. No more changes, platform 2, no more changes to openers.
There it is, locked out and in the books. Cindy Goodrich, American record. Allegra Hudson is our next lifter, 80 kilos, 176 pounds.
American record for Team Phoenix. Lift the bar up to 176 for Allegra Hudson.
Allegra's in the open division, 52 kilo class. Platform 2 is 57 kilo class. In platform 1 we have the 47s and the 52s over here.
Bars loaded, Allegra Hudson, 176. Lifters
176 pounds for Allegra Hudson.
We're going to start with Marie Lawrence, then Denise Johnson, then McGovern. Here comes Hudson. Her second attempt, 176.4.
All right, Allegra gets set up, big arch, takes it down, locks it out easily. Judges give her 3 white lights for Allegra Hudson.
All right, load the bar up, ladies and
Andy
gentlemen.
Hernandez is our next lifter, 90 kilos, going up by 22 pounds, 198
Ashley Hafford back in the hole.
pounds now. Second attempt, Andy Hernandez.
Hafford back in the hole.
Want to give a shout out to A7 Bar Grip, sponsor that you see on your screen. A7usa.com is where you can find more information about them. Appreciate that very much.
Let's go, Andy.
All right, Andy Hernandez had a little trouble with this on her opener.
let's go, Sissy. Rip it off the floor, Sissy. Sissy's got 165.3 pounds. Slaughter, she's got 34 seconds. West Virginia's in the house. West Virginia. Tamara.
All right, they're starting their deadlifts over there on platform 2.
And the young Lopes is in
Andy locks it out. We'll see what the judges say.
Daniel.
This time she nails it. 3 white lights.
Marie Lawrence. Load the bar up to 95 kilos, 209
All right,
pounds.
Juanita Najera has asked for 95 kilos for her second bench.
182 pounds, Denise Johnson.
So Juanita was successful with 87.5 kilos on her opener. Now she's jumped 7.5 kilos to 95. 208 pounds on the bar. Denise Johnson is over on platform 2, lining up her opening deadlift.
That is a good lift for Denise Johnson on platform 2.
Lift is good for Johnson. Here goes Nahara.
All right, Nahara is the lifter. Gets that press command. Battles it out.
Bars loaded on 2. Nahara, the lift is good.
Lift is good for Juanita. We'll take it up. Looks like we're going over 200 pounds here. 214 pounds on the bar. 97.5 for Ashley Haffenbrack. Here's Denise's deadlift.
McGovern, lift is good. 120 kilos, 264 pounds.
Ashley
Here
Haffenbrack
goes Ashley.
getting under the bench on platform 1.
On deck. Lift is good for bars loaded. Bars loaded for Heather.
All right, Ashley takes it down. Battling it out.
No lift for
Spotters
Ashley,
have to
so
take
back
it.
give her a round of applause.
She'll come back and try that on her third attempt. 97.5 kilos. She'll come back and give that another ride. All right. Lizette Ortiz Rosado is asked for 102.5
American record.
kilos. All right, Heather Berman.
Lift for Berman.
That's an opener. She'll have to make a little adjustment there.
American Teen 1 American record attempt for Lizette Ortiz Rosado.
Okay, Lizette is attempting an American record,
226
226
pounds.
pounds.
Dana Snow
226 pounds on the bar.
298 on the bar. Bars loaded on 2, says Chief Referee Rich Werner.
There's Dana Snow taking her opening deadlift, 297 pounds. Sets up in that sumo style. Locks it out easily. Nice opener there for Dana. Back to the bench press. Lizette with an American record attempt. 226 pounds. She's got that tremendously short range of motion on this one.
American record attempt.
Perfect
Lizette,
technique.
Platform 1. Loaded for home and on 2. Pulling sumo style. Wider stance. Hands on the insides of her thighs. And Homan gets a lockout, and Homan gets 3 white lights.
Nice.
Wow.
Isn't that something?
Wow.
Lift is good. 2-1. Lift is good.
All right.
Bars loaded.
Janelle Brown.
125 kilos.
Janelle Brown over on platform 2 has 132.5 kilos on the bar. It's about 280.
All right, we're loading the
6,
bar up.
314, 142.5.
She's got
142.
232 pounds on the bar.
Janelle.
Maura, you may approach the bench.
Easy work for Janelle. All right, now we'll load the bar over here on platform 1 to 105 kilos. Maura Shuttleworth.
Bar's loaded.
This
Here
is
goes Maura. She's approaching the bench.
231 pounds for Maura.
Usually save it for you.
Double body weight right here.
Twice
Little
her
over
body
double weight. I'd like to thank bodybuilding.com for sponsoring this broadcast this morning and all weekend. We'll be here all weekend. I believe we have 6 sessions, 2 sessions per day, morning and afternoon of each day. There it is. Lock out those elbows. 231 pounds.
Her nickname is Tinker Hulk. Tinker Hulk. The lift is good for Tinker Hulk.
All right, Maura gets credited with 231 pounds.
Let's go to the top of the order. Third attempts,
Ashlyn Arnold is our next lifter on platform 1 here in the bench press. Emily Liebert over on platform 2, 358 pounds for her opener, sumo style. Pulls that up very easily. Ashlyn Arnold, third and final bench press.
All right. Martha, 167.5.
Is that Martha Salea? Martha Salea approaches the bar.
Ashlyn Arnold, the lift is good.
It's a good lift for Ashlyn Arnold on platform 1.
All right, Martha Salea, 369-pound opening attempt. Easy work of that. All right, BB Burns is asked for 52.5 kilos.
I mean, the lift was good for Martha. The bar's loaded for Kimberly Johnson, Chris. Bar's loaded, Kimberly Johnson.
All right.
369 pounds.
This is Kimberly Johnson, 369 pounds.
52.5 kilos, more than her body weight. BB Burns, Masters 4.
Nice lift for Kimberly. Now we'll switch back over to platform 1 where BB Burns is going to attempt another American record, an M4 record right here. 115 pounds, 52.5 kilos. Trying to set her second American record in the bench press. Brings it down slowly, gets to the chest, gets the press command. Oh. Great attempt there for BB Burns. She gets credit with 51 kilo American record on her second attempt.
Let's go, sissy. Fire it up, sissy. Rip it and rip it, sissy.
Okay, second attempt for Marie Lawrence now, 181 pounds. Takes it to lockout in her conventional style. 3 white lights.
Lift is good for Marie Lawrence.
Alexis Leish is our next lifter. Third and final attempt, 57.5 kilos. 126 pounds on the bar.
This is an American record attempt for Denise Johnson, platform 2.
Broken American record attempt on platform 2. Denise Johnson with what looks like 190.5 kilos.
And 99.5 pounds. Give me a round of applause for this American record attempt for Denise Johnson.
This is an American record attempt. Denise Johnson's second deadlift. Pulls through it, locks it out.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Judges say 3 white lights, a new American record for Denise Johnson. She'll have another attempt.
coming your way today, girl.
Katie Hahn is our lifter over on platform 1. She's asked for 60 kilos, 132 pounds.
Go to the bar for Deborah McGovern, 281 pounds, platform 2.
Debbie McGovern is our next lifter here on platform 2.
132.
127.5 kilos. Nearly 2.5 times body weight right here. Sumo style. Good battle. Ooh, nice try for Denise. All right, Katie Hahn was successful with her bench press.
Is loaded, Heather Berman, 281 on the bar. Berman.
See, this was, her last name is Berman.
Heather Berman.
Loaded, Tammy
Okay.
Catrona.
She needs this to stay in the meet.
Oh, good battle there. She'll come back and give that another shot. Tammy Catrona now is our lifter on platform 1. Third and final attempt, 62.5 kilos, 137 pounds. Lift is good for Tammy, 3 for 3. Having a good day despite that injury. Cindy Goodrich will be our next lifter. Dana Snow is our next lifter over here on platform 2 in the deadlift. Her second attempt. 314 pounds on the bar. Got her velocity deadlift suit on. Dana Snow. Velocity is made by Titan, one of our major sponsors. Lift is good. Good for Dana Snow. Cindy Goodrich is our bench presser. 154 pounds on the bar. American record attempt. And she locks it out. Judges say
Good lift.
3 white lights. All right.
American record for Lynn Holman.
Lynn Holman attempting an American record deadlift, 325 pounds. She's having a great day today. Locks it out, glances over at the official, gets the down command. 3 white lights. All right. 187 for Allegra Hudson. 85 kilos in the 52 kilo class. Allegra's picture is on that big poster that you see in the back, just over the top of the right side of the bar there. Allegra is in the open division, 52 kilo class. Third and final attempt bench press right here. Oh, nice. Very, very nice. Lift is good. 3 white lights for Allegra Hudson.
Bars loaded, Cassie Kratt, 160 kilos, 352.7 in pounds now.
That's one thing with these two platforms, there's a lot of action.
Steinman's got
Constantly
Like
going.
American records on each platform, so yeah.
Cassie Kratt is our lifter on platform 2, 352 pounds on the bar. Gets down to that bar, sumo style. Couldn't break it off the floor. A lot of times those sumo style, if they can break it off the floor, they can make it. But
That's how it is.
not good on that one.
Andy Hernandez, 209 pounds, platform 1.
Andy Hernandez is our lifter. This is 209 pounds.
Platform 1.
Almost double body weight bench press. Third and final attempt for Andy Hernandez. Gets that start command, brings it down to her chest, stops it, gets the press command and locks it out. Perfect lift for Andy Hernandez. She goes
Bars loaded for Emily
2 out of 3 in that bench press. She struggled on that opener and must have got a little bit out of her groove and came back strong.
over 3 times her body weight for Liebert. 374 pounds for Liebert.
Nice deadlift for Emily Liebert.
3 white lights. The bars loaded for Ashley Happenbrack.
Sure, that was nearly 400 pounds. I didn't see the number on it.
Was
All right. Ashley Haffenbreck, 214 pounds.
Bars loaded, Martha.
97.5 kilos. Ashley gets the start command. Good job, spotters.
Closer, Ashley.
This is Martha Sayala.
Did not break it off the floor.
She got her first 2 deadlifts. I don't know what her total is. We don't have that.
Kimberly Johnson, 397.
We had a little technical problem, so we don't have the scores to be able to share with you how the competition is going. We apologize for that. Perhaps by the end of the weekend we'll have that going, but right now we don't. So, all right, Juanita Najera,
Bars loaded, Kimberly Johnson.
100 kilos on the bar, 220 pounds for Juanita.
197 pounds, Johnson, platform 2.
Double body weight right here. Kimberly Johnson over there on 2, setting up for her third and final deadlift. Nice, very nice.
Lift is for Johnson.
Back here to Juanita. She locks out her third bench. Lift is good. She's having a great day.
Load the bar up for Mara Shuttleworth.
All right, Mara Shuttleworth, 110 kilos.
242 and 1/2 pounds for the counselor from New Mexico. She went back and discussed the number with her coach in Chambers, and now she is coming out to approach the bench one more time.
Okay, Mara Shuttleworth, American record, M1 Masters Division record right here, 242 pounds.
The bar is loaded. Give me a round of applause for an American record on what? Thank you, sir. Marie Lawrence, the lift is good, 2-1.
Good lift from Lawrence on platform 2.
Shuttleworth digs in. American record attempt for Shuttleworth. Johnson, American record on platform 1.
All right, Mara's
Attempt on platform 2.
got her arch set, feet in the correct positions,
American records all around.
covering those rings up with that wide grip.
Come on, Mara.
Botsy Bailey gives her the handoff, brings it down to her chest, and locks it out.
And ladies and gentlemen,
3 white lights perhaps. There it is. Good lift for Mara Shuttleworth. American record. All right. They're setting a lot of American records today.
Yes, we are.
Denise Johnson is our lifter.
Another American record.
Another one here. Whoa, nice. Great battle. It looked like she was off balance a little bit there as she was bringing it up and just kept fighting.
She got it. 3 white lights.
3 white lights.
Now we have another record for Lizette. Was that 4 American records in a row?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, another Team 1 American
Yep,
record.
another one right here.
Bars loaded for Deborah McGovern. Team 1 American record on platform 1. This is Lizette Ortiz Rosado, 248 pounds. Come on, Lizette, fire it up. McGovern, 281, platform 2.
I hope Lizette is entered in the open division too. She's got a great total going. She could probably be close to winning that. A little bit of downward, a little bit of bounce on that. Oh, just a great attempt on that record attempt. All right, Lizette Rosado. Whoa, just got out of her groove. Just got out of her groove. Good job by the spotters there. Got a little bit forward as she brought it down. I imagine they had that shirt torqued as much as they could. Got a little bit out of her groove.
All right, Berman needs us to stay in the meet. Come on, Heather.
She did make her opening deadlift, so she did get in the meet. She missed her last 2 deadlifts. They'll be taking a 5-minute break here on platform 1, and they'll take the bench out of the way and get set up for the deadlifts. Platform 2 is completing their deadlifts. Dana Snow is the lifter. $325 for Dana.
Dana Snow, 142.5 on the par.
Nice battle all the way to lockout on that one for Dana Snow. She goes 3 for 3 in her deadlifts. Bar is loaded now. Lynn Holman, she set an American record on her last attempt, her second. This is her 3rd and final attempt. Oh, didn't break off the floor with that sumo style. That was, I believe she did 325 on her last one, or 314. I can't remember what it was, but we couldn't. 314 on her last one. All right. On platform 2 now, Janelle Brown, 369 pounds, 3rd and final attempt, 167.5 kilos. Triple body weight right here. I believe Janelle is a Masters 1, I think. There it is. Three white lights for Janelle Brown. We're going to take it up by another 5 kilos here. Martha Seola. Oh, just about.
No. The bar up for the next lifter, platform 2.
Going to 3 red plates now. This would be 402 perhaps?
This is 386.
Oh, 386?
75 kilos, yeah.
Okay.
For Emily Liebert.
You got those nice young eyes. You can see that far over there. Can you tell what division she's in?
I cannot see that.
Okay.
I believe she was
Thinking she might be a junior
champion,
division.
So I'd assume junior.
Yeah. Very strong.
Good lift for Emily Liebert. We have like 418 for Kimmy Johnson, 190 kilos.
Kimberly Johnson is the lifter. 418 pounds. See if she can break it off the floor. There it goes. Oh, just a little bit short. Oh, great try. Crowd gives her a round of applause. Nope, that's it. That was the final deadlift over there. It's a great attempt. That ends the lifting in the 57 kilo class, so we'll focus on platform 1. When they get started, we have about 2.5 minutes to go before that happens. Well, what do you think so far? I think it's been pretty good.
It's been pretty exciting so far with all these American records being set.
Yep. Yeah, we're starting to get a little bit of a crowd coming in. Perhaps the people in the second session have fans and family that are going to be coming in, and they weigh in, I believe, at noon to 1:30. So other athletes are coming into the venue, and we have deadlifts left on platform 1 here. It's been a fun morning. A lot of good action. I'm sure that there's a lot of good close competitions, but we're unable to see that right now. Like I said earlier, maybe we'll be able to get a chance to get some of those things hooked up here. I'd take a minute here to mention our regional competitions for USA Powerlifting, something that's new this year. On June 8th and 9th, the Southwest region is having their meet out in Reno, Nevada. Now, on all of these regional meets, the information is in usapowerlifting.com. So you just go to www.usapowerlifting.com. We have 8 regions, and they're all the information on these meets is available on that website. In August, we have 4 regions having their meets. Actually, 6, I'm sorry. 6 regions. August 3rd through the 5th is the Mid-Atlantic region in Morristown, New Jersey. August 5th and 6th, the Northwest region will be in Boise, Idaho. August 5th and 6th, the South region is in Gulfport, Mississippi. August 5th and 6th, the Southeast region will be in Orlando, Florida, perhaps back here at this venue. August 19th through the 20th, the Midwest region is in Columbus, Ohio. And August 19th and 20th, the Northeast region is in Marlborough, Maine. And then September 2nd and 3rd, the Central region is going to be held in Bloomington, Minnesota. A mile away from the Mall of America, so everybody come to that. All right, we've got that bar loaded now. Logan Williamson is on the clock. Platform 1. This is the final deadlifts of the morning session. We have 2 flights. Bars loaded 92.5 kilos. 203 pounds on the bar. We'd like to thank A7 Bar Grips this morning, My Macros Plus, and Sling Shot for sponsoring our broadcast. Lift is good for Logan Williamson. Now we'll load the bar to 95 kilos for Celeste Correa. She's in the teen 16 to 17 division from Texas. Celeste makes easy work of that opener. Got that brand new Toro belt on there with the chrome buckle. Susan Elwin is our next lifter, 220 pounds, 100 kilos on the bar. Susan is in the M4 division. It's a good lift for Susan. Erin Ribick is the lifter, 100 kilos on the bar, 220 pounds.
Erin Ribick, bars loaded, 100 kilos, 220 pounds. Erin Ribick.
Erin is a veteran lifter who happened to step away from the sport for a few years and now is back on the platform trying to win a world team spot. Lift is good. Janet Besserell, 112.5 kilos, 248 pounds. Janet is in the open division, 47 kilo class. This is opening attempts in the deadlift. This is flight A. Conventional style there, which Chuck Taylor is on. Takes that up off the floor nicely. All right, Kimberly Price is the next lifter, 270 pounds. Kimberly is in the M2 division. Kimberly hails from Virginia. All right. Approaches the bar, conventional foot position. Sometimes it's hard for those lifters to get down to the bar with that gear on.
Especially in that conventional stance.
Yeah. Gino. All right, we're loading the bar now to 280 or 297. Yep, 135 kilos on the bar. Elena Easterly. Opening attempt. These loaded and spotters are working. It's unbelievable. They keep things moving so fast. All right, Elena approaches the bar.
Very good deadlift.
Yeah.
Good lift for Elena.
The bar, ladies and gentlemen, four. Come on, give me a name.
Logan Williamson is our next lifter.
14 years old from Wisconsin, 214.9 pounds on the bar.
£214 for Elena. She's in the 14 to 15-year-old division here, 43 kilo class. This is our lightest weight class. Ooh, tough luck on that. She'll come back and give that another try, I'm sure. These are second attempts now. First flight of the deadlift. Celeste Correa is a lifter, 220 pounds. Another teen division, 47 kilo class. She's in the 16 to 17-year-old age group from Texas. Celeste Correa, 220 pounds. Up it goes. Locks it out, smiles at the ref. Gets a down command. Easy lift for her. Erin Ribick is now the lifter. She's taken a 10 kilo jump now, gone to 242 pounds.
Erin Ribick, 242.5 pounds, bars loaded.
Erin's in the open division, 47 kilo class.
Erin's going to be hosting the Raw National Championship next year in Spokane, Washington.
Easy second attempt there for Erin.
Ribick, 3 white lights. You got it, Erin.
Susan Elwin has asked for 112.5. She's taken a 12.5 kilo jump.
And a hush comes over the crowd.
Yep, she's got her white Tiger wrestling shoes on there. Recognize those from back in the day. Susan Elwin, 47 kilo class, M4.
Come on, Susan.
Very good deadlifter.
Hall of Famer. IPF Hall of Famer.
Lifting in a singlet. Oh, that is a deadlift suit. I'm sorry, I thought it was a singlet.
And Susan.
Makes easy work of that one. 3 white lights.
48 pounds. The lift is good. Susan, watch out.
Goes over to talk to Gino. All right.
Ladies and
Janet
gentlemen, she's
Bissarelli.
wanting to let you know that even though this is not a world championship, so you can't set world records here, that just now was an unofficial Masters 4 world record.
All right, Gino's just announcing that the lift that Susan just attempted and successfully made was over the world record right now. This is not a IPF event, so it does not count as a record, but unofficially she just broke the world record in the deadlift for M4 in the 47 kilo class. All right, now Janet Besserell is the lifter, 120 kilos, 264 pounds on the bar. Janet is in the open division. She's having a great meet today. Tremendous squat. Conventional style. Makes that second attempt. Be interesting to see where she goes with that for her third. I think her coach is just putting in her attempt, and it looks like she's one of those lifters that just says put something on there and I'll pull it.
I got
Yep.
it.
Yep, whatever. Yeah. Kimberly Price now, 132.5 kilos, 292 pounds. Kimberly is also having a great meet here.
Johnny is in the house. Oh my God, Johnny Jr. Bars loaded, Kimberly Price. Johnny Corsaro
Okay,
in the audience.
Kimberly approaches the bar.
Champion. Hello, Johnny. Good to see you.
Gets down there to it, gets that grip, and gives it a ride. All the way to lockout, gets a down command. Judges say, lift is good. Kimberly Price, 2 for 2 so far in the deadlift. We'll go up by another 5 kilos here now, 143.5.
This
Supposed to be a teen American record because they're chipping it. All right, on her second attempt, she's already attempting a record. All right, Elena Easterly, 14 years old, out of Wisconsin, American record right now. Got that new Velocity suit on. Grabs a hold of it and locks it out easily. Oh my.
We're gonna see some great things out
I
of
could
her.
see 150 maybe. 330. Yeah. Crazy. Very, very good deadlifter. All right, now we'll cycle around to third and final attempts. Logan Williamson is our first lifter of this flight. 43 kilo class. This is no slouch either. This is over double body weight for a lifter that's only 14 years old. All right, she gets credited with 92.5 kilos for opening attempt on that. Okay, Celeste Correa, she's chosen 105 kilos, 231 pounds. She's in the 16 to 17 teen group, 47 kilo class. Bars loaded now, 231 pounds for Celeste Correa. I got to get a belt buckle like that one. That thing shines. Yeah. I've got a snakeskin belt that would look pretty good on. Yeah. I'll have to hit Pete up for one later or something. See if I can get one. All right, Erin Ribick, 120 kilos. She's taken 10 kilo jumps here on her deadlifts. First two she handled real easy. 264 pounds on the bar.
Come on, Aaron, take
All right.
Aaron, the bar is loaded.
All right, here we go. Erin Ribick, 47 kilos, open division. There it is, she locks it out. Three for three. 3 white lights. Janet Besseril is our next lifter, 127.5 kilos, 181 pounds, or 281 pounds.
On my shirt, 9for9media.com. Click out your photo and place your order, Adam Palmer.
All right, 127.5 kilos. Janet Besseril is a lifter.
Bars loaded. Janet.
She's lifting in the open division. 47 kilo class. This is 281 pounds. Final deadlift for her. Gets the down command, and lift is good.
And we have Kimberly Price, 142.5 kilos.
Click, click, pull. Bars loaded, Kimberly Price.
Another 10-kilo jump here. She's having a great day.
Blocks it out.
See what the judges say.
2-1. Good lift.
I think that one side judge thought she was ramping it a little bit.
Maybe.
Yep. All right, Elena Easterly, 147.5 kilos, another American record attempt. Took a 4-kilo jump. I think she was capable of 150.
I would have given her 150,
yeah.
But her coach knows best.
Yep. 325.2 pounds here. But now she's got something else to shoot at. And she's only 14 in that 14 to 15 age group. She's got all kinds of time to set records.
She is going to be a freak of nature in the coming years.
There it is. Yeah. Yeah. Her dad picks her up like she's nothing and gives her a hug. Yeah. That's pretty good. That's great. All right, Susan Elwin is our next lifter. We're not sure what she has put in.
Oh, on the flight 2 now. BB Burns, 75 kilos.
All right, BB Burns, 75 kilos on the bar. Waiting for our next flight. BB Burns, 75 years old from Washington.
Yep. They're going to take the bar down now to 75 kilos for BB Burns. These are deadlifters in the second flight of this morning's session on platform 1. These are all 52-kilo class lifters. BB set an American record in the bench press earlier today. They're loading this bar to 165 pounds for her opening attempt.
Bar is loaded. BB Burns.
All right, BB.
Come on, baby.
Gets that deadlift suit settled in there and down to the bar. Takes it up off the floor with her conventional stance. No problem.
Shots of fireball. Don't you point your finger at me. This is good. You got another bottle at the house, BB?
All right. All right. Tammy Catrona is the next lifter, 92.5 kilos, 203 pounds on the bar. Tammy from New Jersey in the M2 division.
Bar is loaded. Here comes Tammy Catrona. This has got to hurt the wrist the most, I would assume. Come on, Tammy.
Tammy gets set with that sumo stance. Pulls it right up easily off the floor. She'll be going up quite a bit, I would think, the way it looks. Okay, Ashlyn Arnold is now the lifter. 95 kilos on the bar, 209 pounds.
Ashlyn Arnold, 209 pounds.
Ashlyn's a teen lifter, 16 to 17 age group.
She's using a bench belt for this? That's what that looks like, her belt.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those 3-inch.
Yeah.
The back is a wide though.
Sumo pole.
Yep.
Sumo pole lift is good. Pretty white lights.
All right, Ashlyn's in the meet. Cindy Goodrich is your next lifter, 100 kilos, 220 pounds.
Coached by Kenny Yak the Ripper.
All right.
Bars loaded for Cindy, 220 pounds, 100 kilos. Here comes Cindy with her opener. Masters 3 lifter, going to be 60 years old this year.
Masters 3 lifter. Set many records earlier in the meet. Bench press, I know a couple of them.
Lift is good. Lift is good. The bar for Katie Hahn.
Pythons, I know.
142 pounds.
All right, Katie Hahn is our lifter, 110 kilos, 242 pounds. Katie had some misfortune in the squat earlier today, but came back and benched, and now she's deadlifting.
Bar is loaded.
242 pounds on the bar. Katie comes from Texas, 30 years old, open division.
Katie Hahn.
She has 35 seconds left to come. She perhaps is timing out here. I'm not sure. "15 seconds left. They do have 1 minute from the time they call that the bar is loaded.
7 seconds.
Okay, here she comes.
Get out there, rip it up. You got 7 seconds.
Oh, go. Here we go. Pulls it with 2 seconds to go. You have 2 seconds to start the lift.
Lift is good.
Lift is good. Just in a nick of a time. All right, now we're loading the bar. 110 kilos, same weight. Mara Shuttleworth, 242 pounds.
6-time IPF World Champion Alex. Come on. Come on, Mara. Lifting in the...
All right.
Shuttleworth.
Three white lights for Mara Shuttleworth. Mara is a bench press specialist that loves to lift. Yep, she's very good at bench pressing. Set an American record earlier in the M1 division. All right, Alexis Leish, 248 pounds, 112.5 kilos on the bar. Alexis is in the teen division, 14 to 15-year-olds. Easy lift for her. She's got way more in her.
Lift is good.
All right, Lizette Ortiz Rosado, 125 kilos. This is 275 pounds.
Pounds on the bar.
Gino's having some fun over there.
Gino's having a great time.
Yeah.
Loaded for Lizette. Johnny.
We talked earlier about how efficient she is as a squatter, and we'll see if her deadlift. I was going to assume that she was a sumo style, and I just get that short stroke hips through and can make easy work of these deadlifts too. She is a great lifter. Very, very bright future for her. Oh yeah.
There it is.
Yeah, that was like butter for her.
3 white lights.
Now we're going to go up just a little bit more for Andy Hernandez, 140 kilos, 308 pounds.
Andy Hernandez. Bars loaded for Hernandez. She's got 308.6 pounds on the bar. With the 20-year-old hailing from Texas, the Big G.
Andy also assumes that wide sumo stance. 308 pounds. She is in the open division. Very nice lift. I'm Ashley Haffenbrack, same weight. I'm guessing that Ashley and her Andy are having a very, very close competition. They're about even here in the deadlift, and I think their squats were up there fairly close. In fact, I'm going to take a second and go over and look on Trey's screen. So I'll be right back.
That is a good lift for Ashley Haffenbrack. We have Allegra Hudson coming up next with 150 kilos, 230.7 pounds.
Allegra Hudson is up. Juanita Naher is in the hole. Sorry. Keep going now. Allegra from Texas. Bars loaded 330 pounds. Allegra's opener.
She's having a pretty good day today.
Allegra gets set in her sumo position.
I just checked on the board, and Andy and Allegra are within 2.5 kilos of each other. So she gets this opener.
Wow, she
Yep.
killed that opener.
Their subtotals were within 2.5 kilos, so now Allegra is in the lead.
Going ahead.
Yep.
Literally pulling ahead.
Yep. So my guess is whoever's deadlifting last will be the winner of that 52 kilo class. And I'm going to go back and check because Juanita, didn't she have a big squat also?
Juanita had a pretty big squat, a pretty big bench, and now she's about to have a pretty big pull.
I'm going to go back and check again.
Juanita made easy work of that opener. Wait on the judges here.
Oh, did he pull it to bank, did he? Here we go.
With Juanita's opening attempt there, I think she's up by 10 kilos over Andy. This is just crazy competition at that in that 52 kilo class. Yep, they have 4 very quality lifters in that 52. I wish we could show the numbers to you, but we can't right now. But Juanita's got a huge lead right now. All right, BB's going to attempt another record here.
How many records has BB attempted today?
I think this is her 4th.
For 4th?
4th record attempt. Yep. Yeah. Second attempt, 183 pounds.
Multi-time world champion with over 100 records, world and national. She got a few more today. 75 years young.
Oh my. Lock that out. What a battle. What a battle.
It's another record for BB.
She is phenomenal. Tammy Catrona is the next lifter, 97.5 kilos, 214 pounds. Tammy's in the M2. Here you see George Martz, her coach. All right, Tammy Catrona. She won a world championship last fall in Tallinn, Estonia. Looking to take home a gold medal today. Qualify for the world championships in Sweden this fall. Lift is good for Tammy.
Getting a pin shot at deadlift sub.
Ashlyn Arnold is now the lifter, 100 kilos.
Ashlyn Arnold, 220 pounds. 100 kilos, Ashlyn. Triple G is in the house. Bars loaded.
All right, Ashlyn, 220 pounds. Teen division, 16 to 17-year-olds. Ashlyn is 16. Pulling double body weight right here. Locks it out. Gets those hips through. Lift is good.
Cindy Goodrich, 232 pounds.
Cindy Goodrich is now the lifter, 105 kilos, 231 pounds.
Phoenix.
Cindy's in the M3 age group.
Cindy, rip it up
Has
the
set
floor.
many
The
records
Ripper
today.
is watching. Looks more like a pirate than I do, the Ripper.
Take a look at the pythons on Cindy Goodrich.
She just plays with that weight. Katie Hahn is now the lifter, 115 kilos. 253 pounds on the bar.
Katie Hahn from Texas. Is loaded. And she's from Texas. That's where they got a lot of cowboys, baby.
All right, Katie from Texas, 30-year-old, 52 kilo class.
She's a cowboy, baby. The lift is good.
Nice lift there for Katie Hahn. Alexis Leish is now the lifter. She's jumped up to 122.5 kilos. This is 270 pounds.
Is loaded.
Alexis is in that
Alexis
14 to 15 age group.
270 pounds to this young lady.
2.5 times body weight.
And that lift
Lift is good. 3 white lights.
Louisiana's in the house. Is loaded. Maura Shuttleworth.
Maura
The
Shuttleworth
41-year-old
now, same weight on the
from
bar.
Mexico,
270 pounds.
Here she comes, lifting in the pink lace shoes and the zombie socks. She bounces around like Alex Gallant.
Oh, yeah.
And Maura's lift of 270 is
3 white lights for Maura. 2 for 3 in the deadlift. She's having a great day today. Set an American record earlier in the bench press. That will take the bar up to 132.5 kilos, 292 pounds. Lizette Ortiz Rosado is the lifter. These are second attempts in the last flight of this morning's session.
Lizette Ortiz Rosado.
Following these deadlifts, they'll have their award ceremony.
Bars loaded.
I want to thank Titan Support Systems, bodybuilding.com, A7, 9for9, mymacros.com, Sling Shot, all of our sponsors for helping us produce this broadcast this morning. I want to thank Trey Cunningham for letting us do this morning. It's been fun. I've probably talked too much, but just get too into it, I guess. But all right, Lizette. Easy second attempt there. I could see her doing 140 pretty easy. Yep.
Where do you think she'd place in the open?
Yep. All right, Ashley Haffenbrock, 145 kilos. She's also in the open division. when we cycle around after these second attempts, I'll check that board again and see where we're at, and I'll write them down so we can kind of see where we're at. Got Randy Earl in the house here, over by our table. All right, Ashley Heffenbrock, 318 pounds. Ashley's in the medal contention in the open division here, 52 kilos. There it is. It was slow off the floor, and then once it hit the shin, and she had that. Lift is good, but that's pushing her limit right there. So if I was a coach and I was watching, to see where she's going to place, I would probably figure maybe 5 kilos at the most on her third and final attempt. But now Andy Hernandez is also in the mix here, and she's taken a 12.5 kilo jump. So she could be jumping perhaps even into the lead with this. So it'll be interesting to see what happens now as we go into that third attempt. I wish we had that scoreboard available so you folks could see what's going on here, but I have to go to another location to check that, but I'll try to do my best with that. 336 pounds here. Andy Hernandez, 152.5 kilos. She had a little trouble at the top there, but she pulled it through her lockout, got her hips through, and the judges say 3 white lights for her. So she's adding to her subtotal now. So we'll have an idea. All right, Allegra Hudson. She's taken a 10 kilo jump for her opener. 352 pounds, 160 kilos on the bar. We have a couple lifters left here in these second attempts, and we'll cycle around to our third final attempts. Allegra looks so relaxed. It's unbelievable.
She's a veteran. That's what she's doing.
Yeah. Pulling machine right here. Oh my, smiles at the top. I'm thinking that she's got 170 in her for sure. It's whatever it takes to pull, I'm thinking. Yeah, Allegra. And then I'm going to write down Juanita. I'll check these when I'll go back to the board and see what I can come up with. Well, that replay, that's beautiful. Maybe 175. All right, Juanita has gone to 167.5. That big Mike coaching her there. You can see the intensity in her eye. Doing a little shadow boxing there. 369 pounds on the bar. Way over triple body weight right here. This is fantastic competition right here. I would believe this is going to, because it's a 12.5 kilo jump and Allegra only took a 10 kilo jump, that Juanita will be increasing her lead right now. So, but I'll confirm that here in a few minutes. Oh, she's got a few more in her too. Yeah, it's going to come down to that last deadlift here. All right, watch this. See her focus. Straight down the bar. Head up. Straighten those legs out. Lock it out. It's all good. All right, I'll be right back. Take it from here.
All right, we have BB Burns back at the top, 85 kilos, setting another American record today. Probably what, sixth, I believe.
Once again, this is going to be our 108th or 110th, something
Gina's
like
telling
that.
us this is her 110th American record.
American record, 187.4 pounds for the 75-year-old BB Burns.
All right, BB.
Applause for Triple B. Works out in Seattle, strength and power. I got one of those shirts. Todd gave me that. American
BB.
And the lift
The ref's a smile.
is
It's a good lift for BB Burns.
we just gonna drink the whole bottle.
All right, another American record for BB Burns. What a day. All right, I've got the scoop now.
Right.
Andy and Allegra are both tied at 400 kilos. Juanita has a 27.5 kilo lead, so Juanita's
Juanita's
pretty
looking
much
pretty
got
good
that.
right now.
Here it comes up.
There we go.
We'll see right here. You can see that Juanita is at 427.5, and Allegra and Andy are at 400. So, yeah, that was good that he put that up on the screen for you folks to see. But I thought there was going to be a little more drama at the end there, but there's serious battle for second place. And you know, if Juanita would happen to get hurt or can't go to World Championships, you know, that score that they put up is very important when it comes to you know, their formula and perhaps taking that spot.
Oh, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. All right, Ashlyn Arnold is our next lifter. 105 kilos, 231 pounds.
Come on, Ashley, let's do it your way.
SSP Nutrition is also here for the weekend. They're another one of our sponsors, and they have a booth set up.
In the gold medal position,
Dennis Cherry is the owner of that.
2 categories.
World champion bench presser multiple times. Great products. All right, Ashlyn Arnold is the lifter. 105 kilos.
Off the ground, but she's fighting.
Just about.
I should get credit for the first 2. Give her a big round of applause.
That was a very good attempt. Okay, now another lifter having a record-setting day, Cindy Goodrich. 112.5 kilos, 248 pounds.
Cindy Goodrich.
She she curled that thing almost. Wow. 3 white lights for Cindy. I think she went 9 for 9, I think. All right. Great focus. Goes down there in that sumo stance and pulls that thing through and just muscled it up. Locked it out.
She accessorizes very well.
Just a great lift for Goodrich. Okay, Katie Hahn is our next lifter.
She doesn't know how to accessorize. All right, let's get serious. Give me a round
Cindy
of applause.
Goodrich had a Wilks score of 352, which is very good, especially for an M3. Katie Hahn, 259 pounds. Good battle. A little bit of ramp in there. Just ever so close. Ever so close. Well, at least she's still smiling. You know,
She's having a good time.
yeah, she'll be back. All right, Alexis Lash is the lifter. 281 pounds, 127.5 kilos.
Letcher? All right, whatever. All I hear is, all right, somewhere in Louisiana.
Alexis is 14 years old, out of Louisiana, looking to build on her total.
Come on, we only got a few lifters left. Let's keep this rocking.
She's at 295 right now, trying to go to 300.
She's fighting. Locks it out.
Judges say
2 to 1. Good lift.
1 red light, a little bit of a hitch, I think I saw.
Little bit.
Probably that guy over there, I'm not sure. The deadlift judges can take different positions. We have one on the side that is behind the bar and one that is in front of the bar. and perhaps they have a little different perspective on things. Head judge, of course, is always in the middle. All right, Mara Shuttleworth is our next lifter, 130 kilos, 286 pounds on the bar. Okay, Mara gets her feet out in position. There it is, we'll see. 3 white lights. All right. All right, Mora. It's down to that bar. You see on the replay, all you have to do is get straight up with it. You don't have to get your shoulders or lean way back. And that's all she did, was just stand right up with it. It's great, kind of veteran technique there. Stand up with it like you own it. That's what I tell my guys and gals. All right, Lizette Rosado, 303 pounds.
Currently in the gold medal position in her category. Teen 1, 2, 1.
All right, Lizette Ortiz Rosado, 303 pounds. I'm sure she'd love to finish a day with a deadlift over 300. Did you see a little dip in the bar there? We'll see if that judge on that left side for sure probably caught that. Yeah, head judge too. So yeah, you can see now on her left side on this replay, once it got over the knees, you can see that bar go down a little bit. Right there, it up, down. I notice on her overhand, she doesn't have her thumb around the bar either. She pulls it like kind of a false grip. If you do a false grip on a bench, you know, she pulls like that. But she had her left thumb over it. All right, here we go. Ashley Haffenbrack. I think she's presently in 4th place.
Yeah, it's just
in the 52 kilo class.
For her.
325 pounds. A very wide sumo stance. Oh, she gets credit at 145. Yep. She's in 4th place. She finishes with 367.5. Now, we have Andy Hernandez and Allegra Hudson. Andy is called for 157.5, which is a 5 kilo increase. Allegra has called for 167.5, which is a 7.5 pound or kilo increase. If neither of them make their lifts, they'll tie at 400, and Allegra is the lighter lifter. So we'll see what happens here. You know, we noticed they both struggled with their second attempts. It was like, how much more can they go? So we'll see what happens here. Andy Hernandez. Oh, okay.
Let's see if Allegra drops her pole or not. No. She's sticking with it.
Here comes Allegra Hudson.
I'm thinking Allegra can make this.
Oh,
I'm thinking
definitely.
Allegra can make this. See Jeff Douglas there holding her earbuds. He'll be coaching his son Newt Douglas tomorrow. I think I commented that she would be capable of about, I guess, 170 after that last one. So I think this will go pretty good. This will give her the silver medal. I thought that was going to go, but I think that was Allegra lighter, did I say?
Allegra was
Allegra's lighter,
yeah.
so she'll get
So
the silver medal.
Good,
Yep. So they both tied. So she's at 47 and Andy's at
51.
Yep. You know, that really makes me think that perhaps Allegra was going to be in the 47 kilo class and didn't make weight by three hundredths of a kilo and had to go in the 52s.
She still took second in the 52s, though.
All right, Juanita, final deadlift of the morning session. Got Bill Helmick barking in her ear, getting her going here. Here's your gold medalist in the 52 kilo class, folks. This is looking to build her total. This would bump her from 427.5 to 437.5, which is a tremendous total. Oh yeah,
wow.
She's just smiling. Just smiling. All right, watch this. Watch how easy this is. This is just unbelievable. She probably could have pulled 185 here. Just perfect. Yeah. That's fantastic. All right. If she finishes with 437, look at her Wilks score is 546. That's tremendous. That's a great way to finish this morning session. All right. Okay, we'll have our sessions beginning this afternoon at 2 o'clock. And stand by, folks. We are going to broadcast the award ceremony. So don't go anywhere if you want to see that. Stand by, and thank you for watching so far. Hope you enjoyed our broadcast. We've had fun doing it this morning. 2 o'clock this afternoon, the men take the stage, and I'm sure there's going to be action-packed just like this morning was. So we really appreciate you folks coming out. So Jamil, what do you think? Yeah. I think we had a lot of talent out here today.
We had a lot of talent today, and a lot of talent to come as well.
Yeah. And our Masters put on a pretty good show today, too. A lot of American records.
That's an understatement. There were a plethora of American records today.
Yeah.
Especially by then.
And BB was phenomenal. 75 years old, and I don't know how many she had. I think she had 5 attempts, 5 or 6 attempts, and maybe set 5 records. So that's pretty phenomenal. You got to give credit to the loaders and spotters. They moved this thing along.
They did a great job today.
Tremendous.
They set the pace for these things, and they kept it moving.
Yeah. And, of course, Gino always keeps things moving. A little entertaining there, you know. And I don't know how he does it all day long, day after day, but he can do it. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a lot of fun this morning. I'm looking forward to getting a bite to eat, though. We don't get a break when there's 2 platforms like that. You know, like the loaders and spotters, when they have that 5-minute break or a 20-minute break, the judges, they can get away and get out.
But not us. We're still sat here.
That's right. Trey is a slave driver. Okay, we'll bring Gino in for the awards. Just want to remind you of our sponsors this morning. A7 Bar Grips, want to thank you for being our sponsor this morning. A7USA.com is where you find their information. My Macros Plus, the complete diet tracking solution. Learn more by going to getmymacros.com or downloading the app at the App Store or Google. And then Sling Shot. We want to thank you all for your support this morning. Find it at howmuchyoubench.net. That's howmuchyoubench.net. And on behalf of Jamil and Gary Gran, Trey Cunningham, we want to thank you for joining us for this broadcast. And the next time you hear from us will be at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and Gino will be doing our awards this morning. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Sarah. Ready? Kilo weight class. First of all, I don't see 43 on the sheet. All right. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, handing out the medals for this session. She is the California State Chair for USA Powerlifting. She is the 2014 Raw 3-lift World Champion. Big round of applause for Cheryl Condon.
We won't hold that against you, Cheryl. We won't hold that against you.
All right. First category, female, 14 to 15 years of age, Teen 1, 3-lift competition, 43-kilo weight class, gold medal. Big round of applause, Logan Williamson. Cheryl, is Cheryl handing out the medals or are you? Okay. Also handing out the medals is Robert Keller. All right. Female, Teen 2 category, 43-kilo weight class, gold medal, Janet Besserell. All right, lifter, do me a favor, lifters. When I call out your name, please step to the center and let the referee put your medal on in the center. And then referee, you need to line up next to the athlete for the photos. Do you all understand that? That was a gold medal. All right. That's it for 43 and 47, right? For 43. Yeah, because he said do 43 first. Now we have to go to 47. We do it according to weight in a numerical low to high order, Michael. It's a simple concept. All right. All right. Female, Masters 4, 47-kilo weight class, gold medal winner, International Powerlifting Hall of Famer. Big round of applause. Florida's own from Sarasota, Florida, Susan Elwin. Next category.
Masters 2, 47 kilo weight class, gold medal winner, Kimberly Price. All right, Robert, get out of the way so they can get the photo. All right. Mass of Teen 1, 47 kilo weight class, gold medal winner, Elena Easterly. One more round of applause for her. Teen 2, 47 kilo weight class, gold medal winner, Celeste Correa. Open category, 47 kilo weight class, bronze medal. Ladies and gentlemen, she's a Masters 4, and she got a bronze medal in the open category at the Masters 4 level. Big round of applause for Susan Elwin, Sarasota, Florida, USA. Susan Elwin. Silver medal, Washington State, USA, hosting the 2018 Raw National Championship with over 1,000 lifters, as well as the Open Championship. Big round of applause for Erin Ribick. Okay, and Janet, hold on, our gold medal winner actually lifted in the 43 kilo weight class. However, in the open category, there is no 43 kilo weight class. So this young lady at the 43 kilo weight class had to compete against all the 47 kilo weight class lifters, and nonetheless, even at the lighter weight, she was and is the gold medal winner. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Janet Basseril. All right, ladies and gentlemen, give them all a big round of applause as they all turn to their right and get escorted off the platform. Turn to your right, ladies, and you may be escorted off the platform by Easterly. All right. Bring out, what? 52. Bring out all 52 kilo weight class lifters. Please approach the center of the venue, the center of the platform. All female 52 kilo lifters. Ladies, all 52s, please approach the center of the platform. All 52 kilo lifters. Ladies, keep sliding on down. Keep sliding on down. Cheryl, help me out here. Make sure they curve it around so that they're symmetrical. Thank you, Cheryl. Ladies and gentlemen, the Masters 4 category with multiple world records, national records today, sorry. She has multiple worlds, but there were multiple national records today. 3-lift competition, 52 kilo weight class, gold medal winner, Triple B. A big round of applause for BB Burns. Next category. Masters 3, 52 kilo weight class, gold medal winner, hailing from Team Phoenix. Big round of applause, Cindy Goodrich. Masters 2 category, 52 kilo weight class, the returning gold medal winner and the current 52 kilo world champion. Big round of applause for Tammy Catrona.
Way to go, Tammy.
I hear you, Bill. Next category, Masters 1, 52 kilo weight class. Gold medal winner, hailing from New Mexico. Big round of applause for Mara Shuttleworth. Teen 1 category, 52 kilo lifter, silver medal. Ladies and gentlemen, rounding ovation for Alexis Lesh. And the gold medal winner, a big round. Stay up there, Alexis. Stay up there, Alexis. And the gold medal winner, a big round of applause for Lizette Ortiz Rosado. Robert, line up next to them, please, and let's get some photos. Hey, quiet in the back. Next category, Teen 2, 52 kilo weight class, gold medal winner, Ashlyn Arnold. Next category, junior category, 52 kilo weight class, silver medal. Wow, these two young ladies, just to let you know, tied. They both totaled 400 kilos. When that happens, the gold medal goes to the young lady who weighs less. And by about 1/10 of a kilo, ladies and gentlemen, somebody shouldn't have had that bottle of water this morning. The winner, the silver medalist, Andy Hernandez. Stay up there, Andy. Stay up there. And the gold medal winner, big round of applause for Allegra Hudson. All right, Robert, line up next to them for the photo, please. Take a look over to your right, ladies. There you go. One more round of applause for these two fine young junior lifters. Open category. Robert, we giving out 5? All right, top 5 winners. Ladies and gentlemen, in 5th place, Maura Shuttleworth. In 4th place, Ashley Haffenbrack. And again, these same two ladies, they tied for 2nd place, but 2nd place goes to the lady who weighs less. So with the bronze medal, Andy Hernandez. Silver medal, Allegra Hudson. Allegra and Andy switch places. Allegra and Andy switch places. Ladies and gentlemen, she went 9 for 9. She is a third time. This is her third time. One of the top 10 lifters in the world. This is her third time as the national champion. This is a hat trick. Big round of applause. Gold medal winner, 3-time national champion, Juanita Nahara. Way to go, Juanita. All right, Robert, line up next to him, and let's get some photos. Cheryl, you're on one side. Robert, you're on the other. Let's get some photos. Folks, look over there at 1 o'clock. Okay. All right, thank you, ladies. You may step back now. What? Give them a big round of applause as all of our athletes get escorted off the platform. All right, all 57-kilo lifters, all 57-kilo lifters report to the center stage. 57-kilo lifters report to the center stage. 57-kilo lifters. By myself listening to the music. $57-kilo weight class. Silver medal, Team Phoenix, Marie Lawrence. Step out to the center, Marie. Silver. Yeah. Oh, you want some techno? Oh, I'll pump that up for you. All right, man. Deal. All right. And the go. You're gonna yell at me? I have to stand there and listen to you babble? Oh, I'm sorry. The gold medal winner, ladies and gentlemen, she got an American record today, at least one, right? A big round of applause, Denise Johnson, hailing from Seattle Strength and Power, Seattle, Washington. Thank you, Denise. Next category. Masters 3, 57 kilo weight class. Gold medal winner, Deborah McGovern. Masters 2, 57 kilo weight class. Gold medal winner, also with an American record today. Big round of applause, Lynn Homan. Masters 1, 57 kilo weight class. Silver medal, Dana Snow. Gold medal winner with American record today, Janelle Brown. Next category. Teen 2, 57 kilo weight class, gold medal winner, Cassie Kratt. Teen 3, 57 kilo weight class, gold medal winner, Martha Salaya. Junior category, 57 kilo weight class, gold medal winner, Kimmy Johnson. Ladies and gentlemen, Kimmy got a 588 Wilks. Give her another round of applause for that. Open category, 57 kilo weight class. Silver medal. A big round of applause for Emily Liebert. Emily, stay out there. No? All right, don't. And the gold medal winner, Kimberly Johnson. They're very shy, these ladies. Okay. Robert, did they all get their T-shirts? Ladies, could you all please turn to your right? Turn to your right, and you will be escorted off the platform as the audience claps for all of our athletes. Go ahead. Give them a big round of applause as they get escorted off the platform by themselves. All of our athletes now. Ladies and gentlemen, the afternoon session is going to start in about 1 hour, just over 1 hour. We'll see you at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
From the Grand Ballroom at the Hyatt Regency, Orlando International Airport in sunny Central Florida, we bring you the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championships. I'm Brian Rushing. Here beside of me this afternoon, an executive committee member of USA Powerlifting, as well as a longtime performer and coach at the USA Powerlifting levels, Elliot Feldman. Elliot, good afternoon to you. It should be a fantastic atmosphere inside the Orlando International Airport this afternoon. A signature event here when it comes to USA Powerlifting. Elliot, give everybody an idea of just how important this event is here for USA Powerlifting and all of these competitors.
At this meet, for both men's and women's classes, we are picking teams for our sub-junior and junior world team, for our open world team, which is 14 on up, and then for our masters teams that run M1, M2, that run through the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, and then off into the 80s. So these are our international teams, our equipped teams, using knee wraps, using lifting suits and belts, are all principally picked from this one meet here. And this very ballroom that we were in was the site of last year's Open World Championship. So there's been a lot of huge meets held here, very important, and it's a great facility for us here in Orlando.
It's a fantastic venue for the USA Powerlifting 35th Annual Open National Championships. Elliot, I guess the question that I have for you today is what are the viewers going to see this afternoon? I would imagine that if you look at the overall profile of these lifters, we're going to see some youngsters trying to make their first splash at a national level, and we'll have a lot of established guys and legendary guys that are going to basically cement that legacy moving forward.
Well, like right now we're looking on platform one that you see up there, Joshua Ayala. He is 18 years old. This is his first national meet, and it's a good lift right there. So there you go. He started off his national career, and he's ready to go. So this, for a lot of these younger lifters, this is their first bite at the Big Apple, right? At coming to here and starting a career that could move them into the pantheon of powerlifting.
Well, and you look at someone like Joshua Ayala, I would imagine that first lift has got to be a lot of nerves involved. And from that perspective, what do you do to try to sort of quell those nerves and sort of get yourself locked into where you can maintain discipline throughout the meet?
Well, I don't care how long you've been in this sport. I mean, I'm a pretty cool customer. And that first squat, when you're getting your knees wrapped, and I'm ready to run right out of the ballroom and down the street and leave. And you get that first squat in and you get some white lights and you get a good lift, it's game on, it's time to perform, it's the big show.
We've got Chris Jackson on platform number one right now. He's about to go into his squat. Fantastic atmosphere here in the Orlando International Airport as Jackson on the way up. He completes the lift. We'll look at the scoring. And he gets 3 white lights.
There we go.
So another solid lift there. Here in this early going is coming up on platform one will be Oscar Martel. It's on the far side. Platform number 2, Chris Boylott out of Arizona coming up here in just a moment. Elliot, for those that aren't really familiar with the way these types of events go, there's a lot of action going, and with multiple platforms, you're going to basically be inundated with action throughout the course of the afternoon. It's a real sightseers festival here for folks that are here live to see 2 platforms running almost simultaneously.
It is. There's a lot of activity here, and in USA Powerlifting, we run an attempt in usually about every 54 seconds. So it's moving along quite quickly, and when you have 2 platforms like this, you're seeing constant activity.
Well, and Oscar Martel there on platform number 1, he picked up a 3 white light lift, so certainly that was an accepted lift there. as they go right into it. I mean, what I'm already amazed, Elliot, is the way that everyone spotting and manning the platforms are able to transition from one lifter to the next. That in and of itself is a work of art when you look at this particular 35th national event.
I mean, that right there is an art form. So the faster they get those bars ready, the faster the meet moves. And it may seem if you're trimming 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds off of a loading pattern, you translate that out over a whole day or a whole week, it really saves a tremendous amount of time, and it actually builds intensity for the audience and for the lifters, and it improves safety. The faster the platform runs, the safer it is.
Matthew Longoria is on the way up, completes the lift. We'll wait for the scoring. That is
no good. It appeared as if he missed. They gave him yellow cards that he up and down on the bar. So the bar has got to go down and go down in one motion and then come straight back up in one motion. It can't dip. It can't come up and down. All right, so we're on platform 2 there.
Mark Segala out of Colorado. So we'll wait on his scoring. That's not going to be a good lift either, as I see 2 red lights over there on his mark.
That looks like depth from here. Mark is a very good lifter, very consistent lifter, so we'll see what he does. He's well coached. He trains with a bunch of good lifters, and that helps.
Trey Chapman now on platform number 1 out of Louisiana.
Trey Chapman is... He will become a household name in this sport. He is one of those kids who right now, I mean, he opened with 3 times body weight. So when we're talking about a squat, bench, and then a deadlift, it's generally the strong is 3 times squat, 2 times body weight bench, and 3 times body weight deadlift. He's 16 years old, opening with 3 times his body weight. That's big man strength for a young boy.
Well, and for those competing in the same framework that Chapman was there, that's a real shot over the bow there to open up with that sort of a lift, knowing that you've probably got yourself a long day ahead of you if you're going to keep track of Trey Chapman.
No doubt. And so what happens is the way this sport does is you have 3 attempts in each of 3 disciplines. Right, so I equate it to baseball, playing other sports. You have 3 at-bats and 3 strikes, and you got to use them as to your best advantage. So I'd much rather see lifters make lifts. Generally, the athlete that makes the most lifts at the elite level will win that meet. And it's not always the strongest lifter on that day. It's the lifter who competes the best.
Kenneth Johnson, age 20, out of Wisconsin. Looked like he seemed to handle that one with relative ease there, Elliot. We'll wait on the scoring. He does get 2 out of 3 white lights.
And you look at that there. That is 400 pounds. I mean, that's not a big kid, and that's a lot of weight. So if you're looking at home, Carlos Lewis
out of the state of Texas, completing that lift.
He is retired military. I believe he's retired now. But again, he's a very consistent lifter, has competed internationally for, 20 years or so.
Well, and you mentioned that, you've got guys that are former military in these sorts of meets. Powerlifting is the kind of sport that can create opportunities for a lot of socioeconomic levels, for a lot of folks in a lot of different walks of life. It truly is a sport, if you're so inclined, that can become something for everyone.
To begin the basics of this sport, you need a pair of knee-length socks, a wrestling singlet, and a pair of $10 sneakers. And that can get you started in this sport. Now, a lot of people spend a lot more money than that, but you can get into this sport for under $50.
And with that said, just completing a lift, Hunter Delaney from the state of Texas over on that far side podium. Elliot, and we talked about how little you can start powerlifting, how little it costs to get started, but it's obviously become big business. We've got a lot of sponsors here. We've got a lot of people that are making this a real attraction, a real festival, if you will, for powerlifting. And those folks are all around the hotel and all around the ballroom here this evening. I would imagine that speaks to the growth of powerlifting and sort of what it is that we're seeing as the continuation, the evolution, if you will, of powerlifting in the United States.
I think we're just seeing an evolution, almost a revolution in working out and conditioning. Because for years it was everybody did group exercise classes, and that was the big thing. Well, now everybody wants to use weight, whether it's a barbell, whether it's sandbags, whether it's kettlebells. So we're seeing a lot more people that are used to having weight in their hands, that aren't used to machines, that actually want to challenge themselves, lifting against gravity, man against nature, in the truest sense of the word. And here you go, right, down and up.
Dalton Lacoe out of the state of Pennsylvania, age 21, is going to be here on platform number 1.
He's opening with 4 times his body weight. Remember I said 3 times as strong? He's opening at 4 times. He is a 4-time world champion.
And there you go.
He has won world championships in gear like this, equip lifting, and he has also won them in raw lifting. He is just, no matter what he does, he is a good lifter.
And he got 3 white lights there to complete the lift. Let's see what we've got over at platform number 2 is Jim Brown. Jim Brown stepping up.
And here's Jim Brown.
Looking to address the rack here.
He is coached our North American team this year. Actually, in this ballroom, he will be coaching our North American team. He is also coaching our bench team. So he is a very busy man, and he's coming here to try to win a spot on the Masters World Team, Masters National Team.
And he completes the lift, and we'll wait on the judge's decision. He gets 3 white lights.
There you go.
Can't get any better than that.
Nope.
Now we switch immediately over to Mark Garcia, a 16-year-old out of the state of Texas. Texas very solidly represented in this first day of the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championships. He gets 2 out of 3 white lights there in that segment.
Texas is a huge strength sports state, huge powerlifting state. It's one of our, within USA Powerlifting, it's one of our 5 states with the highest membership, but also in Texas high school powerlifting, there are somewhere in the neighborhood of 30,000 members across the state.
Well,
so it's just a huge organization.
Well, you speak to that. I'm also seeing a lot of folks from Louisiana, Wisconsin. Those seem to be real hotbeds for powerlifting in the United States. And folks, for all things powerlifting, such as upcoming events, completed results, and membership information, log on to www.usapowerlifting.com. Again, that's www.usapowerlifting.com. As John Cutrone there completes his lift, he gets 3 white lights, and that's going to transition us all the way over back to platform 1 for Eric Kupperstein. 51 years old, out of Massachusetts.
Now, one thing that you'll watch with Eric here in his opener, how wide he squats in comparison to the other athletes.
Now, for Eric to do that, Elliot, we'll let him complete the lift because it does make me want to ask a question as to why that technique is accepted by Eric and why he finds himself working at peak performance doing it that way.
Let's see what the referees say. And 3 white lights.
Why does that seem to work for Eric Kupperstein in that circumstance?
He is one of the few athletes, because he participates at the international level. He's been a world champion. He is a great lifter. It is rare, and the reason I brought it up is, of the great squatters in the world across the weight classes and all age groups, he is one of the few people that squats wide stance like that. He spends a tremendous amount of time on his flexibility work and his dynamic mobility work. So he puts in almost as much time doing that as he does for his workouts. And that's his choice, and that's what he feels good, but you see how efficient he is with it.
Eric Gonzalez completing his lift on platform number 2. Just completing that. We'll wait on the judges scoring. He gets 3 white lights there, so Gonzalez gets a perfect lift there for his opener. Now we've got Joshua Ayala coming up now for his second lift. And I would imagine having the first lift, taking care of that and getting to the 90 kilogram, getting that first lift completed at 90, now going to 107.5. Elliot, do you find this a significant jump for someone at this weight class?
No, I mean, it's a 17.5 kilo jump. It's a good jump. I would rather see somebody open. Let's see what the referees say here for him. All right, and then depth was an issue there. So for him, what it looks like there, that weight did not look heavy for him. But the way his body loaded, the way his central nervous system loaded, he just wasn't ready for that jump. It's not a strength issue. So he's kind of feeling for it and playing with it a little bit instead of just attacking it. He will hit that in his third. But you're right, in that generally, the bigger lifters can take bigger jumps. I can take a 20-kilo jump, and I'm literally almost double his size. So it works out better for me. He's taking a 17.5, and I think he'll come out and hit it.
Chris Jackson back on for his second lift. An 18-year-old out of Texas.
But what you will find is generally is that North Americans, Australians, and some of the other countries tend to take bigger jumps between their first and seconds than some of the Eastern Europeans do, who will take much smaller jumps.
Okay, he gets 2 out of 3 white lights there to complete at 140. So now he's completed his second lift at 140. We'll now go over to platform number 2 with Mark Sigala out of Colorado.
And again, Mark, now watch how efficient he is with his pick. Very few steps, very little motion. He's barely out of the rack. See how close he is to the rack?
There you go. And he brings it up. A very solid-looking lift from our perspective. We'll wait on the judges scoring. He gets 2 out of 3 white lights. Now, Elliot, for someone that has been lifting as long as Mark Sigala, I would imagine that so much of what he's doing, of course, he wants to lift as much weight as he possibly can. He wants personal records. He wants to get to the highest level possible. But there has to be an incredible level of discipline in a technique for each and every one of these lifters, and in that particular case, Mark Sigala. Would you agree?
Well, that you have to have, so that when you watch him when he comes out for his third squat, his pick or his taking the weight out of the rack is going to look virtually identical to what he did the second time. You have to be able to repeat it over and over again so that when you're training in the gym and you take it out of the rack, it should be just like you're in a competition for every single repetition that you do. Because the more often that you're used to doing it, because they say it takes 10,000 times to get something done once correctly, so you have to have 10,000 reps in you behind you to have a perfect squat. And if you don't do enough of them, you can't perform out here. This is a very disciplined sport, and it takes day in and day out work for months and months and years to get to that elite level.
Oscar Martel coming up for his second lift. It's a 175-kilo attempt here on his second. He did complete 162.5 just a bit ago.
Wow.
And not able to complete the lift. Such a fine line, I would imagine, Elliot, between getting to a good place at the bottom of your squat, and if you're not able to get to a place, as you talked about, a place that you can repeat over and over again, you run into a circumstance like that where you're just simply not able to get it back to the rack.
Well, yeah, and it becomes an issue that you need to not be thinking when in the middle of a lift. And too often you can see it, especially in the squat obviously more than the bench and the deadlift, but people feeling for that bottom and not knowing where it is. You should have enough repetition that you kind of know where that bottom is, and you're striking that bottom aggressively instead of looking for that bottom.
Mario Leos on platform number 1, and he handles 187.5. We'll wait on the scoring. He gets
There
2
you
white
go.
lights. So a good lift there for Mario Leo. So 24-year-old out of the state of Texas. Now we've got on the other side Hunter Delaney out of Texas.
There you go.
Gets it to the rack.
Yep.
It's not a completed lift there.
Nope. That was high, and all 3 referees gave it, not looking at it. And it, you know, it from what we're seeing on video, it looks borderline. So 3 reds, I'm going to have to agree with them on that. All right, here comes Trey Chapman.
Trey Chapman, and he is going for 190 kilos after completing a 182.5 in his first go-round.
He weighs about 116 pounds, and he is now attempting to squat about 420. All right, that is 420-pound squat right there.
420-pound squat, and the judges liked it as he got 3 white lights there. So it seemed to look very good technically, and I think we are seeing someone in Trey Chapman that could become a real household name, as you mentioned, in his first lift, as he seems to have himself a real good going here in the squat segment of this 35th annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championship.
Yeah, and it's fun coming here because there's some of these lifters now who are very experienced. You're seeing who are 20, 21, 22, 25 that I've known since they were 12, 13, 14 years old. So it's kind of good to see them go through that. Now we have Carlos up here. And
wait on the scoring here.
He's good, 2-1. That's all it takes. You know, it's kind of funny because all you need is 2 white lights for a good lift out of the 3. And so you take your 2 white lights, you take your 2 white lights, and you just kind of go on with it. Sometimes lifters will get themselves out of it and they'll want to argue the 1 light. You got a good lift, sit down, put in your next attempt, get ready to win the meet.
So in other words, what you're saying is Kenneth Johnson comes up in platform number 1 is take the win and go ahead and start preparing yourself for your next lift.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Kenneth Johnson about to engage his lift here.
Let's see what the referees say.
See what happens here.
It was hard for me to tell from right here. Yeah, and it's 3 reds. It's 3 reds.
And it looked like there, if I'm not mistaken, that it probably was totally an issue of depth there, as he just simply was not able to get deep enough into the squat position before bringing it back up.
Now, it's interesting because there are times when you know, you're going to have an issue. Because equipped lifting and unequipped lifting are very different. So sometimes you'll miss for depth in equipped lifting, and you got to jump 10 kilos, 22 pounds to have enough weight to push you down. If you're seeing somebody miss for depth in unequipped lifting, you wouldn't go up to catch up, right? It doesn't help you.
Sure.
So sometimes you'll see different things and wonder why, and that's the purpose for that.
Jonathan Cardenas now platform number 1, a 17-year-old out of Texas. Puts it back on the rack. We'll wait for the judge's decision. He went right to work on that. By the time his lift was completed, he still had 30 seconds on the clock. He didn't mess around at all. He approached the lift, went after it, and executed it greatly.
All right, Coach Jim Brown is up on the platform now, and again, he's coaching the bench team. He's coaching the North American team internationally, and now he's trying to make the Masters national team to compete at the World Championships.
312.5 kilos on this lift. That seems like an awful lot of weight at this early juncture.
Wow, I did not like that. Let's see what happened with Jim. All right,
so we'll now have Dalton Lacoe coming up,
and here
on
comes
platform 1.
Here comes Dalton. Dalton is from the same town as Jim Brown.
A 21-year-old out of the Keystone State, Pennsylvania.
4-time world champion.
It's amazing how accomplished these lifters come in, how credentialed they are, and they still perform against everyone else that qualifies at the national level. So there's really an opportunity. You go through the ranks, you go through the regionals, you get yourself to nationals, and you have a chance to compete as a would-be star in this at the sport against the true legends and icons of the sport.
Yeah, and what I would say is if you qualify for regionals, and if you go to regionals and then qualify for nationals, I would say go. Don't say, I'm not going to win, so I'm not going to go, which is what a lot of people will say. But historically in strength sport, your first exposure to the next level of competition creates a huge jump in your total. Right? So you're just better from stepping onto the platform with better athletes. Seeing somebody do a weight that you can't even imagine doing, and you go, I can visualize what that looks like now. And then you come back next year in 2 years and get that weight.
Mark Garcia on the platform number 1 for his lift. And we're going to touch on, Elliot, we're going to touch on some of these regionals that are coming up within the next couple of months.
Perfect.
After Garcia's lift here. So he's going at 220 after completing a 215 in his previous lift. See what happens here with the scoring.
No good. No good. High on the sides. And he was high. And and just so that we'll come out and we'll look at this from Mark's next one, is that what happens is a lot of times when people start getting heavier, instead of just going straight down, they start to lean their head forward and they think they're still going down. What actually happens is they start collapsing and accordioning in, sort of, is their butt actually comes up instead of continuing to go down. So they feel that they've achieved depth, but they haven't achieved depth. They've actually, their hips are going back up.
It's amazing how small the margin for error is for these athletes as they lift at each and every level.
It is, and the higher you go, the more, and this is why I say start out right from day one, because everybody's goal should be the best they could ever be. And so as you go up, the margins get smaller and smaller. If you're working with your smaller margin yourself from the beginning, it makes it easier to move up those next levels. And here we go, a guy who was always on the margins, who was always right there. And this is what perfection does. This is what perfect practice makes perfect performance. Now watch him take it out and how efficient he is. He'll step out, get wide, and watch how smooth and even and everything is in this lift. That is 540 pounds right there.
540 pounds and 3 white lights. That was an exceptional effort there from Kupperstein. Folks, if you're interested in what the regional map's going to look like coming up in the next couple months, the first regional coming up is going to be June 8th and 9th. It's the Southwest Regional in Reno, Nevada. And then they jump to August. You've got 4 regionals in the first weekend in August. You've got the 3rd through the 5th, the Mid-Atlantic region in Morristown, New Jersey. Then on the 5th and 6th of August, you've got the Northwest, the South, and the Southeast regions. The Northwest region is in Boise, Idaho, the South Regional in Gulfport, Mississippi. And then on the 5th and 6th, the Southeast Regional here in Orlando, Florida. Very likely going to be in this very same venue, as this has become the venue of choice in Orlando for all sorts of USA powerlifting events. Then, of course, on the 19th and 20th, the Midwest Regional out of Columbus, the Northeast Regional out of Marlborough, Massachusetts, and then we wrap up the 8 regions on September 2nd and 3rd, the Central Regional out of Bloomington, Minnesota. 8 regions, 1 internet home. For competition info and all the latest news, log on to www.usapowerlifting.com. Joshua Ayala with his 3rd attempt. He's able to lift it up to go 110 kilos is what his 3rd attempt was.
And it's again for depth. So it was, going back to what you had asked me before, and he started out with 90 kilos. He took a 17.5 kilo jump to 107.5, and you asked me, is that normal for his size? No, it's not. It looked like he was feeling for that. Then they went up and went up at 2.5 kilos again to 110, so he went up another 6 pounds. And so they kept trying to make up, okay? Instead of banking your money and putting it away, they kept going after money that wasn't there, right? They kept chasing loss.
Sure.
And by chasing loss, he only wound up with his 90-kilo opener instead of maybe 100 kilos second in the bank. So we lost 10 kilos or 22 pounds by not being a little more conservative.
Hunter Delaney gets 2 white lights on that one. So the young man from Texas completes his 3rd lift, and now we have Chris Jackson out of Texas. Looks like he double pumped there, Elliot.
A little bit. Yeah, he wasn't coming back up with that. That wasn't almost a double pump as much as he just couldn't come up. And once you can't come up, you're going back down. So, that's what we were talking about before about building a total. A lot of times it's not how strong you are. It's how well you perform, how many lifts you make. And again, you can make more aggressive jumps and more aggressive decisions with an experienced athlete that you could not possibly make with an inexperienced athlete. And it has nothing to do with age as much as experience.
It's Kobe Clement out of Wyoming on the 2nd platform. Completes his lift. He gets 2 white lights out of 3, so that's a good lift. And now we bring it back over to Oscar Martel, the 16-year-old out of Texas. Missed on a 175 lift. He's trying it again here in his 3rd opportunity.
He's got the depth. He's just not coming up with it.
So Martel not able to complete his 3rd lift as he'll finish with a 162.5 out of his squats here this afternoon.
And I think so. The lifters we're seeing right now coming up on platform 1 are all very young lifters. The last lifter that was up, Martel, he should have been able to nail that weight. I firmly believe that, based on the way that went down, the way he took it out of the rack. That was his inexperience there that lost that meet. And that's what I'm saying. He'll come back next year and maybe be 10, 15 kilos heavier, because now he goes, okay, I know that I can do this now. Instead of I think I can, I know I can.
And certainly that seasoning, if you will, for such a youngster is going to pay big dividends down the road, and it's probably going to make him a little hungrier, I would imagine, as Matthew Longoria steps to platform number 1. Well, he's looking to go at 187.5.
And again, he opened at 172 and missed it. He repeated that 172. He didn't jump up and try to catch up. Down, bang, let's see. Depth looks good. And let's see what they say here.
Completes the lift. We'll wait on the scoring.
All right.
He gets 2 out of 3.
There you go, 2 out of 3. All right,
so Longoria able to get to 187.5.
Right. And from the way that one came up, it looked like that's what they were trying to get coming in. Maybe they wanted 190, even though they missed that opener. They repeated the opener and then split the difference from what they would have wanted from the 2nd to 3rd. You understand what I'm saying?
Sure.
So if they wanted a 7.5 kilo jump, they might have taken a 5 kilo jump, trying to make some of that up. Or I'm sorry, if they wanted a 5 kilo jump, they took a 7.5 to try to make up some of that jump a little bit.
Trey Chapman on for his 3rd, going at 197.5. He was successful at 182.5, 190, now 197.5. That's 436 pounds.
Right, and again with Trey being very experienced, very solid, there you go.
Trey Chapman's squat is...
That was such a close, that's definitely a borderline there. But you'll see with an experienced lifter, he went 7.5 kilos and 7.5 kilos. They came in with a plan and executed it. I mean, he didn't hit the weight, but not everything goes the way you plan it, but it was a good plan coming in. All you can do on any given day is have the best plan and try and execute.
Jim Brown back again for his 3rd attempt.
All right, let's see. I mean, the attempt before this did not go well for him, so let's see. Now, Jim also, interestingly, was an ARCA driver, the NASCAR sub. And his career was ended when he loaned his brother a race car and his brother crashed him out of a race. Yeah, destroyed both cars. So, that, a lot of people come to powerlifting a lot of ways.
And gets 2 out of 3 on that lift, so that lift is completed.
Now, even though Jim did a great job benching, at one point Jim had owned the open American record in the bench press. And he took the record of a man named Walter Thomas. A lot of people don't know, but that record had stood for 15 years or so when Jim took that away from him. So he is not just a good lifter for being a master, he was a great open lifter, and his numbers now make him competitive in the open class also.
So we now have Kenneth Johnson, the 20-year-old out of Wisconsin, making his third attempt. He missed at 197.5. Now he's decided to go up another 5 kilos here on this third attempt.
Now again, you're talking about an experienced lifter with good coaching. And if you know you can nail it, depending on what your goal is coming in here, this may be a good choice. But you see the way it comes out nice and solid.
Johnson on the way back up.
Let's see what the referees say here. There you go, so it's 3 whites. So that's an instance where he missed for depth on his second attempt. He went up 12.5 kilos. And then they said whatever. Either they adjusted his gear, they might have moved the legs of his suit, they might have changed his wrap a little bit, changed his shoulder straps, went up 5 kilos, and got that depth fairly easily on that time.
And a calculated risk by the coaching staff along with Johnson. It certainly seemed to work out well, but if that lift doesn't go well, it could very well short-circuit any chance that he has of really making a big splash at this weight level.
Right, but they also minimized damage there. Had they missed that, they were only losing 5 kilos. Where we're looking at the lifter earlier who that miss cost him 15 kilos.
Sure.
Right, so he's not trimming as much off. And also, too, as again, I don't know some of these younger lifters. I don't know how their benches or deadlifts go. But you can take a little more aggressive if you know you're a guy who makes all 3 bench presses and is the best bench presser in the class or the best deadlifter in the class. You know you can extend yourself on the squat and sometimes force someone else into an error that they don't want to make because they're trying to catch you knowing how good you are in another discipline.
Of course. Okay, that makes perfect sense. We'll have Dalton LeCaux making his third attempt at 207.5. LeCaux's going to started at 192.5, went up to 202.5, and then finished there with a solid lift at 207.5. A very good number there for LeCaux.
Right, and I don't know if Dalton's sister is competing this weekend or not, but she has competed internationally, as has his younger brother. They are all the same way. Their lifts all look the same.
One of the sponsors of the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championship is Sling Shot. Be sure to find Sling Shot at howmuchyoubench.net. That's howmuchyoubench.net to find more about Sling Shot. One of our sponsors here for this weekend is Jonathan Cardenas, the 17-year-old out of Texas. Looks to lift at 207.5 here.
And I'd like to give a big shout out to Mark Bell, the owner of Sling Shot, and we thank him for his support of USA Powerlifting. And there he goes.
Question, and Cardenas not able to complete the lift at 207.5.
Yeah. You know, and again, that's an issue where that wasn't a horrible choice there. I mean, that was a good choice. Because if he gone 5 there, that 5 doesn't help him that much. And I don't think that 7.5 kilo jump was out of his range. I think at some point lifts are just missed lifts. They're not bad calls. Right? The coach can make the perfect call. The athlete can do exactly what they're supposed to do, and you still don't get the lift.
That's almost a metaphor for life, Elliot.
Right.
And as that transcends so many sports. Smart Garcia will step up. He's going, after missing at 220, he's going to 237.5.
Well, right now up we have Sean Dunstan. He is opening with a Masters American record in the squat. He's also going to try to attempt a Masters record in the total, which is the total of all 3 lifts. So it should be interesting. There is going to be some competition for him, though. Because even though he's going to look to set a Masters total record, there's somebody else hot on his tail.
So Dunstan gets 3 white lights on his attempt. Garcia was unable to hit.
Right.
237.5 on his attempt.
Right, and so he's going to be competing against Mike Macri. They're in the 74-kilo Masters division, and they're going to be within, I mean, unless somebody makes a big mistake, within 10 kilos of each other, which is 22 pounds. And over the course of 9 lifts, divide that by 22 pounds, you talk about margin for error, 22 divided by 9 is a small number, right?
Yes,
and
it is.
It is that fine a line between winning and losing a meet.
We have Eric Kupperstein about to approach platform number 1. On the far side, we've got Luis Alanis out of Texas, who's about to engage his lift. It's his second opportunity here on day 1 of the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championships. Alanis on the way up.
Wow. That was a smooth-looking opener there, man.
Alanis gets 2 out of 3 white lights, so that's a good lift. And now that brings up Eric Kupperstein out of Massachusetts, going for 200. Am I looking at that right? 253 kilos.
253 kilo American record. 587 pounds. So anything that's not on an even, a 0 or a 2.5 or a 5, 7.5, it means it's a record for us. So let's see what they say now.
560, almost 68 pounds.
Let's put a 40-some-year-old organization, and he has hit the highest squat in the history of this 59-kilo weight class.
And you were able to see it here as part of the live streaming of this year's Open Nationals. Folks, all you've got to do to find that streaming is log on to bodybuilding.com/USAPL. That's www.bodybuilding.com/USAPL. So Eric Kupperstein putting together quite a performance already this afternoon in this opening men's segment.
Yeah, and sometimes it has been a challenge for him because he squats so wide. It makes it very hard on the referees to see whether he hits depth or not. So him making all 3 lifts, all 3 squats bodes very well for him. And I've seen him win national championships only hitting 1 squat. So now that he's made 3 squats, ending with an open American record, starts to put a lot of pressure on everybody. And we might end up seeing an American record in the deadlift and the total also, depending on how his bench press comes out. He is a good, well-rounded lifter. And if he does well in the bench press, he can put his stamp on the national championship.
Alexis Mayer out of Texas on platform number 2, performing his second lift. Looked like a very good lift there, at least from the technique standpoint, but obviously didn't get the depth there as he drew 3 red lights. So a not a good lift there. We'll immediately try to see if we can switch over to Paul Mears, who's making his first lift out of flight 1B, a 145-kilo attempt. Mears, 63 years old, out of the state of Massachusetts, and he puts up a good lift, getting 3 white lights
and so
for that attempt.
So you started talking about flight 1A and flight 1B. What happens is we divide into flights. We cannot have any more than 14 athletes in one flight. So once you get to that, you must break it up. We can be smaller if we want, but we can't be any larger to keep the pace of the meet going.
Certainly.
So we go through, and so flight A will run all of their squats. Then flight B will run all of their squats. Then we'll go to bench press, and then we'll alternate back and forth like that. Now this kid coming up here, Blake LaHoo, is one of the great lifters in the world. he is both equipped and raw junior world champion.
And got a good
he's
lift
good
there.
2-1. He is a great lifter. He is putting together an amazing career already, and he is just so solid. When you talk about someone that looks solid in all of his lifts. Now, he's had some issues where he gets to the top of his deadlift and he's locked out, but he winds up falling forward. So the lift doesn't fall apart. He literally gets locked out and then just tips over. So when I was talking to him yesterday, we were doing a little bit of light training and just loosening up and stuff, and he said he thinks he's worked that kink out. So we'll see moving into the deadlift what happens with Blake. He's made it interesting on us sometimes, even though he's had a huge lead going into the deadlift, where he's made us hang on till the third till he made his attempt.
Well, and Elliot, I would imagine that just a small tweak like that can send a young athlete into a different stratosphere of the sport.
Correct. I mean, he's already there. He's already a world champion, right? 2 different championships in 1 year. Equipped and classic, or raw as we call it. He gets that squared away. He will make noise at the open level, which is all age groups combined. The best lifters in the world are going to lift there, the strongest. And Michael Macri was up, and wow, okay. So Michael is not good on that attempt, 2-1. That is Michael and Sean Dunstan are going head-to-head against each other. So that was a lifter that I said they're going to be within 10 kilos of each other. Now, he missed that attempt. That puts a lot of pressure on a guy who opened and achieved the American record on the squat.
Now we're going to take it over to Jeff Jacobs out of New York State, 70 years old, making his first attempt at 165 kilos.
So I first met Jeff. Jeff's been around forever. I first met him, he was probably 63 years old or so, at a meet in Orange County, New York, right near, literally down the street from Orange County Choppers. And so let's watch his lift here. Ooh, let's see what the referees say on this here. From our angle, that looks like a rough lift. Okay, and there we go. It's high 2-1. So, and I told him I saw him lift, and I saw his numbers. I go, you can be a Masters World Champion. And he looks at me, really? And literally like 18 months later, he was world champion. I'm not saying I did that, but it's, he just started going to and did it. Came back and won.
Well, and Elliot, I think one of the things that, there's a wide audience of folks that are watching the 35th annual USA Powerlifting Open Nationals this entire weekend that may not necessarily be a member of USA Powerlifting. And later on, we're going to give them information about how they can change that and actually join the fraternity of powerlifters as a member of USA Powerlifting. But there's a lot of guys that are just getting their workouts in weight rooms all over the country that probably don't have any real context as to what it is that they could possibly do, even at a regional or national level competition. All they have to do is get engaged.
Yeah, what I tell you is find a local meet. You don't even have to compete. We got Sean coming up here, so let's take a look here. So Sean and Michael are going head-to-head. All right, we know Sean already opened with and achieved a Masters American record. So let's see if he hits this number now. All right, so that's tough for him here. Wow, and he did not look happy right there. And when I say happy, I'm talking about his back and everything. Let's see. Okay, so, all right, where were we? Direct me back where we were before.
Well, we were just talking about how
engagement.
A novice lifter who doesn't have any context that this event even is happening, or that they can even play a part in it.
Just you go online to www.usapowerlifting.com. Check calendar and check off your state, region, take a look around, see what's around. Just go take a look at a meet. Watch one in person. See what it is. Talk to people. Ask questions. This is a giant fraternity. I'm sitting in this chair with you today because I drafted behind and was kind of pulled by a group of other people, right, including the president of the organization, Dr. Larry Maley, who, these people want to help and bring people in and engage. So if you go, you don't just have to engage, we'll engage you.
Certainly. You see Jeffrey Chan there with his first attempt at 200 kilos. Gets a good lift, 2 out of 3.
That's awesome.
Good lift there from Jeffrey Chan to open things up. Jacob De La Paz at 252.5 kilos over on platform number 2.
Now here's a all right, let's take a look at him first. De La Paz is a great lifter. Let's see what happens there. Not good.
So
the lift is good.
De La Paz.
Is good. Okay. So he's good 2-1. Sorry.
Okay, so the light showed up 2 red, but obviously one of the judges hit the wrong button.
So
therefore it goes 2 white. So it is in fact a good lift.
Right. So now we have Alex Kang up on platform 1. He has been an open national team member. He is a great lifter. He has made himself into a lifter by working diligently, and his technique is spotless. And there you go. That's the way an opener's supposed to look.
That looked very solid. It really did. And he gets 3 white lights.
3 white lights. He went just below parallel, did what he had to do to get the lift good. That was 507 pounds.
245 kilos for the 32-year-old out of the state of Texas, Michael Haffenbrack, coming up here in just a moment on his attempt as they're resetting everything here at the 35th annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championships from the Grand Ballroom here at the Hyatt Regency Orlando International Airport. So glad that you could join each and every one of us here with Elliot Feldman. This is Brian Rushing. This Haffenbrack is on platform number 1, over on platform number 2. Luis Alanis.
Yep.
Not going to get a good lift there as 2 red lights showed up.
All right, now we're going to Michael Haffenbrack, who is a coach. He's a great lifter. He's been around for years, competed internationally, and he is still only 32 years old. And it seems like I've been watching him lift for forever.
So Haffenbrack completes the lift. We'll see if it's good. It is.
There you go. Beautiful.
A very, very good lift there.
That was a 245 kilo, 540 pound opener. Now you're going to get to see one of the up and comers. I think this kid, he's one of my favorites, and not that I dislike anybody, but I just, he and I have always kind of clicked. Jimmy Vang, 25 years old. He's opening at 255 kilos, which is 562. We will see him standing on the open world medal stand at some point in his career. He is that solid. And you talk about some guy making a slight change and putting it all together. All Jim has to do is put this together.
Alexis Marr finishing up his lift over on platform number 2. He does not get a good lift as he was red lighted on all 3.
Watch.
Here comes James Vang.
Watch.
255.
Watch how light this comes out looking on his back. 255 kilos, 560. Now watch him grind that bar into his back. So easy that pick is. Look at that. Now, let's see what they're saying here. The referees looked good to me. 3 white lights. All right, now, Jimmy, if I remember correctly, used to wear Olympic lifting shoes. Now he's gone to a flatter shoe, and I'm not sure why. At some point I will ask him, and, later in the week we'll talk about it. But, all right, let's see. Zach. Zach is no good for depth. All right.
Next up on platform number 1, we'll have Jose Alcorta, who missed at 150 his first go-round. He'll be attempting at 160 here in just a moment. Folks, another sponsor here for the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championships is My Macros Plus, the complete diet tracking solution. You can learn more by going on to getmymacros.com. That's getmymacros.com, or you can download the app on the App Store or on Google Play. It's Jose Alcorta on platform number 1.
So, again, he missed it, 150 kilos, 330 pounds. So he missed, took a 10-kilo jump, 22 pounds to 160 kilos, 352. Let's see what happens there. But right now we got Blake LeHue up on 2. Look how smooth this is. All right, there's Jose. All right, so let's see what the referee said. It looks decent. Now let's watch Blake. Jose is good.
The frenetic action that happens when you've got two platforms going simultaneously. There's a lot of going back and forth, a lot of switching there. We'll wait on the scoring for the
And
review.
no good for depth for that. Okay, so going back to Alcorta, he missed with the 150, took the 10-kilo, 22-pound jump. I don't have a problem with that in equipped lifting because they know how the equipment's set. They might have made an adjustment. He needs the extra 22 pounds to actually get to depth, right? I might argue that in raw lifting where there's really no help from suits and wraps as much. And there's not as much of a problem getting down. Right now we have Paul Mears up on 1.
Mears hit on 145 last time up. Now he's attempting 162.5. There you go.
Slow, but it looked good. Let's see.
Well, they say slow and steady wins the race. Now, he did get 2 red lights there in that circumstance.
All right, Mike Macri's up now. Now, he missed his second. Sean also missed his second. Sean's ahead of him with an American record in the squat. If Mike can close the gap a little bit here, if he hits this.
And this is part of the real competitive nature of going after various competitors.
Okay, so, all right, so he needed that. That was huge for him.
And could very well turn the tide in this opening segment for Macri. Jeff Jacobs now missed at 165, is going to try it again here at attempt number 2.
All right, and here is your world champion, Jeff Jacobs, 70 years old. Would you like it if your granddad, 70-year-old granddad, had a physique like that? Back when we were kids, 70-year-olds did not look like this.
No, they didn't. And they certainly weren't able to take 165 kilos and put it back on the rack like that. Not without severe medical help needed afterwards.
Yeah, no kidding. No kidding. And he was high on that. And he's not happy with it, but I think he was high on that. So, you know, and he looks like he's walking off a little bit slowly there. All right, so they're loading the bar for Sean Dunston. He had a bit of a problem on his second. He hit the American Open record, the American Masters record in the squat, missed his second, and then, so let's see what happens with his third. He did not look healthy leaving the platform after his second attempt.
Dunston is not on yet, so we're going to go to Preston Lee, the 18-year-old out of California. Lee going after 170 kilos on this attempt.
All right, that looked nice and easy. Now, Sean is coming out to take this third attempt. Let's see what goes on here.
Lee gets 3 white lights there. It looked like he handled that one with relative ease. It's Dunston.
All right, that looked good. Oh, wow. That's the way to come back. Let's see what the referees say. Okay, so now he has kind of padded his lead over Mike Macri, and he needs that because Macri is a better bench presser than he is, significantly better, right? So he has to kind of push Macri, and here you go, this is what I was talking about. You have Sean, who's a great squatter, Mike, who's a decent squatter at the national, international level, but who's a great bencher. So Sean tries to push him a little bit. He tried to catch Sean a little bit to kind of put it away with his bench press and only came away with 1 made attempt, where Sean comes away with not 1 but 2 American records in the squat. And now going into the bench, it's going to be tough.
Well, and though you don't necessarily train to that end, Elliot, I would imagine in the back of your mind, a lot of your chief competition, you do have them in your crosshairs.
Trust me, the coaches know who they're going after. They know long before it happens.
Jacob De La Paz.
Wow, and what we saw there,
2.
I'm going to be interesting to see if, let's see what happens here. Now the chief of the jury is getting up. because I couldn't tell exactly, but it looked like one of the spotters touched the bar. And we'd rather see that for safety purposes, but what they may be saying when they're checking with the chief referee, now they're going back over to talk. Now they're not going to make a change. So, because we'd rather have the spotters interfere with the lift or stop the lift to prevent injury, right? And then give somebody a relift rather than see them get hurt and maybe end a career.
Certainly. And with that, Jeffrey Chan on his second attempt got 200 his first attempt, now at 207.5. He's not able to complete the lift. And one of the things that goes without saying, and it's overlooked until it's necessary, is the yeoman's work that these spotters are doing because of the level of responsibility that they have to make sure that the lifters are in fact well taken care of throughout the course of the attempt.
And now what you say is, as we get up to a certain body weight, a certain squat rate, they have now brought 5 spotters onto the platform. Before we had 3, now we have 5 as the 2 extras just walked out there, okay? So we have Kang coming up on 1. He opened at 230, 507. It was good. Took a 15-kilo, 33-pound jump to 540. This is 540 pounds for Kang here. Watch how smooth he commits to this lift.
Kang out of the state of Maryland with an opportunity here at 245, going up 15 kilos from the first lift.
Down and up. And that right there is what you call technical proficiency.
Well, I mean, it really did seem to be an ultra-efficient lift. He was able to get to the place that he needed almost to perfection and then get right back to the rack and was rewarded there with that good lift at 245.
Yeah, the lifts, I mean, they may go slower, but the best lifters in the world, their form usually does not vary much from attempt to attempt. All right, here comes Mike Haffenbach, who is, right, we got up, is up on 1 on 2.
Marr down on platform number 2, who'll be making what appears to be his third attempt.
And it looks like he's deep enough. See what the referees say. We have Haffenbach.
Go immediately over to Haffenbach.
And if you're going to coach other people, you better squat with efficiency. And 3 white lights for him.
So Haffenbach, after hitting on 245 his first attempt, gets 255 there.
All right, now it's game on right now. Jimmy Vang's up, was good at 255, 562. Took a 12.5-kilo jump to 267.5 or 589, just under 590 for Jimmy Vang. Up on 2, who do we have there? Zach
platform number 2.
He is a very good lifter technically himself, strong, very experienced.
The lift is good, 2-1.
And that was 4 times his body weight right there. Just banged it up.
So Jimmy Vang approaching the platform here.
You see Jimmy bowing to everybody. Jim is of, this is 4 times his body weight for Jim. Look how intense the spotters are behind him.
And that pales in comparison to Jimmy Vang because he is of the utmost level of intensity at this point.
That is amazing. They know what's at stake here. Let's see what they say about Jimmy. 3 white lights for Jimmy there. Now he's right on the edge on that. It'll be very interesting to see what they put in. He took the 12.5-kilo jump, which is not, to me, an aggressive jump for what he did. So it'll be interesting to see what they put in for his third attempt.
one of the many storylines that will continue to develop throughout the day that we'll help keep you track of throughout the entirety of this first day of competition here at the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championships. Another one of our sponsors that we want to say hello to and thank for their sponsorship of the 35th Annual National Championships is A7 Bar Grips. Never stop the progress. You can find out more about A7 Bar Grips by going to a7usa.com. That's a7usa.com. Special thanks to all the folks that have come on board with us for this 2017 Open National Championship. As Paul Mears back on for his third attempt at 162.5 after missing on it his second attempt. He's going to try to get a positive result here at 162.5. Elliot, going to be a busy, busy weekend. We've got 6 sessions. It's going to essentially be an upwards of 30 hours of powerlifting here throughout the 3-day weekend.
Wow, he went down deep on that, and let's see what they say about Paul. He missed last time for depth at the same 162.5. That's good, 3 white lights.
Nailed it at 162.5. So after missing on the second squat opportunity, he's able to recover there and get his third one completed. Now it looks like over on platform number 2, they're preparing for the bench press, which will be followed then ultimately by the deadlift. That's the 3 disciplines that we work with here, the squats, the bench press, and then the deadlifts. And then we come over to Jeff Jacobs as we'll stay with platform 1 for the foreseeable future.
So you have to, if you're a top flight competitor, you want to be a top flight competitor, you've got to know your strengths, you've got to know your weaknesses, you've got to lift within yourself, and you've got to know the strengths and weaknesses of your opponents, or at least your coach does. Because this is not just you and the weight. At this level, it's intense competition trying to get on national teams to represent the USA at the International Powerlifting Federation, one of our world championships.
So Jeff Jacobs, after missing at 165, is going to try to hit on 165 here with his final opportunity. And Elliot, I definitely want to ask you a question as we talk about preparations for these national events after Jacobs completes his lift. So Jacobs will wait on the scoring, gets a good lift, 2 out of 3. Elliot, as someone that advances through a regional, qualifies for a national event, in sort of a Cliff Notes version in way of their preparation, how does a person prepare for a national event? How much time is spent trying to perfect getting more and more weight up on their lift? How much of it is more technical and making sure that the technique is solid? And how much of it is just making sure that they're healthy going into a national type event?
Wow, and I mean, it really depends on what age you are and what experience level you are. For someone of my experience, will say being healthy is one of the largest things. For an inexperienced lifter, working on technique probably helps them more than anything and will move them up. For someone kind of in the middle, okay, who's got some experience and not as many miles on him, it's just literally the amount, the volume, the number of times that they can train well to be able to move up. So it really depends on what part of your career you're in and who you are as a lifter. So it varies from person to person.
Jose Alcorta had a great lift there at 177.5. He's able to hit on his final attempt. The 18-year-old from Texas puts up a solid number there on his final opportunity, bringing up Preston Lee, the 18-year-old. Now, for instance, someone like Preston Lee, a young man who is in the junior system right now, trying to make his way up, and then ultimately would, I'm sure, have aspirations of being in the open program with USA Powerlifting. With an 18-year-old, certainly they're going to have more resiliency. They're going to have the youth on their side. If you were going to coach a Preston Lee, what are some of the things that you would have been hitting on a couple weeks prior to this national tournament?
Make sure he gets into the gym. With somebody that age, that's what it is, because there's so many other distractions at 18 years of age. You're coming to the end of the school year, all right? You've got girls, you've got warm weather. You know, Colorado, wow. And the spotters and loaders caught that weight there. All right. So, you know, that he's still in school right now. For most places in the country, high schools are still in session.
Yes.
All right. So you've got all kinds of other things leading up towards the end of the year. The weather in Colorado has gone from very cold to gorgeous at this point. Okay, as it changes very rapidly in Colorado.
Yes, it does.
So there's a lot else that's going on outside of that comes into this for someone like him. So for a high school kid, it's making sure that they're consistent with their training. And it's better simplifying their training and making sure they're in there than making it complicated and complex, and they get so confused and so lost that they can't make it through the sessions or they can't make it to the sessions. So you have to train within the schedule of what that lifter, especially someone who's still in school right at the end of the year, trying to move on to college, is trying to do.
Jeffrey Chan up now at 207. He missed his last time around at 207.5. So he's going to give it a shot here in his final attempt. Chan can't make the lift.
Now this sport rewards discipline, right? And so there's personalities. You have any type of personality. You have people that are very focused accountant type people. We literally have people that are rocket scientists, that work at JPL, that work at NASA. We have people that are doctors, that are surgeons, that are lawyers. We have people that are math teachers. We have people that are artists. I mean, just serious artists, fine artists. And so any kind of personality can succeed in this sport. The one thing that they all have in common is discipline. Everybody who succeeds in this sport is, at least in this portion of their life, highly disciplined. If you don't get up and go to the gym, it's not going to show up on the platform. There's no way to, quote, make up workouts. If you haven't done them, you just haven't done them.
Jacob Gibbs, a 17-year-old out of Louisiana, with his third attempt at 210 kilos.
Jacob Gibbs and the lift.
Puts it on the rack. We'll weigh down the scoring, and it's a good lift as he gets 2 out of 3.
There he goes. 2 out of 3.
So I guess my question, Elliot, would be, is discipline ultimately the one element that differentiates the average or run-of-the-mill lifter versus the elite ones? Because you've got some in here that are just freakishly athletic, just incredibly gifted. But you've got others that are gym rats. They're incredibly disciplined, they're incredibly focused, maybe don't have necessarily the tools that other guys do, that wouldn't necessarily be the one that looks like they project the sort of powerlifting image, but because of the time and the attention and the detail that they take when they're on the platform, makes all the difference in the world.
Well, and here you have, it's funny that you say that, and you don't know these lifters. Your timing's just impeccable, because here you have exactly what you're talking about. I'll take the gym rat who, when he came, and I'll just say it quite frankly, he was a mess of a lifter, and went in and just watched video and worked and worked and worked, and now he's a world-class lifter. Everything is tight. Everything's successful. I will take the gym rat who doesn't miss a workout over the super talented lifter. All right.
Only an attempt of 255, not able to come up with it there, but he does get a 245 lift in successfully on his second attempt. As platform 2, we're getting close to going into the second discipline here on day 1. A full 3-day event here at the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open Nationals. Folks, if you're within earshot of Orlando, I would suggest you get here. The opening session today it was the women's side performing they were at weight classes of 43 kilos, 47, 52, and 57. There was a lot of talent in the room in this opening session for the morning, and it just translates over here to this second session on day one. With 2 days left, this is still worth an opportunity to come to Orlando and see some of the best of the best.
Oh, it is absolutely amazing here. Michael Haffenbach, let's see. It was right on the edge, and let's see what the referees say. That was right on the edge. I mean, that's a lift that you can't argue with one way or another. So if they called that 2-to-1 no good, I couldn't argue with it, because if you watch here, we're getting a replay right there.
Yeah, there's.
And see how it's close. And it's funny that he got called on the right hip, which is screen left, for being high. And I looked at that, and darn if that hip wasn't higher than the other hip. And it happens where, most of us are asymmetrical. We're not perfectly even.
And with that said, it's those sorts of idiosyncrasies that make officiating something that you know all too well about. Makes it so much more difficult than maybe a lot of the other sports, to where you've got to factor in those types of things.
This is the only sport really that I can think of that is 100% defined by the rules. More so than any other sport. I mean, you are totally constrained, and you must perform within these rules and these parameters, or it's not a good lift. There's not so much of that. In baseball, a guy can throw you a ball over your head. If you can hit it over the fence, well, that's a home run, no matter what. Here,
it's Jimmy Vang.
Oh, yeah. All right, so Jimmy Vang has timed out. What happens there? Let me see. All right, so it's no lift. Jimmy did not come out for his third attempt, but he's good with 267.5, 589. That's good enough for him, more than likely, to win this meet. And like I said, he was kind of right on the edge on his last one, that it looked like that's all he had in the tank. So now we're going to move on to the bench press here on flight 1, and on platform 1, platform 2, we're already well into the bench press.
Now, for Jimmy Vang, was that a situation where positionally where he was after his second lift, it was just worth it to just take the time to recover and go into the next discipline, so therefore the third lift really wasn't even necessary?
I mean, he is one of the best squatters in the world. He is the best squatter in this room, but he's even one of the best in the world. He put so much distance between himself and the squat. He'd rather come in, save a little bit of that energy, because it looked like, to me, he was right on the edge of the second, and we kind of touched on that a little bit before. It's going to be interesting to see. Remember, I said it's going to be interesting to see what he put in for his third. He put in a reasonable jump, but there was really no way that he could make that jump. And it wouldn't make sense. I think he had another 2.5, 6 pounds, or 5 kilos, 11 pounds. I don't know that it made sense for him to take that, because he's going to win by way more than that. So it wasn't going to help his total. So the idea is to pass that, save the energy, move on to the bench press, which we're seeing here now on platform 2.
And continuing the narrative, knowing your body, but also knowing the competition and where you stand in the greater body of work, making that sort of decision all the easier for Jimmy Vang.
Correct, because he knows he's going to come out and he's going to be solid and make conservative calls and hit 3 benches and then unload in the deadlift if he needs it, which more than likely, if he gets in 2 bench presses, he's not going to need to push himself in the deadlift at all.
So Mark Segala is over on the bench press at platform 2. Platform 2 already underway with the bench press. Platform number 1 getting situated here this afternoon. Elliot, one of the things in doing some of the research for this 35th annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championships, in the course of the women's tournament, 24 states are represented for this USA Powerlifting event. On the men's side, 27 states are represented for this year's event. You take a look at this. When we call it a national competition, it is truly a national competition as it covers the 4 corners of the United States. Having that sort of growth and having the sort of states that are represented here, certainly the hotbeds of Texas, Wisconsin, Louisiana, having the body of work here at this tournament with 27 states represented, covering all points far and wide, how important is it for the growth of the sport to continue to succeed in those hotbed areas, but then sort of going into those areas that aren't necessarily represented here this weekend and really try to drive the narrative of powerlifting being a very solid, viable, and worthwhile endeavor?
So you want to start talking about that. We're down here in Florida, so we'll take a kind of snapshot of what's happened over to Florida over the last 10 or 12 years. This was a state for us that there really was not much going on here. I think we had 30 or 35 lifters registered down here in their state. Robert Keller, who's the meet director for this meet, moved down here from Pennsylvania down here to South Florida to come down to work at a college and continue on his doctoral program. So he came down here and pretty much single-handedly built this state out. And so we're now pushing up on, I don't remember if we have 900 or darn close to 1,000 members here in Florida now from that in a very short period of time. So what we try to do is support people. And what we're finding is as people move from one area to another, they say, hey, I moved to such and such East Jabip somewhere, and we don't have any meets here. I'm not a meet director, but I'll help support whatever I can on the ground. We'll try to bring people in there to try to get some meets going. And it's amazing what happens is because people are going to lift at whatever, compete in whatever is close. So we want to get as many meets out there as possible. So that's kind of the way we're driving that. And we're, one of the things that I do also on top of being on the executive committee, I'm also in charge of all the state chairs. I'm the chair of the state chair committee. So my job is to try and recruit new state chairs and make sure they come on and are able to help build their own state out. So we're finding huge successes in pretty much every state that we're moving into. And so we want to be obviously in all 50. I forget exactly what number we're in right now, but as you said, there's 27 states represented here right now.
So membership is always in the offing for folks, whether you realize it or not, for all things powerlifting, such as upcoming events, completed results, including this weekend's 2017 U.S. Powerlifting Open Nationals. You can log on to www.usapowerlifting.com for all of that information. And then certainly, if you're interested in becoming a member, that's your one-stop shop for that, www.usapowerlifting.com. So Hunter Delaney on the bench press gets 3 white lights on his bench press opportunity here. Just getting things started in the second discipline as the powerlifting on the men's side opens up with the squat. Jim Brown now getting ready to engage in his first bench press, and then we'll wrap up things later on this afternoon and probably close up shop around 6:30 this evening, finishing up with the deadlift. So Jim Brown is about to approach the bench for the bench press. Elliot, from your personal experiences, what were some of the things as Jim Brown now comes up to the bench press? What was the key event for you? What was the event that really separated you from the competition? And what were some of the ones that you knew that, hey, I may be a little deficient in this area. This may be one area that I've got to really work in to try to level the playing field against me and the competition.
Yeah, my squat and my deadlift were the strong suit. The bench was just not great. And so Jim and I used to go head-to-head to each other in the same weight class. And so he was just so far head and shoulders above me in the bench press. I mean, ridiculously, to the point where it was just going to be hard for me to catch up because I was not as well-rounded as he is. He's really great. He's a real good squatter, real good deadlifter, and a just great bencher. I was a good squatter, a good deadlifter, and a really, for this sport, average bench presser, or even under average for what guys lift now.
Joshua Ayala is beginning on platform number 1. As you see on platform number 2, that bench press attempt there. It's going to be 3 white lights on platform number 2. Joshua Ayala is going to get 3 white lights also on his bench opportunity.
So for me to medal, for me to do well, for me to win my class at a state championship or the American Open, Masters, Nationals, it was going to take somebody else making a mistake. So I had to make my lifts and then hope to push somebody or hope that somebody made a mistake somewhere that I could try and capitalize on.
Well, now, and you touched on, and I've heard it earlier this morning, as we honored a lot of the youth that are participating on the women's side. They were honored today in their particular weight classes, and we hear about Masters lifters. For those that may not be aware, there could be folks out there that are just thinking that the 25-year-olds are competing against the 65-year-olds, and in one way that's happening, but there are actually segmented platforms here for people to actually compete against folks that are in their same age grouping, if you will. Can you kind of lay that out for folks?
Yeah, I mean, so the way it is so for open class starts at age 14 and goes up till whatever. If you're competitive in that class, you're more than welcome to lift in the open class. Once you reach 40 years of age, you're a master lifter. So from 40 to 49, you're in the what we call the M1s, the Master 1 class, so you're competing against other 40-year-olds. When you age out into the 50-year-old, from 50 to 59, you're an M2 and so on. So you're competing within your 10-year blocks by weight class against other people your age. Now what we're finding is M2s that are in their 50s are still able to win open world championships. And it's very common for M1s, people in their mid-40s, to be winning open world championships.
But I would imagine that kind of goes back to what you said earlier about they've mastered their craft. So they're not just a master because of their age grouping. They've become a master lifter to where now their technique is
Correct.
about as etched and grooved out as you can possibly imagine.
Correct. I
Kenneth,
mean, don't expect to be 42 years old and start lifting and win an open world title at 47. That's just what I'm telling you. The guys that are winning at 45 started competing internationally at 20 or 25.
Sure. Kenneth Johnson about to engage in his bench press.
But you can start competing at 42 and win a Masters 1 World Championship by 45 or 46 or 47. All right. We have Bill Helmick, who's now on the jury, one of our Cat 1 international referees, I believe did not start competing until he was 66 or 67 and is now an 11-time world champion, I believe.
That's amazing.
So it's just, you could come into this, he never even really worked out. I mean, he did track and field, like he was a thrower and did some other stuff, right? But he wasn't a gym rat guy and then became a world championship. So now his career's kind of been derailed, because I'm going to tell this story and embarrass him a little bit. He actually broke his wrist and has had a problem with it for a while now. And I told him, I said, Bill, tell the story that when people ask you what happened, he goes, I got the first two, the third one I broke my wrist. I got the first two guys, the third one got me. What really happened is he tripped over the hose, refilling his car with gasoline. So when you talk about being right on the edge of things that can do that, we've had people break a toe vacuuming a floor. It is on the edge sport.
It's amazing when life gets in the way.
I'm telling you what.
As Eric Kupperstein is about to lift here on platform number 1, we just had Carlos Lewis a moment ago get 3 white lights on his first bench attempt.
Now, talk about lifting within yourself. He's opening with 210 pounds, 95 kilos or 210 pounds. His last squat attempt was almost 3 times what his opening bench was, right? So again, it's knowing yourself. He'd rather come in and try and make 3 bench presses, hit 3 squats, hit a huge squat, make 3 benches, add to his total, and then come in and really, put the hot poker to his competition in the deadlift.
Well, but to that end, as Chris Jackson comes up here on platform 1, over on the far side, we've got Hunter Delaney that is over there on platform number 2. You take a look, and this is coming from a completely amateur perspective here, but I would imagine that from the perspective of, Eric Kupperstein, you get your qualifying lift out of the way. You get your introductory lift out of the way. You get your second lift out of the way, and then possibly on your third attempt, if you hit a good number on that first and second number, you're almost playing with house money at that point, where you can become a little bit ambitious on the third lift.
Exactly. Again, it's funny. This is the first time you and I have ever even we met yesterday, but the first time we really worked together. And then I use the same thing. It's house money, right? When you're benching and you start making them, because he now opened 95 kilos and hit it, and then he may just go up 5 kilos and 5 kilos to finish off at 105 kilos. Well, now he's added 105 kilos to his total. And then that's house money that he can play with and then work his bench a little bit. Work his deadlift a little bit, because he is the best deadlifter in the field. He's one of the best deadlifters in the world. As a matter of fact, he may own the Masters world record in the deadlift. I'm not sure if he does right now, but he is at that level. So he can play a little bit with, as you said, house money.
Absolutely. Jonathan Cardenas is on platform number 1. Cardenas, the 17-year-old out of Texas, at 105 kilos for his first attempt.
All right, this is a Masters 2B American record.
So it looks like that Cardenas there on platform number 1 gets 3 white lights. So it looks like Chris Boileau out of Arizona over on platform number 2, getting ready to attempt a bench effort. We talk about the frenetic nature of this event, as Chris Boileau is performing over there on platform number 2. Dalton Lecoe is approaching the bench here at platform number 1. And it really is fast, frenetic action here. If you're watching the event live, you get a real taste of, you're doing a lot of volleying from one side of the ballroom to the next, catching
Definitely.
a lot of the action.
Definitely. Now for Dalton right there weighs about 115 pounds. He opened with 242 pounds in the bench press and just crushed it. So he's more than 2 times his body weight as an opener, but he is a world champion in this event. So it helps him. He's a great squatter. He's a great bencher. He's not a great deadlifter, okay? So he's got to kind of make his work he's got to kind of make his hay here. So he's got to push his bench, where Eric Kupperstein is just trying to add to his total a little bit to work his deadlift. Now Dalton's got to kind of push his bench to try to put himself in a position where he doesn't have to extend himself on his worst of the 3 disciplines.
You know, Elliot, I could pretty much talk strategy with you all day long during the course of this event, because there really is that much strategy that goes on. It's like a guy in golf using a driver versus a 3-wood, knowing that he could hit an 8-iron to within 6 feet of the stick. If he knows he can do that, he doesn't have to be ultra aggressive with the driver.
Right, and it depends on what your score is at that point, what day of the tournament it is, where you're sitting. Like, if you're just going to hit that driver every time that shot, that's wrong. You're not being coached well. You're not playing the game properly, because you have to know your situation, right?
Absolutely. Matthew Longoria gets 3 white lights on his bench at 125 with his opening.
Because your number 1 goal, if you're a highly ranked lifter, your number 1 goal is to come in and win this meet and secure a national team slot to go to a world championship. Right? So for a lot of these lifters that are coming up, Trey Chapman's coming up, that's his goal. A Jimmy Vang, that's his goal. Okay? A Mike Macri and a Sean Dunstan, that's their goal. A Jim Brown. So that's their number 1 goal, to secure that national team slot, to zip on the red, white, and blue jumper with their name on it, so they can go across the seas and represent the USA and hopefully stand on top of that medal stand and hear that American anthem played, that national anthem. I love hearing that national anthem.
So Trey Chapman, the 18-year-old out of Louisiana, his opening attempt is going to be at 135 kilograms.
Now again, you're talking about a kid that weighs 115 pounds, opening with 300. That is a 300-pound bench by a kid that weighs what a double meat hoagie from Subway weighs. And I'm just trying to put that in perspective.
Right.
If you're in the gym working out, what he just smoked, and that was a smoked attempt. That was what we call a smoke show. That's 3 big black plates on that regular bar in the gym. So these plates here that we're looking at are 55 pounds, not 45 pounds, these red plates. So it's almost as if you're looking at another plate on there, on each side.
Well, there's no question that these guys are exceptional at what they do. That's why they're here in this National Open. Smart Garcia will now make an attempt at 137.5. That's 303 pounds for the 16-year-old out of Texas.
Yeah, and here you go. Here comes another kid that weighs under 130 pounds, opening with 300 pounds. And is Mark Segala on one? All right. Mark is just not looking like Mark today, and I'm not sure what it is. Mark Segala, that is, but Mark Garcia.
Misses on that lift. 3 red lights there.
Is that its blue cards there, I believe? It looked like you had a little bit of bar dip on there. The bar must continue up in one continuous motion. It can stop, but the whole of the bar cannot descend. So if you're kind of pumping action, you're priming that pump going up, that's going to be a no lift right there.
And certainly from your trained eye, it's Colby Chavez over on platform number 2, trying at 137.5 kilos. Now on his way back up.
And let's see here. I'm going to switch up right now. Good for Colby.
Chavez gets 3 white lights for that lift.
Here is Carlos Lewis up now. You know, I want to tell you in this sport who I love. I love our producer director, Trey Cunningham.
He's fantastic.
He is fantastic.
Does an amazing job with the broadcast, really puts together a lot of work. There are a ton of people, and Elliot, I'm glad you touched on this because you would know this better than anyone. To make a production like this go off, to make an event like this go off, you've got to have the sponsors, folks like A7 Bar Grips, My Macros Plus, Sling Shot, but you've got to have also a lot of members of the powerlifting community that invest their time, invest their energy into making sure that this national level event goes off without a hitch and is all the production that we would want it to be. And if you could, kind of give us an idea of some of those folks that really stand out when it comes to events like this and make it the high-quality event that it is.
My God, well, first we got to just start out with the meet director, Robert Keller, who has put on an amazing meet here. He ran Open Worlds here in November. He's running this meet now. He's running North American Championships coming up in July. He's running Sub-Junior Worlds here in the beginning of October. So he is just a very prolific meet director, and his meets, as our organization has grown, his meets have picked up in production value, as have our national and international meets everywhere across powerlifting.
Joshua Ayala, after hitting on 75, cannot complete the 85-kilogram bench press lift.
So just for an example, what's going on here right now, and I'm not going to name names, but just talking about various people that are involved in this. You're watching one platform here. There are 3 jury members who are watching the platform, 3 experienced referees who are watching the other referees. There were 3 referees on the platform. There is a technical controller who is standing just off the platform, making sure the lifters are coming out in a timely manner. It's the correct lifter, and they are also taking a look at the equipment to make sure the equipment is applied legally to the body. Then there also are the 3 spotters and loaders, and sometimes up to 5 depending on how heavy it is. Now, for each platform, we also have a scorekeeper and an expediter for each one. So we're doubling up on everything for each platform. Then we have a speaker, Gino Biancari, who's our speaker here live, who the same way we're keeping up the TV audience, he's keeping the audience here apprised of kind of what's going on. So then we have various cameramen through here, and we're going to be running, now I think we're running 6 cameras. We'll be running 8 to 10 cameras for Classic or Raw Nationals here in October. It's going to be amazing.
A lot of people come together and really make these events something else. And folks, you can be a part of it. You can catch us by the live stream for live streaming of this year's event and other events down the line. All you got to do is log on to bodybuilding.com/USAPL. That's bodybuilding.com/USAPL. It's Oscar Martel on the left. Platform 1 is about to address the bench, and now we've got Jim Brown over on platform 2 getting ready to make an attempt here. And this is just, I mean, Elliot, the type of thing that you've just got to see live. You've got 2 platforms going virtually simultaneous of one another. You get to see some of the real up-and-comers, and then you get to see some of the icons of the sport participating side by side of one another.
Yeah, it is absolutely awesome. And, it's great for people to come out here because some of these young kids get to compete with world champions, somebody that they maybe saw on the live stream last year, or they saw on the front of one of the powerlifting magazines, or they saw something on Instagram or Snapchat or somewhere else, and then they literally are with them. It is as if, in baseball we'll use it, let's say this, you're a high school player, and all of a sudden, a week later, you're batting behind Giancarlo Stanton or in front of him.
Well, I mean, or you're a first-round draft pick, and you're getting your first baseball card, and you're going to your first extended spring training, and then the next spring you are in a spring training game against those guys,
right?
And you continue to move up the ladder to where ultimately, you're like Mike Trout and playing endless all-star games and winning MVP awards, and that's sort of the progression that we're seeing. And the folks that are here inside the ballroom are able to watch each and every one of these people either make their way up the ladder or sustain themselves like an Eric Kupperstein did there.
So again, what Eric did, he's a great squatter. He put up his great squat. He opened at 95 kilos, which is a relatively light bench in this class. He nailed it, right? So he added 95 kilos to his total. Then he went up to 5 kilos that I was saying I thought he was going to go up. Went up 5 kilos, 11 pounds to 100 kilos, 220 pounds. So he's now added 100 kilos or 220 pounds. He is digging deeper and deeper and deeper. He's kind of digging the resting place for his competitors right now.
And we'll take a look at Kupperstein on his 3rd attempt, and whether, since he is playing with that house money, we'll see how aggressively he goes after it on that 3rd attempt.
And I'm thinking he's going to go 5 because there's no reason for him, somebody who's such a good deadlifter, he can put a world record. Now, he couldn't set the world record here, but he could put the world record on the bar and pull it and make it, okay? He's that talented. That 2.5 kilos, if he was going to put in 2.5 kilos instead of at least 5, I would tell him just to pass it and save his energy, right? Because that 6 pounds isn't going to help him when he could throw an extra 22 on and make it on the deadlift.
Fair enough. So Michael Macri now, platform number 2, about to begin his bench press at 120 kilos.
Oh yeah, Macri.
All right, remember, we got Mike and Sean going against each other, right?
Correct.
Right, so, and again, going back to Eric, so we're going to see what's happening. Either one of 2 things is going to happen with him. He's either going to go 5, or I think he's going to pass.
Okay.
So let's see what happens. I don't think he's going to go 2.5. 7.5 just doesn't make sense. 2.5 doesn't add anything to him. So that's why it's either 5 or a pass.
Jonathan Cardenas, the 17-year-old out of Texas, he's able to hit it 112.5. So now he bumped himself up 7.5 kilos from his first lift to his second. And now we'll have Sean Dunston, who's going to try at 127.5 for this attempt. As Dunston now will position himself on the bench. One of the things that I saw, and of course, Elliot, no real surprise, that the younger you are, the more ably you're able to arch your back and create that sort of torque for yourself. But how important, for those that aren't really familiar about the competitive side of powerlifting, and then the bench press in particular, of how important the flexibility and especially the arching of the back is when it comes to a discipline like bench press.
You know, it really depends on the lifter. There are some of the most elite, best bench pressers in the history of the sport bench almost flat back.
Okay.
With almost no leg drive. And then there's other people who are amazing, have an amazing arch that you could drive a truck under, and their feet are well under them and very flexible, and they're great too. So you can succeed. You don't need a big arch to succeed. Now, people want to sit out there and they'll say they'll see an arch on somebody either in a picture or in a video, and they'll see people posting, well, that's horrible on your back, and I want to see what you're like when you're 50 years old. Well, let me tell you something. The strongest structure in architecture is an arch. If you look at ancient buildings, what is left standing? The columns and the arches. The walls are gone. It's the columns and the arches that are left, right? So arching that, it gives you a way to push that load out, and it also, I think that arch also helps get more leg drive, okay? Again, some people use absolutely no leg drive and are world champions in the bench press. But that arch does not damage the back, folks. I know people in their 60s who have an arch that you can literally put a vertical soda can up under, and their backs are perfect.
Saw some of that this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Matthew Longoria on platform 1. Over on the other side, Andrew Preeb at 145 kilos. So he is about to begin his bench press. 145 kilos, 319.7 pounds.
Yeah, and so, you know, we were talking earlier about, you know, how people get in and ages and everything. And so my wife, Deb Hairston, started out, she was a tennis player. She's a little like Texas cheerleader kind of tennis player and that whole thing. And just got into this, met somebody at a meet at a bodybuilding contest. She met Kurt St. Romain, who's a great coach in his own right. He's one of our junior, sub-junior world team coaches. Great, amazing guy from Texas. And so kind of took her under his wing at 49, and she became, immediately walked onto the Masters international platform. Medal stand. And started medaling in the bench press and in the three lift immediately. Took to the sport amazingly. You know, and so you can succeed at any level. It's an amazing when you have someone who's 114 pounds, who's in her 50s, who's bench pressing over, you know, around 200 pounds.
And again, just a way of extending the athletic life.
Correct.
If you've got an athletic foundation, it translates nicely into powerlifting.
Yeah, and a lot of these people started out like I started out. The way it happened for me is I was lifting. My pop lifted forever. He was one of the guys back when it was called physical culture, before it was even called weightlifting or bodybuilding. So he kind of brought me into it. So he started me lifting for baseball, and I was lifting and I was strong. And I was going to Temple University, playing baseball there. And at that time, Temple University had a run of collegiate national championships. And somebody saw me and just said, hey, you're kind of strong. Why don't you come with us? And I said, what's this powerlifting about? And then here I am 40 years later, you know, almost 40 years later going, what the heck did I get into? But I'll tell you what, I love it. These people are more my family, and this sport is more my family than a lot of my family are. Honestly, honest to goodness, telling you that's the way it is.
Well, and Elliot, certainly you're a fantastic ambassador for the sport. And I mean, there's so many of those people inside this building right now that are very much the infrastructure of the sport, because they are salt of the earth people that really, really help drive the sport. And it's exactly the type of people that, to be quite honest with you, if you're looking for a sport to get into, this is an opportunity to congregate with folks and commiserate with people that are of very like mindset. And all you've got to do for that information is go to www.usapowerlifting.com. That's www.usapowerlifting.com. It's Trey Chapman on for his bench press at 147.5.
There goes Trey.
He hit on 135 his first attempt. 3 white lights at 147.5, so another successful lift for Trey Chapman.
So, and again, I want to kind of talk about that this is not just here, we're talking about this being an individual sport, all right? But at the high school level and the collegiate level is very team-oriented.
Absolutely.
So it is very much like a March Madness type feel at high school and collegiate nationals because you have these big teams. But also at the international level, it's more team-based than it is individually based.
As Luis Alanis, I think, was put on the clock, he stepped away.
This would be his opening attempt, right, for Louis Alanis.
Alanis is not on, so let's go ahead and flip over to Mario Leos. Alanis has timed out, so Leos will be attempting at 150 after hitting on 140 his first time around.
So what I was talking about before is that, so anyway, I was coaching. Let's see what it took. Wow, that is smooth down, press command, nope. So coaching the Worlds 2007 Masters Bench Worlds in Schwedt, Germany. And so we had a choice, right? She was the reigning American record holder in the bench press, right? So we had come in to extend her American record. Like that was where the training was. We knew she could do more, but we wanted to come out with at least that. She had taken silvers back-to-back, second places, so we knew we could try to get her on the medal stand, but we also wanted to try to get her, extend that American record because you never know how many more opportunities you're going to get at that. So we got Blake coming up. Stephen LaHue coming up.
LaHue attempting 210 kilos with this lift.
Yes, he is just, and I'm telling you, this kid has got a bright future. I mean, it's funny to say he's got a bright future when he's the reigning junior raw and equipped world champion.
LaHue gets the lift up. We'll see on the scoring.
And three white lights. Now, that looked tough, right? This is equipped lifting. It's a little bit different with a bench shirt. He puts 10 kilos or 22 pounds more on there. It may be an easier lift for him. So we'll come back and we'll take a look at that. And it's hard for you at home to understand if you've never competed in equipment before how that works. But it takes a certain amount of weight to even be able to get that, to get the bar down to your chest.
Joshua Ayala at platform number 1 on his third attempt. Can't go at 85, so he'll qualify at 75 on his first attempt.
So anyway, long story short, what we did is I was on the coaching staff, and the head coach gave me a choice. He goes, what do you want to do? Do you want to extend her record, or do you want to try something that may be a little bit kind of out of her range that we thought she might be able to hit to move into bronze medal position and pick up an extra team point to move up, because even missing that lift was still going to leave her in 4th place. And what did we do? We bloated the bar to try to get on and get those extra points, right? That was our choice as a lifter and as a coach, because it's team-oriented, man. At that moment, it was about the team.
Michael Macri not able to hit on his lift at platform number 2, which will bring up Kenneth Johnson in the 59-kilogram class, attempting a lift at 100 kilos.
And in retrospect, 10 years later, I would still make that exact same choice.
Johnson.
Now, he comes from a great powerlifting family.
And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, same family that had Kimberly Johnson this morning.
Ah, there you go.
Kimberly Johnson put together a very solid showing in the morning session.
Now, did you know that, or were you just guessing?
Well, I saw them yesterday together.
Okay.
Trying to do some of my show prep.
There you go. I got you.
I caught on to that one.
Pay attention. You know, if you don't learn something every day, you're not really living, are you?
Well, and after yesterday, I learned 3 or 4 things. So it was great getting in here yesterday, getting to meet some of the people and trying to understand sort of what it is, the impact and the import of a meet like this on the national landscape of powerlifting. And what I've learned in the last week has has taken me leaps and bounds so far. I can't wait for the remaining part of the weekend. It's Oscar Martel there, his lift, 3 white lights at 102.5. So after hitting on 80 his first lift, missing on 95, he's able to go up to 102.5, sort of carrying that narrative you were talking about, where he had some difficulty apparently at 95. Well, he just goes to 102.5, hammers it out.
Yeah, and you know, it's and there we go. So here's Eric, all right? So, again, we're going back to what we were talking about the strategy, and I'm trying to predict what he's doing. He went 95. I called a 5-kilo jump. He went to that 100. I said he'd come here and take 5 or pass, right? So he's taking the 5, and now let's see what he does. He nails this. He just adds another 11 pounds on. He's put a few more nails in the coffin of another national championship for himself.
So Kupperstein here with an opportunity to get, as Elliott mentioned, that extra 11 pounds, the additional 5 kilos. And probably doing this, a calculated risk in such a way to where he feels like that it's not necessarily going to adversely affect him for the deadlift.
And so, you know, again, that didn't take much out of him. It was pretty smooth. You know, he comes there, he's good 2-1. So he got a yellow card, might have moved the foot or picked his butt up a little bit. But again, he didn't tax himself, right? We're 7.5 or 10. Hey, you go for something. Why go for something you don't need?
Well, and after the lift was over, he seemed more animated about that lift for what it did to his overall body of work than what he did earlier when he was doing squats and was putting together some unbelievable numbers.
Right, because in that he's really trying to build it and try to get in world record distance, American record distance, which he got the American record, right? So he's trying to take himself in that position, and the bench is not great for him, so that's why he's more excited about it.
Chris Jackson up, the 18-year-old from Texas. Puts it on the rack. We'll wait on the scoring. It's on his 110-kilo attempt, and he's able to hit 2 out of 3 on the 110.
You know, what are you most proud of in life? Is it the things that come more easily to you, or is it the things that you've really had to work at to strive to achieve some level of success in them, right?
Absolutely.
And that's why, so and I'll say this for school, for you get a student who's really not that great a student, right? He's just not that smart. He's just not that good in school, but he struggles and comes out with a C+, B- average, right? And really work for it. He can be super proud of that. A kid with a genius level IQ that comes out with a B+ or an A-, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot more proud. That kid who got that B average, wow, he went in there and he really worked hard and did what he needed to do. And that's kind of the way we look at this with Kupperstein. He's an A squatter, he's an A deadlifter, and he's working hard to be that B+ bencher to add to that total. And because improving your weakest lift makes now you've turned your 5 megaton nuclear weapons into 10 megaton.
Well, and he never stops the progress, and that happens to be part of one of our sponsors, A7 Bar Grips. A7 Bar Grips says never stop the progress. Find out more about A7 Bar Grips at a7usa.com. That's a7usa.com.
Yeah, I mean, in real life, in everyday life, most people, average people, the thing that makes people average is they shy away from the things at which they're not good. In this sport, the people who succeed go, I really am terrible at this, and spend that much more time and take that much more pride in doing it. And that's why the discipline and the ability to look at yourself honestly is what makes you a champion.
Well, and certainly the appreciation for the grind makes the victory all that much sweeter. As Dalton Lacoe will now step to platform number 1, attempt at 122.5.
This sport has gotten developed to such a point now where diet, sleep, recovery methods, training methods have gotten so advanced that the numbers that people are achieving with no gear are almost to the point of where the equipped numbers were 5 or 8 years ago.
It really, it's amazing the quantum leaps that are being taken in this sport, and I mean just in the culture in general that's affecting every sport.
Right.
The nutrition, the recoveries, the weight training, all of these things, they sort of transcend powerlifting, but certainly they're at the bedrock of powerlifting.
Oh.
But they transcend to so many other sports in this day and time.
Totally. So just to give an example, the squat world record was set in 1996 at about just a little over 1,000 pounds. 1,008. That record stood from 96 to, I believe, I want to say 2012. So it stood for quite a long period of time.
22 years.
22 years that number stood. That number was, 1,008. At the Arnold Sports Festival with no equipment, Ray Williams squatted 1,052 this past March. So just think about that for a moment, about how long that equipped record stood, and now you've got someone who has way eclipsed that with nothing on. Well, within limits of decency anyway.
Sure. Oh, yes. Definitely want to keep it PG rated, I would imagine, even at the 35th annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championships, as Matthew Longoria goes a perfect 3 for 3 on the white lights as it goes to 137.5. And then we go to platform number 2. Platform number 2, Stephen LeHue attempting 220. Was able to connect there at 220 on platform number 2. Folks, don't forget, for all things powerlifting, such as upcoming events, completed results, and membership information, log on to www.usapowerlifting.com. That's www.usapowerlifting.com. As Mark Garcia on platform number 1 will try to qualify here with a 137.5 bench press at platform number 1. Sean Dunston on platform number 2 about to approach to make an attempt at 135. Garcia on his third attempt here at 137.5 will try to make the lift. He'll complete the lift. We'll check the scoring. I think this one's going to be good, and it is. He goes 3 for 3 with the white lights. So Garcia qualifies at 137.5. As Dunston unable to finish with his lift. His final attempt is no good. Over on platform number 2 is Mario Leos on platform number 1. Leos approaching bench number 1, or platform number 1, for a 150 kilogram attempt. Leos, the 24-year-old out of Texas. Steadies himself. We'll wait on the referee's signal. Leos at 150, missed on his second time. Gets it to the top. We'll have to wait on the scoring. We'll see what the judges have to say. He gets 2 out of 3 white lights, so that will qualify at 150 after hitting 140 on his first attempt. He now takes that up to 150. It's platform 2. Waits on Andrew Priebe. Trey Chapman at platform number 1. We'll be waiting here in just a moment. So Priebe over at platform number 2. About to make his attempt. Trey Chapman at platform number 1. So they'll be basically running side by side simultaneously. We'll keep an eye on Chapman here on platform number 1 at a 155 attempt. Chapman hit at 135 on his first attempt, 147.5 on his second opportunity, 155 here. We'll wait on the signal. And now looks to make the lift. And that looks pretty solid. We'll wait on the scoring from the officials. So he gets 3 white lights. He nailed it at 155 kilos on his third attempt. So Trey Chapman in it, 155. The Lexus Mar over on platform number 2. Joshua Ayala is on the board for platform 1, but he has completed his attempts. We'll turn our attention over to platform number 2, where we'll have Alexis Marr about to lift on platform number 2. Marr takes it to the top. We'll wait on the scoring. Marr gets 2 out of 3, so he connects at 170. So a completed lift by Alexis Marr. It's Paul Mears out of flight 1B. The 63-year-old out of Massachusetts will now make his first lift. So the bench press started on platform number 2 before platform number 1 was complete with their squats. So I would imagine that we'll see exponentially faster times completed over on platform number 2 as Mears at 77.5 kilos gets 3 white lights here on his attempt, so he's in at 77.5 on his first lift. Here this afternoon on the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championships from the Grand Ballroom at the Hyatt Regency Orlando International Airport. This is Brian Rushing alongside my good friend Elliot Feldman. Elliot, we've seen a lot of great action here in the first 2 hours here of this second segment on day 1, and I would imagine this is exactly what we're going to end up seeing as a crescendo toward the deadlift this afternoon.
Yeah, well, as everybody knows, that they say the meet doesn't start till the bar hits the floor, and that's because you got to pull for the win. So if I had to pick a lift to be good at, it would be the deadlift, because it's a place where, one, it's a lift you can bull up more than the other 2 lifts. It's less technical than the other 2. And the other thing, sometimes you can literally pull something that you had no idea you could do. You generally aren't able to do that in the bench or the squat as much. So
but I would imagine, with that said, the deadlift essentially separates the boys from the men.
Right. It's hard. If you have a lead, it's hard to protect the lead if you're not a great deadlifter. If you're a great deadlifter, you can hold off almost all comers if you've got a lead going into it.
Jose Alcorta on platform number 1 just hammered out an 80-pound bench press on his first attempt as we're on flight 1B over here on platform number 1. We're wrapping up the bench press side over on platform number 2. Jeff Jacobs is about to approach for his first attempt. That will be at 87.5 kilos this afternoon. Lots of folks making this event possible this afternoon, such as My Macros Plus. It's the complete diet tracking solution. Certainly, Elliot has already touched on it, just how much diet, nutrition, rest is playing a role in it. Well, My Macros Plus is able to help you in that endeavor. You can find out more by going to getmymacros.com. That's getmymacros.com, or you can do what the kids do nowadays. They can download it on the App Store or on Google Play. Special thanks to My Macros Plus for being a part of the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championships.
Yeah, I mean, so there's a huge change in this sport. When I started in this sport, it was kind of fueled by pizza, sandwiches, hamburgers, and beer. And now people are very, very, very careful about what they eat in this sport, more akin to bodybuilders. A different diet, but watching their diet like that, making sure they get the grams of protein they need, the grams of fat, the whole grains, the complex carbs, fiber, and everything else. So let's see what happened.
Jeff Jacobs timed out there on his first bench press attempt, and now he's conversing with a judge.
It looks like his arms were not straight. And, this becomes a problem, that and I didn't get a good look at it. And I'll try for a second attempt and see if he can get that start command. Because if your arms are not locked, then, you're not going to get the start command from the chief referee.
Platform 2 has come to a close with its bench press, so they're going to go ahead and give folks the time allotted to rest up and repair, recover, what have you, as they prepare for the deadlift. So we'll keep it here with platform number 1 for the foreseeable future. That'll be Preston Lee, the 18-year-old out of Colorado, trying an attempt of 87.5 kilos.
Right, and so right now, as Preston's doing his opening attempt of Flight B on Platform 1, Flight A is back there warming up for the deadlift right now. So and that's what happens is one group is doing a discipline, the other one's warming up in the next discipline.
And that's another thing that if you're here live, you get to see to some degree that you don't necessarily get to see here on the broadcast side, is just behind the partition here where all 50 United States flags are represented here. You've got a separate workout facility taking place to where everybody is doing what it is that they have to do and following their pregame plan so that they can come out here ready to come out of the box and go ahead and perform it at their peak efficiency.
And again, the difference is now, talking about difference in the sport, is that somebody may finish competing today. 30 years ago, 40 years ago, a guy might not even go in the gym for another 2 or 3 weeks or 2 months, depending on, might go do something else, who knows. And some of these people who are competing here today will be training here tomorrow night. Come in and get a workout in. That is not uncommon.
The culture has definitely shifted when it comes to that type of thing nowadays.
And that's why the numbers of unequipped lifting are as good as equipped numbers were 10 years ago.
Jeffrey Chan, the 21-year-old out of Texas, attempting a 90-kilogram bench press. We'll wait on the judges. 3 white lights. It's a good lift. Jeffrey Chan is in at 90 kilos. Elliot, if you look at the 3 days of competition in its entirety, what are some of the things that for you personally, not necessarily individual lifters, but some of the dynamics that you're going to be excited to see here over the course of this 3 days of action through the entirety of the tournament?
The biggest thing that I love to see here is the camaraderie between the experienced people who've been here before, the experienced coaches, and the inexperienced coaches or inexperienced lifters. So you'll see somebody kind of wandering around not knowing what they're doing, and someone will go, come here, let me just coach you. And that's kind of the way this sport works, right? Everybody wants to help you succeed. It's really the only sport where your opponents cheer for you and help you out. And you'll get taken under the wing of somebody that you might be kicking their tail in 3 or 4 years. They don't care. They're as proud that you're going to be kicking their tail as they are to win a meet themselves.
Well, and part of the evolution of any endeavor, especially any sport, is passing the baton to the next generation that's going to carry that torch for you. As Alexander King is on for his first bench press attempt at 130 kilos.
Well, this really is a sport, like a master apprentice sport, where you kind of apprentice yourself and you start working in with somebody else. Now, what we're seeing here that's a little bit different, because before what used to happen is you'd meet a coach and a team and you get in with a team and you start working. Now, we're getting people who are kind of coming out of the woodwork who are working out on their own, who are just getting coached over the internet, watching YouTube videos, having an online coach, and that's a huge change. And I don't know how that's going to affect the powerlifting community, right? It's not going to be negative or positive, but it's going to be a change over time if you have a higher percentage of people that are off on their own rather than being part of a clan or part of a group or a team.
Jacob Gibbs, the 17-year-old out of Louisiana, on to perform his first bench press at 135 kilos. And Elliot, after Gibbs performs this bench press, I do want to ask you about how social media will now become part of the landscape of powerlifting, as Gibbs trying to complete the lift. We'll have to wait on the scoring here.
And it's good. So,
good lift.
You know, there's a lot of stuff, so we'll do these. You know, we're on here live now with you, and people will pull clips off, or other people will shoot stuff, and they'll put videos up on Instagram or put them up on their own YouTube channel or on Facebook and stuff. And so what I train right now, because I'm just started rounding into competitive shape, so I'm in a commercial gym that's close to me. So a lot of people come up and show it to me because they kind of sort of know who I am now. And so they go, look at this lift. Like, well, I was just watching this the other day, and they'll show me a lift, and I'll go, all right, turn the volume up. Oh, you hear that voice? That's me. And they'll be like, really? So now this is some connection. There are people that aren't even active powerlifters, that aren't members of this organization, who know who a Ray Williams is, who knows who a Steve Mann is, who knows who some of these other people are in the sport, because they've seen the video of it.
It's Michael Haffenbrack attempting at 157.5 kilos, his first attempt. He seemed to handle that one quite nicely. We'll wait on the scoring there, and he gets 3 white lights, so can't get any better than that. Haffenbrack on the board at 157.5. And, you know, that's the thing about it. As with anything in this day and time, social media can become a real driver. And certainly for you personally, Elliot, it gives you a different level of celebrity where, you know, whether you were competing, whether you were coaching, now as an executive committee member, they also hear you as one of the voices that are telling the story of powerlifting.
Correct.
And they're able to hear that through social media. And that would certainly be one of the drivers toward membership initiatives as it comes together with USA Powerlifting. And when it comes to that, for all things powerlifting, such as the upcoming events, completed results, such as what you're going to see later on throughout the weekend here, and then, of course, that membership information, all you've got to do is log on to usapowerlifting.com to find out how to engage with your local chapter, your local governing body of USA Powerlifting. As James Vang, the 25-year-old from Minnesota, will attempt his first offering here at 182.5 kilos on his opening attempt.
Now, here is where we're talking about, well, Jimmy, he had 600 on the bar, did not take it, but was at, I believe, at 584 in his squat. He's opening at 402 in the bench press. So while he's a good a great squatter, he is a ridiculous bench presser.
And I would imagine for any of the competitors that are watching this, they've got to be virtually awestruck at what this guy's starting out at as far as that number, knowing that if he progresses the way we would foresee it, he may distance himself from everybody after 2 disciplines.
Now, okay. Yeah, oh, exactly. Now, so he missed his opening attempt. It's a little bit tough. I'm not sure if they're going to adjust his suit, if it's an issue, if they're going to keep the weight the same or go up by a couple of kilos. But he was talking to the handoff man. You know, it can be difficult sometimes because especially in raw lifting also it's the same. You really try to get your shoulders buried. So sometimes they can actually take, when they give you the handoff, take too much weight away from you. And your shoulders become disengaged with the bench and your upper body becomes loose. And once you have 400 pounds in your hands, it's nearly impossible to get tight again in your upper back. So, you know, it's being a handoff man is a real skill. And to be able to take enough weight to help them get it out, but not as much that breaks down their setup.
Well, and to that end, it would almost be the same as an official. The one thing that you want officials to be, the one thing that you want a handoff man to be is completely quiet. You don't want them to become a factor at all in the festivities, because if you never hear about them, then you know that they did basically everything right and they were never, you know, no controversies came up.
Correct.
As Paul Mears on his second attempt at 82.5 kilos. Gets
and
3 white lights, and he advances in that 5-kilogram increment, as I would imagine. And again, trying to follow your line of logic here, it would be very normative, I would think, for Paul Mears to come out and try 87.5 on his third attempt and try to build for himself an opportunity to create, to be within earshot, if you will, during the deadlift.
Correct. And now we look at Jeff Jacobs, who did well in this. He did reasonably well in the squat. Opened with 87.5. Did not get to start command. I believe it was because they were saying that his ears. we have the wrong lifter out on the platform.
So Jeff Jacobs is now on the clock. They'll reset his 1 minute that he has.
All right, so he misses, and let's see if I can take a better look at it, because I was watching live and I couldn't see the elbows. So I'll try to watch here on video. I'll try to see if I can see a little bit better as to exactly what's going on here. Now, his elbows look locked there, so let's see. Now he got start command. So whatever the issue was has been corrected for him.
Seems that he was able to hit at 87.5 with no issue whatsoever. 3 white lights there, so now he can get himself back on track to maybe more of what was normative for him in this segment of the 3-discipline competition here at the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championship. Another one of our sponsors that we want to thank this afternoon is Sling Shot. Sling Shot, you can find out more about Sling Shot by going to howmuchyoubench.net. That's howmuchyoubench.net to find out more about Sling Shot. And of course, want to thank the good folks with Sling Shot for their help in putting together this 35th Annual Open National Championship. As Jose Alcorta will now be attempting 92.5 kilos after hitting on an 80 attempt his first time around. And it looks like the deadlift is about to get started over on platform number 2. Alcorta.
And that was an easy, it was a 12.5 kilo jump, which is a big jump at this body weight for the bench press. He got 2-to-1, and so it's 2-to-1 good lift, just walk off. That was easy. So again, that 92.5 was easy. Obviously that 80 was easy. So it's going to be interesting to see what he puts in for his third. I'd say 97.5, but maybe he goes 100, because that 90 looked relatively easy.
He seemed to have really good control
relatively
there.
Easy, yeah. So do you go 7.5 kilos? I'll be interested to see what happens. Here's Preston Lee with no, actually.
It's Colby Chavez attempting 215 kilos on the deadlift.
Whoa.
And he falls.
And that is not good for an opener. Wow. Wow.
So Chavez not able to complete his first deadlift. It's Preston Lee now on platform number 1 at 95 kilos.
And again, he's not wearing a supportive shirt. You do not have to wear equipment in this meet. You have the option. There is a maximum, but there is no minimum. All that you have to wear in this is a T-shirt. Minimum.
So that'll bring up Jeffrey Chan at platform number 1 as they continue on with the bench press. Platform 2 has moved on already to the deadlift as Daniel Leita at 225 kilos. He's able to get the lift, and he gets 3 white lights. So at 225, Daniel Leita has completed his lift. Jeffrey Chan
took a 35 kilo jump.
Certainly sounds ambitious for my ears.
Well, what he did is he opened without gear on to get a lift in, and then jumped up, put your shirt on. Some people choose to do that. Wow. Let's see what happens. So some people say, their attitude is, I'm gonna open in a T-shirt, hit something. See, look, he's excited. He's all excited
he really
now.
Is.
Because realize, all right, so it's 35 kilos that he jumped up, but it's, it's still a shock to the system, regardless of whether you're putting a shirt on or not. You didn't have that much weight in your hands before.
What's a shock to my system is that's the first time I've seen anyone at a powerlifting contest dab after he nailed a lift. So, that's a part of the new culture of the kids these days.
Oh, yeah.
For someone to dab after getting that lift off. Alexander Kang will be next up over on platform number 2. Jim Brown will be attempting his first deadlift.
And again, this kid, Alex here's Jimmy Brown. All right.
237.5 kilos.
So let's see how Jim performs here.
524 on the bar for Brown. Brown lift is good.
Now, you talked about the
Alexander
Kang is going to be able to hit on his lift. We talk about in the deadlift how basically it's the least technical of the three, if you will, when it comes to the disciplines. And therefore you see a lot of variance in how they'll approach a deadlift. We'll see some folks that they'll do different things with their hands. We'll see somebody, you know, position their feet in more of a conventional way, others to go more of a sumo style, if you will. What are some of the dynamics that determine what's best for an individual as to whether or not they go with the sumo style, a conventional style, what they do with their hands? What are some of those factors involved?
It used to be if you had certain attributes, you were taller, you were in the bigger weight classes, you generally were going to be a conventional. That means you with your feet closer together and your hands outside your feet. What we've seen, a lot of these rules have been thrown out the window because now we see super heavyweights that weigh 400 pounds pulling sumo style.
Jacob Gibbs off the first platform, attempting at 142.5. He is able to nail that one. So now he's bumped up 7.5 kilos from his first lift to his second.
Today the way it works is even a lot of sumo deadlifters that I know will do a lot of conventional training because you're so much wider and your hips are so much more exposed that they'll train the back and hit the back more by doing conventional, saving their hips a little bit. And they'll do it that way. Or they may make conventional for 2 weeks in a row and then sumo for a week and then conventional for 2 weeks and go back on that. So let's see what
Eric Gonzalez at 175 for this deadlift. He hits on 3 white lights.
Now and again, you're seeing 3 red plates there. If you're in the gym, that's 4 black plates. Michael Haffenbach. Wow, wow. All right.
So after an opening lift of 157.5, his attempt at 165 is unsuccessful. So it'll be interesting to see what Haffenbach does on his third attempt to try to see if he replicates that same lift again, to see if he can get that much difference up. As Jimmy Vang will be up here in just a minute. Chris Boulat, deadlift over on platform number 2. That's not on your screen, but it looks like that he was able to get that lift to go. He gets 3 white lights there, so he qualifies there. Jimmy Vang will be attempting 182.5 after missing at 182.5 his previous lift.
Being coached by Sherm Ledford, former professional wrestler. So when you say they come in all shapes and sizes,
Go ahead, James.
what I can tell you is Sherm has a different kind of personality. When you say all kinds can succeed in this sport, again, he was a professional wrestler, so it's a very different thing.
402 pounds.
Jimmy Vang
3 times his body weight for James Vang.
trying to qualify here at the bench press at 182.5 after not being able to complete a lift his first time around.
He's got to make this lift. I mean, you know, he's got to get a bench in or he cannot win this meet.
And I would imagine that he probably is keenly aware of the importance of this lift, if for nothing else, his mental and emotional well-being going into the rest of the competition.
Let's see what he got here. Should the referee say? All right, there you go.
So he's in. As he got 182.5, we'll be curious to see what he does with his third opportunity. So we've got the deadlift going on over at platform number 2. We've got the remaining portion of the bench press here on platform number 1. We've got 2 flights on platform number 1, just 1 flight over on number 2, which is why seemingly The second platform is working at a much quicker pace. That's because they've got fewer folks over there in that positioning.
Correct.
It's Hunter Dollery at 220.
Yeah, the platforms are running at just about the same pace. It really is just a number of lifters on platform 1. It was even greater this morning. It's the same thing.
And that's a testament to the spotters and everyone setting the plates and the racks and everything of that
Right.
nature. Paul Mears will be attempting his third. So as we showed earlier, when we both speculated he was going up in 5 kilo increments, 87.5 is where he is for this third attempt.
And I'll tell you, I have no idea where Bang is going with his next. That's why I didn't even make a shot at it, because
Samir's not able to complete at 87.5. Carlos Lewis, though, at platform number 2.
Oh, let's see what the referees say with that.
225.
3 white lights.
He completes it at 225. Now, kind of going back to the foot positioning at the deadlift, and certainly we can talk more about that, especially as we get folks coming on to the first platform, which is the closest to us, as Daniel Leita will come up. Are we beginning to see the new school of deadlifters, the youngsters, if you will, going more to the sumo style and maybe the conventional style going to the more established lifters, the ones that are a little more experienced?
No, not at all. We're seeing, as a matter of fact, I think in a lot of ways we're seeing a resurgence of conventional, because that's coming from weightlifting training and CrossFit training where they don't really even do the sumo. If they're going to train the deadlift, they're going to train it in conventional style. So it's not, conventional is not going away.
Jeff Jacobs, on his third attempt, gets 3 white lights at 95, so now he can take himself to 95 after the bench press discipline. As we have Mark Sigala over on platform number 2, about to appear for his deadlift. Preston Lee on platform number 1,
so
approaching here.
So, all right, we got Mark Sigala's up.
242.5. It's his first attempt.
No. Nah, Mark just doesn't look like himself today.
Lee not able to complete his final bench press opportunity at 97.5. And I would imagine, Elliot, and it happens from time to time, you've got competitors that invest weeks, months of their lives trying to be at peak physical condition, trying to make sure that everything is going right. And there can't be anything more disappointing than just having things not come together on the day of an event.
Well, and that's where it exposes your character. It doesn't build your character, it exposes it. So you have something go wrong, you've got to sit there and look in the mirror. You have to take responsibility for it, figure out what the problem was, and then fix it. And a lot of people aren't able to look in the mirror and say, I did this, how can I fix it? It's about personal responsibility in this sport. If you want your kids to take personal responsibility, your husband, your wife, your parents, it doesn't matter. This sport helps them understand that about personal responsibility.
Jose Alcorta, platform number 1 at 107.5.
His hips are up. I mean, I can see his you know.
So he doesn't hit on his final attempt. And one thing that we'll say about Mark Sigala is that he'll certainly be back to fight another day. This is the kind of guy that, you know, if you're at it long enough, you're going to have an off day. Certainly, that's not indicative of the type of performer that Mark Sigala is. He'll certainly be back and probably better than ever in no time flat.
Well, and some people, after they have that experience, sometimes it's not recording a total, as we call. If you don't record a total, you bombed out of a meet at an international meet or a championship, and that correction propels them farther. We had a lifter from Pennsylvania. It's a friend of mine, Mike Mastrion, and he was always knocking on the door if he's going to be the next superstar, right? And he just was constantly bombing out, not getting totals in meets. And of 2007 in Austria, and he used to throw chairs and be upset. And then one day, he bombed out in the World Championships, and he looked at me. He was talking to me in the hall with Jason Beck, another lifter from the national team. So we're sitting in Austria, and he looks at me and goes, "You know what?" And this is after years of him doing the same stuff over and over again. He says, "I got to make a change." Never bombed out again. Won his first IPF title like 18 months later.
Jeffrey Chan at 130 kilos. So taking a more conservative approach here with this final lift. He's not going to be able to complete it. So he's in at 125 for the bench press.
You know, so people, but again, going back to Mike Mastrion, he never stopped coming. There are some people that have one bad experience, bomb out, want to blame the referees, want to blame somebody else. And it was when he took personal responsibility and said, okay, what can I change? He changed his footwear. He changed a couple of things in his training and then won a title. Stop blaming other people. And that's what the sport is. If you're consistently not performing well, it's you. It's not the sport.
So Alexander Kang will now approach for his final bench opportunity as he'll be at 140.
Now, when I say he's not a great bench presser, he's at 308 pounds. He's at 140 kilos, weighing 66. He opened at 2 times body weight, which is considered super strong. But for this sport, it just makes him decent bencher. Let's see what the referees say. No good.
So red lighted 2 out of 3 times there.
Yeah, Butt came off the bench.
So at 147, he cannot connect. He'll stay at 142. So it looks like resetting as Colby Chavez will be on platform number 2.
All right, looks like James. So we have a jury here. The jury overlooks watches over the referees. James Townsend, who's the men's open team coach, is going up, who's coaching Alexander Kang here. Alex Kang went over to talk to the jury about seeing what if they're going to change that attempt or give him another attempt. I don't think so, because with how technical it was, it's hard. But you know, if it's only 2 reds, you can go to the jury to try and see if they want to correct what the referees did on the platform. It's rare to do.
Jacob Gibbs, he's able to hit it 147.5, so he bumps his second attempt total up 5 kilos.
Because as you know, I this morning I sat on the jury, and I'll tell you that as a jury member, we do not want to overturn calls of the referees in the chair, unless it's egregious. Right? Even if I don't necessarily agree with it, if I can understand how they made that call, we'll leave that call. It's in my view, and kind of in the rule book, it's got to be an egregious error. Not, well, I don't like the way you weighed that call. Because again, that would, you have to let the referees in the chair make the call and control it. Right? If they're good enough to go in the chair, they should be good enough to call the meet. And we keep track of that. But these guys today are doing a very good job.
But it also speaks to how much integrity powerlifting wants to keep in the sport by having not just judges, but a jury that oversees the judges and makes sure that the integrity of the sport is kept to a high standard.
Well, and by the time that these referees have gotten here, just to be able to sit in this chair, the first time, most of these people have been referees at least 4 years to be able to sit in the chair here. It's not brand new referees that are just thrown in the chair here.
So Jimmy Vang not able to complete the lift at 187.5.
20 years plus I had to put up with those boys.
So over on platform number 2, we'll have Hunter Dollery making an attempt at 230 kilos.
And we actually run referee clinics at our national meet, so we'll sit down and we'll discuss rules and things, and we'll go over them. And people are trained and tutored the same way lifters are.
All part of the checks and balances of making sure that those folks that are overseeing the sport are minding their P's and Q's at the highest level possible.
Right. And so, let's see if we can get Jimmy Vang up here.
So Vang now making that third opportunity.
Right. And he only took a 5-kilo jump, which means that, it wasn't just the equipment. There's something else going on here. Because if it was the equipment, they might have taken a 10-kilo jump to help him get the bar down. But only a 5-kilo jump told me that today, again, this may be on the edge of where Jim is. And James. And so, again, this is an issue of where it is. All right, he's in the meet. He's in the position to win the meet, but he only made his opening attempt, retaking it for his second, and he's barely in the meet. So he's got to feel a heck of a lot better now. But he's opening at 250 kilos, 551 in the deadlift. So that's what I'm saying again. He had a 585 squat, and he's opening at 551 in the deadlift. That 407 bench that he got, his only attempt, kind of puts him in a place where he needs to be. Now,
Segala over on platform number 2, unable to hit at 242 and a half. So it looks like now they'll begin the breakdown here on platform number 1. So we'll transition from the bench press to the deadlift. So now we'll have our attention fixated on platform number 2, where Daniel Leta is attempting at 260 kilos. And Leta seemed to handle that with a high level of proficiency there, as he got white lighted 3 times there. So very good effort there from Daniel Leta. That'll now set up the platform for Jim Brown, who is going to attempt at 272 and a half. As I have been very impressed here in this opening day with what I've seen, Elliot, in this first day of the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championship. It's got me really anticipating what the next 2 days are going to look like, as we'll see a continuance of more and more of this type of high-level quality. As Brown awaiting the signal to come out and perform this deadlift. Folks, again, for live streaming of this year's Open Nationals, log on to bodybuilding.com/USAPL. That's www.bodybuilding.com/USAPL. As Jim Brown comes on at 272 and a half.
I think Jim would like to win himself. I believe Jim has been a Masters World Champion. I think he'd like to win another one.
As Brown, with that lift, will wait on the judges. He hammered it. 272 and a half, 3 white lights. Another stellar performance for Jim Brown. It's now platform number 1 beginning to make the transition to the deadlift. While we've got a moment, folks, want to say thank you to My Macros Plus and their sponsorship of the 2017 Open National Championships for this year. My Macros Plus is the complete diet tracking solution, where you can learn more about them by going online to getmymacros.com. That's getmymacros.com, or download the app on the App Store or on Google Play. On Andrew Prieb. 210 kilos for this attempt. It's Prieb about to step forward.
You're right, but you know what? They have to get to the next flight so it can
So they're resetting the bar here for the deadlift. It's Preeb at 210 kilos. You can see the up-close shot there for Preeb. Two disciplines have been completed here this afternoon at the Hyatt Regency Orlando International Airport here in beautiful Orlando, Florida, as Preeb will make his attempt at 210 kilos.
Come on, Andrew.
Preeb with the lift.
Lift is good.
And there you go.
Hammered it at 210 kilos.
Michael Macri. Come on, Mike, fire it up.
It's Mike Macri. Looks like he's just going to keep it where it is at 210. So the transition almost seamless.
Lightweight, Michael. Oh, man, look at
Macri.
Lift is good.
Going to get 3 white lights as well, so Macri's in now at 210.
Up next is Mayer.
Elliot, we get closer and closer toward the end of this. I mean, we're going to see we'll see some hardware given out this afternoon. We'll see some folks take some titles with them on this weekend. It'll be a weekend of championships. We had one session already honored earlier today. We'll have another session this evening honored, and then we'll have 4 more, 2 on Saturday, 2 on Sunday. With the culmination of everything wrapping up, I would say around between 6 and 7 o'clock on Sunday evening, as Sean Dunston will attempt 230 here.
Dunston, way to go. Lift is good.
Sean looked like he could have stayed there for another 5 minutes if he needed to. That was a very strong-looking lift there.
Yeah, he's a very good deadlifter. Now I know what he's shooting for. I don't know what the number is, but I think he's going to try for the American record in total. So it'll be interesting to see, what his jump is from his first to his second. You can see some huge jumps in the deadlift depending on what people are trying to achieve. Much bigger than you're going to see in the squat, in the bench, depending.
We got Alexis Marr waiting to attempt at 247 and a half. 21-year-old out of Texas.
No more changes. We're going to turn it up a little bit.
We talk about the knee-high socks, and one thing I have not seen yet that Marr is showing me, the Star Wars socks, which the fashion becoming more and more prevalent across the entire landscape of society anyway, but even diving into the powerlifting world.
The crazy socks. I mean, I'm still just plain black sock guy, but this is where people's personality comes out a little bit. And there goes Kimmy Johnson walking by us.
She had a very successful day earlier today.
She is a great lifter. Her her entire family, her brother's lifting here right now. Great family. Her parents are great. It's just it's nice to see when the entire families come and watch the kids compete.
So Jacob De La Paz at 250.
Jacob, lift is good. No good. Not good.
It's not good.
He did
Well,
not lock out his knees. He did not lock
De La
out
Paz.
his knees.
And it's interesting too because this is a sport, and I guess it's true of most sports, but where the parents really entrust us with sort of helping to raise their kids a little bit, right? Because you're like, it's like where you choose to try to send your kids to school if you do have that choice, right? The option, or because part of the reason that people are here is because of the mentoring that goes on and how we help bring the young kids along.
And speaking of the young kids, Joshua Ayala, an 18-year-old out of Florida, gets us started on the deadlift at 100 kilos. He nailed that one. Zachary Dodas over on platform number 2
With 573, 260 kilos.
Knocked out 260 kilos and looked like he had room to spare there. That was a very solid-looking deadlift.
I mean, these are good guys that weigh about 164 pounds, 163 and a half pounds. And Luis Alanis is opening at 280 kilos, 617 pounds. He weighs under 164. I mean, it's just a big number.
It's astonishing the power that comes out of in some of these kids, and I mean, for some of them, that's all they are. They're just kids. The power that comes out of those packages, those kids, something to behold.
And another thing that we're seeing, and we saw that, we have our open level lifters at a certain level. And then all of a sudden our collegiate lifters over time came up to that same level where they're competitive. And I don't mean as they get older. I mean the college ranks. And now we're seeing the high school ranks being able to put up some numbers that the collegiate lifters are putting up.
Chris Jackson, the 18-year-old from Texas, he gets his lift to go at 142 and a half.
The highest female squat in the history of the IPF, was just done in Scranton, Pennsylvania at high school nationals by, I believe, a freshman or sophomore in high school.
That's amazing.
And we saw her call the number, and I'm like, this is, she comes out with a crazy, and I'm like, this can't be right. This has got to be a misload, because I didn't know who she was. And she comes out.
I bet you know who she is now.
Well, yeah.
That's quite a way to come to the party.
I mean, I sat there and I'm telling you, manhandled the weight. So it's just amazing the numbers that we're starting to see at that level. And the high school coaches in general are getting better with the coaching and better with the gear and the strategy. So there's a lot of great high school coaches here this week that coach some of our great high school teams from Louisiana, from Minnesota, from Wisconsin.
LaHue, 305 kilos. We got 3 white lights. So LaHue at 305 gets a good lift. Matthew Longoria at 172 and a half will have his first attempt.
So I think Blake, they have Steven up there, but it's, he goes by Blake. I think Blake kind of solved his.
So Longoria gets a good lift at 172 and a half, as that'll set the scene in platform number 1 for Trey Chapman. Over on platform number 2,
so
we'll have Michael Macri. Michael Macri at 227 and a half kilos over on platform number 2. We'll be toggling quickly as Macri about to lift. Chapman not far from making a lift as Macri.
So the lift I was talking about,
that lift.
Lily Poiso squatted 300 kilos, 661.
That's amazing.
And did it. She came out. It looked light on her back, and I was sitting on the jury table, and we're sitting there. We're turning to look at each other. Are we actually seeing this? Because it's just something that you just. I mean, it's. It would be like a 15-year-old walking into Major League Baseball and hitting off of.
Well, lefty Joe Nuxall did it. Now, that was a century ago, basically.
And that was a century ago, and we'll never see that again.
And well, you're right. But it's amazing the sort of evolution that the sport is making.
Yeah, that was a Joe. Yeah, Joe did that, but it doesn't happen very often.
Kenneth Johnson. Kenneth Johnson completes his lift. We'll wait on the scoring.
Of the
3 white lights there.
Of the Johnson family singers.
Hits at 190.
They have a whole troupe, so they're
not quite sure who sings baritone in the group. We'll have to study that later.
I am not sure. But I'll tell you that these are the best people I know in this sport. I've been involved in other sports. I've been involved at the highest level internationally, and I played professional baseball, and I played internationally in ice hockey. And what I will tell you is powerlifting is where I find the best people overall. And I think part of it is the sport itself and the way the sport lends itself to people who are disciplined and who are introspective, who can look at themselves and take personal responsibility.
Yes, I think yes.
You know,
Elliot, I think you're absolutely right. As Mark Garcia there on platform number 1.
I mean, really, honestly, you've just been around here. This is really your first exposure to powerlifting. And so you've talked to a lot of people, you've met a lot of people, you're watching the interactions. Do you see interactions like this in the real world?
Not enough. I mean, if this was a microcosm of the world as we know it today, things would be a whole lot better off.
Yeah, I agree.
De La Paz down on platform number 2.
And if you think you see camaraderie here, at the international level, you see even more, because we only see each other once every year, every 2 years.
Right. Cardenas on platform number 1, a 205-kilogram attempt. He gets 3 white lights there, so he hammers that lift. De La Paz did not get a successful liftoff on platform number 2. Alexis Marr will approach platform number 2.
You know, in international meets, you see, it breaks down a lot of stereotypes. Not for me, because I travel a lot, but in general, when you have, going back to Austria 2007, you have Tony Cardella, who became 27 white light world champion. He hit all 9 of his lifts, shattered the American record in the 125-kilo class, beat the Ukrainian, being coached by Dr. Larry Maley. Wow, our president, and Bogachev, the Russian coach, coaching him together against the Ukrainian. Right?
Right.
It's just a very interesting dynamic about way it works. And so, you know, what you understand from competing internationally is everybody loves Americans. The difference is it's not a personal thing when they have differences with us in our behavior or whatever else it is. And you learn and you sit down. And so it's an amazing thing to be able to travel the world, meet people of other cultures, and hang out, become best friends.
Absolutely.
You know, and there are times when some of these kids will get married and, you know, an American kid will move to Australia, and an Australian will move here, whatever. It's just kind of crazy that way.
606 pounds. Zachary, the lift is good. Coached by Larry Maley. Dr. Larry Maley.
So on platform number 2, had another successful lift. And then Eric Kupperstein.
Now and again, and you hear the cup chant here, that you know it is at 500 pounds he is opening.
227.5 kilos for his first lift here in the 3rd discipline of the afternoon.
Let's see what the referees say. All right, and so that kind of puts the finishing touches on him winning that Masters. We got to see what he can do in the Open now.
So Kupperstein at 227.5, and he was really amped after that lift. He knew that he had accomplished something. It'll be interesting to see how he goes here with the next pair of lifts
and
coming up.
I'm willing to see a pretty big jump here, because he's trying to accomplish one thing. Now he's got another goal, and with the 3rd is your 3rd goal, right?
So Blake LaHue.
Now, remember I told you his issue was locking out but then falling forward. He told me he solved this. This is an American record right here, I believe.
opportunity to try it here in just a little bit. We'll see if he goes after that same ambitious
Not
goal.
smooth with that.
So Joshua Ayala, the 18-year-old out of Florida, started at 100, nailed that one. We'll see what he does here at 110. As you can tell, we're getting closer and closer to the finish line of this afternoon. So it seems like each and every lift in the deadlift becomes more and more magnified. And he hits on 110. So his second attempt successful at 110, so he moves up 10. So we'll have Andrew Preeb over on platform number 2. Preeb.
No, come on.
Looks like he couldn't get that one to go.
He was trying to play it off like, look, it's finished. Yeah, he wasn't close. That's why he's kind of laughing a little bit. Just to try it.
I guess he was trying to sell it.
You know, it's like it's a strike, and you just start running down the first base like it's a walk, and you kind of sheepishly walk back. Oh, you tried.
Chris Jackson at 150. So he connects on that lift 2 out of 3 as he went from 142 on his opener to now 150 for the second attempt. Is now Mike Macri down on platform number 2. And Macri, it's a solid effort there as he gets 3 white lights on that attempt.
But I'll tell you what, I love traveling, and that's one of the biggest things I like about this sport is seeing these other countries, and sometimes these very interesting, historic, small little villages in other countries where we go for these meets. And I want to give a quick shout out to my buddy, if he's out there listening, I hope you are, Martin Flett. He and I do the live stream at the IPF level. Want to say hi to Martin. He just lost a member of his family this past week. I know he's kind of sad about that. So I just want to say, my thoughts and prayers are with you, buddy. So anyway, to Martin Flett, if he's out there, if any other Scotsmen are listening, tell Martin I drank a little Macallan's for him last night.
So we've got Sean Dunston not able to complete that lift. And, Elliot, you talked about the travel. And one of the things that's really neat about the powerlifting family, if you will, is with the regional action, you and many of your judges and the jury and so many other folks can travel to all sorts of places, such as Reno, Nevada for the Southwest Regional,
right.
Morristown, New Jersey for the Mid-Atlantic Regional, Boise, Idaho for the Northwest Regional, Gulfport, Mississippi for the South Regional. These are some of the places that regional powerlifting is coming. June 8th and 9th will be in Reno, Nevada for the Southwest Regional. August 3rd through the 5th, the Mid-Atlantic Regional in Morristown, New Jersey. The 5th and 6th will have the Northwest, the South, and the Southeast Regional taking place in Boise, Idaho,
wow.
Gulfport, Mississippi, and Orlando, Florida. And many places just like that, 8 regionals during the course of roughly 2 months. All can be found on one internet home for competition, information, and all the latest news. Log on to www.usapowerlifting.com. That's AAA.usapowerlifting.com. If you know of an area of the country that you live in and you would like to begin working on competing at the regional level, you can find out all the information that you need right there in one perfect location.
Yeah, and so you were talking about Gulfport, Mississippi. I don't know if people know the geography, the way it works out, but they're at Gulfport. The next little town down around the border is where USA Powerlifting kind of started, where Brother Bennett was kind of right down the road from Gulfport, literally like a 10-minute drive from there. So base St. Louis, Mississippi, like literally a 10-minute drive from Gulfport is where this entire organization started. So it's kind of interesting. And then we have our Midwest Regional in Columbus, Ohio. It's going to be in the home of the Arnold Sports Festival, which is one of our biggest meets, where Ray Williams just squatted that without equipment 1,052 squat.
And that's going to be coming up on August the 19th through the 20th. On that same weekend, the Northeast Regional takes place in Marlborough, Massachusetts, and then we wrap up the regional schedule on September 2nd and 3rd for the Central Regional being held in Bloomington, Minnesota. So lots of opportunities for various folks to feel and experience what USA Powerlifting is all about. It's Kenneth Johnson to make his second attempt. Oh, I'm sorry, this is Mark Garcia, the 16-year-old out of Texas. He's attempting 212 and a half.
Look at how solid he is there.
He nailed it and walked off quickly.
Yep, there's Zach Dotis. 295 on there, it looks like. Yeah, 295.
So Jonathan Cardenas will be first on the first platform coming up here in just a moment.
Wow, is this Blake again? Okay, good. I saw him loading this. I'm like, this better be Blake.
LaHue will be on platform number 2, as it looks like we'll go from platform 1 to platform 2. As Cardenas can't quite get the lift up at 215.
Well,
so
and
he'll
just
miss on 215 there, second
now,
attempt.
You said that was 215. Blake's coming up on the other side at, I believe it's 315, 100 kilos more. He's getting ready to pull 220 pounds more than the lifter that we just saw on the other platform. 701 pounds right here.
And having been relatively new to the sport, you look at Blake LaHue, this guy looks like a powerlifter. This guy has the look of somebody that is very regimented, very disciplined, and he really plays the role here. And the whole crowd here kind of quietly waiting to see what happens.
Well, this is an American record here. No, he
Can't
just
quite pull it off.
And the bar, he got the bar out in front of himself a little bit, right? And so, talking about it's a man against physics right there, and that bar starts to swing out away from your feet. So not only do you have to pull it up, but you got to pull it back in, right? So you're not pulling on a straight line. Now you're pulling on kind of a slant like that. So it's a longer pull. It's a more difficult pull to do. And when you're talking about a record, a number that no one in your weight has ever pulled before, it makes it that much tougher to be able to pull it back in.
And it certainly gets the attention of everybody watching. There's no question about that.
Well, you're talking 700 pounds on a kid that weighs 163 pounds. That's pretty amazing.
That it is. Dalton LaCoe, 225 kilos. He white lights that one, so he nails that lift. As it looks like we've come to the end of the day over on platform number 2. So now all eyes become fixated on platform number 1, as we've got still quite a ways to go.
Here comes Cup. It's a 4-time body weight deadlift right now.
242 and a half kilos. And you could essentially close your eyes here and get an idea of whether he lands it or not, just on the reaction of the crowd.
Yep. Nice 15-kilo jump, 33 pounds, which is what I anticipated for him to do. All right. So now that probably, you saw him kind of do a little happy dance going off. That kind of, and again, I'm having trouble because we don't have the exact score, so I think that puts him in a good spot. He's already got the Masters. I think that puts him in for the Open, and then let's see what he puts in for his third. Maybe go for a Masters American total record, something else, who knows.
So to give you some context here, Platform B has come to a close. All of their lifters have completed their 3 disciplines. Flight 1A is getting ready to enter their 3rd rotation, and then we'll have all of Flight 1B coming up here in a little bit. So stay with us, folks. There's going to be plenty of action here on Platform A as we wrap up here day 1 of the 35th annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championship from the Grand Ballroom at the Hyatt Regency Orlando International Airport. Ayala attempting 125. It looks like he's got it.
And it's funny because you say we're at the airport, and I think people figure we're in a hangar somewhere.
This is no hangar.
This is a beautiful, absolutely amazing hotel here in Conference Center. The food here is unbelievable.
It really is.
I mean, you get anywhere from a normal little sandwich up to amazing sushi and steaks and everything. So, yeah, we're not sitting in some shed somewhere and you're hearing planes taking off next to us.
Now, this is a first-rate place. The atmosphere has been fantastic, and I know that my stay here in Orlando has just been outstanding. I have enjoyed virtually every minute of this, and have really begun to have an appreciation for what we're seeing here on this platform
right
this afternoon.
I mean,
Chris Jackson.
This is a 4-star hotel here. This is not a Roadway Inn or something. This is nice here, and that's what we try to do. We try to have it be in a nice place where people can have a little vacation if they want. If they lift, they can go off to Disney World, Universal, do whatever they want, Lego World.
Well, and you put it in places like Orlando, it really does become a full-on experience for everyone, as it gives anyone in the building an opportunity to experience any number of things for the time that they're here.
We've gone to some great towns. We've gone to San Antonio recently. We've been here. We've been up in Philadelphia. We were just down in Atlanta. So, and it's amazing. It's kind of funny because sometimes you go to some of these places that you've never been, or sometimes smaller towns, and it's absolutely amazing. I want to see us do a meet in Austin because I love live music, I love barbecue, and I love microbrews. And there you go, Austin, Texas.
I'll tell you what, when Austin gets on the calendar, we can do barbecue and live music. Elliot, you got to make sure I'm in on that journey, because if it's possible, I am definitely in.
That may be a Jack Kerouac weekend, my friend, if we go down there.
Matthew Longoria, the 16-year-old out of Texas.
For you younger people out there, that's a book. There are books. You can go read them and find out about Jack.
And then for the tweeners like me, there was a 10,000 Maniacs song at one time.
Well, there you go.
See?
There you go.
So Longoria attempting his 3rd effort at 190 kilos.
But again, and again, I was saying that this sport really has matured. There's still a lot of partying and having a good time and this and that, but
Longoria attempting the lift, not able to complete it at 190 kilos. So that'll bring on Trey Chapman. Trey Chapman started out at 177.5. He nailed that one, completed a 190 deadlift, and now he's going to try at 200. And you mentioned it earlier in the broadcast. This is one of the emerging stars in USA Powerlifting. And he wants to end this on an exclamation point.
Right. Now, one of the things is we're heading into the home stretch here. One of the things that we kind of want to discuss about this sport is our USA Powerlifting is built. The entire federation was originally built on Brother Bennett's mission of drug-free, drug-tested powerlifting. And we do You know, all of our open records must be tested. We test 10% of the people, plus we test people out of meet test people. Our budget for drug testing this year went up by $170,000.
Again, all there to maintain the high level of integrity within the governing body.
Correct.
Johnson not able to complete that lift at 212.5. As all of the action now evolves around platform number 1, as the flights from platform number 2 have come to a close for the day. The remainder of the action is on platform number 1. Again, here at the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championship. Brian Rushing here, Elliot Feldman alongside of me. Of course, the Dr. Trey Cunningham handling this production throughout the course of the 3 days. As Jonathan Cardenas attempting 215. He missed on his second attempt at 215. He gets 2 out of 3 there, so he's in at 215. Tomorrow's action, for those that are curious, will begin the web stream tomorrow at about 5 to 10 minutes before 9 o'clock. Our first session will feature the women's weight classes 63 kilos and 72 kilos. The afternoon session will begin at around 2 o'clock. That will be the men's side, 83 and 93 kilos for tomorrow's action. And of course, you can find the live streaming for tomorrow's action for the Open Nationals at bodybuilding.com/USAPL. Mario Leos cannot complete the lift at 217.5. He'll be in at 207.5 in the deadlift portion.
And guys, if you want to see a battle tomorrow, you want to see something that might be historic, tune in and watch the 72 kilo women in the morning.
Have a little breakfast. Even before lunch, you'll get treated to something. You've heard it from Elliot Feldman first. I love to tease Elliot. Maybe you'll get a chance a little bit later on to kind of give us a little more of a nibble as to what we'll be experiencing tomorrow in the opener. Mark Garcia at 227.5 kilos for his final attempt of the afternoon. And Garcia.
Well, I'll tease it a little more. We'll tease it out a little bit here.
Nails that. It goes 3 for 3 on the white lights, does Garcia.
We are going to have, at 72 kilos, one of the greatest lifters in, I believe they're both lifting tomorrow, one of the greatest lifters in IPF history, male or female, going against one of the greatest newcomers who's only been in the sport for 2.5 years, 3 years, who has totaled 600 Wilks, which is just, there is only a handful of women or men who have ever totaled 600. And she's done it in under 3 years in the sport. So
that's going to be worth the price of admission.
That's the price of admission to see where that 600 goes. You know, it'll be a heck of a battle.
Dalton Lacoe completed his lift just prior now to Eric Kupperstein. Kupperstein is going at 252.5.
Here comes Kupperstein. 7.5 kilo jump, 242.5. I'm sorry, 10 kilo jump, 242.5 to 252.5. It's 5:56.
And the folks in the crowd are on their feet to witness what we're about to see. Everybody pulling for Eric Kupperstein.
And he's got double overhand. It's more like a grip that a weightlifter uses than what most powerlifters use. Let's see what the referees say.
He seems excited about it, and
3 white lights.
lift as you could ask for in that circumstance, as Kupperstein is out at 252. Let's go ahead and take a look at that on replay here.
See, you can't see.
Very solid there, and he was pumped. He just about jumped off the platform. He was so excited for what he was anticipating the result to be.
He had a great day, and I would say this is probably, if we had him right here, he would say this may be his greatest day on the platform. In terms of his overall performance, I believe he went 9 for 9.
I believe you're right. I believe he nailed every one.
9 for 9, 27 white lights. I don't think, did he have a, I don't remember if he had, I'm not going to swear he went 27 white lights, right? Because it's 3 lights times 9 lifts.
9 lifts.
So, but he went 9 for 9, had a great day. Apparently hit all the numbers he came in to get, because when he squatted, he came off happy. When he benched, he came off happy. And he deadlifted, he came off even happier.
Well, and certainly with today's action, we can't necessarily know statistically who had the best day of anyone right now. But I will say this, Eric Kupperstein was the showstopper of the day, as he was in balance today.
Yep.
The highlight reel of the lifters in this competition. Still have another flight to go as Jeff Jacobs will get things started. He was
Boy,
not
he
able
just
to.
does not look good. I don't know what is wrong with him today.
It's the deadlift at 50, unsuccessful. Our final flight here on platform number 1 is Preston Lee. Will be attempting 152.5. So glad that you've been able to stay with us throughout this afternoon's session here at the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championships. Folks, we want to thank all of our sponsors, such as A7 Bar Grips. Folks, with A7, never stop the progress. Find out more at a7usa.com. Don't forget, that's a7usa.com. As Preston Lee will come to platform number 1 here. His attempt at 152.5. So we're here in the final flight of the afternoon, day 1 coming to a close here. As Lee seems to have that one covered. He does, gets 3 white lights on the lift, so he's in at 152.5. Folks, also want to thank the good folks at Sling Shot. Be sure to find Sling Shot at howmuchyoubench.net. That's howmuchyoubench.net to find out more about Sling Shot. Jose Alcorta up next, the 18-year-old out of Texas. He's going to attempt 162.5. A very strong group of youth out of the state of Texas represented this afternoon here in this second session. Alcorta puts the weight down. He gets 3 whites, so he's on the board at 162.5 here in this deadlift session.
All right, come on, Mr. Mears, are you ready? All right,
Another sponsor that we would like to say hello to and thank this afternoon, My Macros Plus, the complete diet tracking solution. You can learn more by going to getmymacros.com. That's getmymacros.com. Or you can download the app on the App Store or Google Play. It's Paul Mears at 172.5 for his first attempt. The 63-year young individual out of the state of Massachusetts. Mears has it leveraged. He'll lay it down. We'll wait on the scoring, and it's 3 for 3. White lights, it's a good lift for Paul Mears. And next up, we'll have Jeffrey Chan Elliot, if I get an opportunity before we come to a close, we've talked about the youth that are participating in this sport, how the torch is in fact being passed on, and how it's influencing life at the high school level of powerlifting as well as the college level of powerlifting. If it's at all possible, can you kind of give me an idea of when the thought came to mind for kids to actually get an opportunity to lift collegiately, and have we seen it come to a crest yet, or is it still at a place to where there's plenty of room for growth in the sport collegiately?
Oh, there's plenty of room for growth because we're still kind of, we still don't have a lot of schools West Coast. So there's certain areas like where we're more regional. We're trying to pull in more and more, but where we're seeing the biggest amount of growth right now is in the raw, the unequipped collegiate ranks, because that's a brand new championship for us coming on. Actually started last year and then we just did this year. I mean, we used to have about 400 athletes total at collegiates. We're now looking at the possibility next year of it being 11 or 1,200 athletes at collegiate nationals next year in College Station, Texas A&M.
And certainly something that you folks, I would imagine, are bent on making sure those numbers continue to grow and progress forward, as the appeal of this becoming a collegiate sport has got to be good not only for the sport in and of itself collegiately, but then as you continue to pass the torch, if you will, pass the baton, continuing to see that growth of folks that take on powerlifting and make it a lifelong sport.
Yeah, I agree, and we're seeing that we're seeing more and more of a carryover of great collegiate lifters staying into the opens. We're seeing more high school come up in the collegiates, and a higher percentage of collegiates staying into the open.
Well, and one of the ones that we saw this morning, Allegra Hudson, is one of those that is beginning to make their way out of the juniors and get into the opens. And, I mean, she's on the billboard. She's obviously one of the shining lights in powerlifting.
Well, as a matter, you're talking about the billboard. All three of them, Joe Capolino started at Northeastern. Preston Turner in the middle started at University of Texas. They're both still continuing their careers.
Alexander Kang, his first attempt, 237.5 kilos here in the deadlift. Kang.
I mean, Joe Capolino is coaching here this weekend. He'll be lifting in Wrocław, Poland for the World Games.
So he gets 2 out of 3 white lights there. As Kang gets a good lift, he's on the board, and that'll bring up Michael Haffenbrack at 240 kilos. Will be his opening attempt. Haffenbrack, another collegiate lifter.
Another collegiate lifter. He still looks like he's in college.
Haffenbrack at 240.
You got Jimmy Vang, who's lifting here, is another collegiate lifter. And there he is. And I was telling you about Tony Cardella being coached by Dr. Maley and the Russian coach Bogachev. And he is now returning the favor. He is coaching Michael Haffenbrack. So that's the way the sport goes. He's kind of co-state chair in Texas. He doesn't compete anymore because he's too beat up now. He's got work. He put so much effort into winning his world title and was so on the edge of all of his training to have a perfect day that kind of was it for him. But now James come out here, he's opening 245, 540 kilos. Now, you see when James comes out, he bows to all 3 referees. His family are Hmong tribesmen from the mountains of Vietnam, have come here, and so that's part of his salute to his heritage. He's very, very proud of his heritage. And who else should be?
So Vang attempting at 245 his opening salvo here in the deadlift portion. Final flight here on the first day.
So, and I want to say to James's family, I know they're listening out there. James promised to bring me some Hmong food. He did not. So James may not make it home. I'm just letting you guys know.
So in other words, he's on the hook
He's on the hook.
Absolutely.
He tried to pawn off some Panda Express food on me a little while ago out in the lobby, and I was like, "You're seriously, really? Stop."
I stopped by the Panda Express yesterday myself. Not for myself, but I did indeed stop by.
No kidding. Good Lord. I mean, I'm going to make my way there in a little while, but, you know, I wanted some authentic cuisine.
Preston Lee, the 18-year-old from Colorado, on for his second attempt. He completed a lift at 152.5. This 165.
Now, interestingly enough, to segue that, you know, so you have someone whose family were Hmong tribesmen from Vietnam. You have Paulie Steinman, who was the chief referee, whose father was the head of the Saigon Bureau of CBS during the war, met his mother there, and brought her back. So it's just like this weird 6 degrees of separation. You know, we're the melting pot here in America. It's the truest thing, and so, you know, it's kind of an interesting thing. I still keep bugging his dad because I'm a junkie for Vietnam War news. I want to sit down and talk with his dad. He's written like 6 books, been nominated for a Pulitzer Prize. So I really want to sit down and pull that as much information out of him as I can.
Well, and you mentioned that, you know, this is not a building full of one-trick ponies. I mean, we've got some really diverse, really well-read, really broad-minded folks here that make up this body of competitors, as Paul Mears to attempt at 182.5.
You will find everybody from novelists to professional coaches here to surgeons. I mean, literally, when we were saying this before, the education level of people at a powerlifting meet, especially at the national level like this, is exceedingly high. More people here have an advanced degree than don't. Of obviously the older competitors.
Well, I mean, you would imagine at this level you'll have a high powerlifting IQ.
Right.
Probably translates to the rest of their life.
It really does. But also, too, the discipline to push yourself through school is the same discipline, you know, a lot of that helps you do this.
Indeed. Jose Alcorta going from 162.5 to 185 here on this attempt.
I mean, there are more PhDs, MDs, DPMs, DPTs here than you can throw a stick at. It's absolutely amazing.
Alcorta nails his lift. 3 white lights on his second attempt.
We have Joe Arno walking by there. She was one of the first 100 or so, 200 employees at Microsoft originally. Like, you've got people like that.
Right.
In the organization.
501 pounds. The bar is loaded for Jeffrey Chan.
Jeffrey Chan, 227.5 kilos to make his second attempt here. And Chan at 205 in his opener made it look relatively easy.
And we'll finish up here in a Wow.
And he got 2 out of 3 and then dabbed again.
Now, one of the other professions that is highly represented in powerlifting, military intelligence.
When we go off air tonight, you can explain to me the correlation, because I would love to hear it.
I am not sure of what it is. I honestly don't know. But, like, I've thought about it, and maybe it's because of the focus and the attention to detail and some of the other things, but there's a lot of people that are high up in this organization that have at one point had secret or top secret clearance.
Jacob Gibbs.
And many who still do.
Attempting 240. The young man from Louisiana gets 3 white lights there, so now he's on with his second attempt at 240. You take a look at this crowd, and in the crowd, their attention may be diverted because they've seen some real high-level things here. However, you take a look at this final flight here at this last platform, there's some guys putting some pretty good numbers on the board here in this first day. It's Michael Haffenbrack making his second attempt at 247.5. He hit on 240 his first time around.
I mean, Mike weighs about 150 pounds. He just pulled 545, 247.5. Here's Alex Kang, same weight class, pulling 257.5, 567. So he took a 20-kilo, 44-pound jump. That's, again, going back to somebody you talk about as a gym rat that made himself into a lifter. He didn't come out pulling this kind of weight. Trust me. The first time I saw him, I thought, oh, my gosh, are we going to let him continue? He might hurt himself. And now he's come to the point where, you know, he's lifted at Open World Championships for us.
Well, and it's a competitor like Alexander Kang that can become a real fan favorite because of those attributes.
Correct.
Kang at 257.5.
Wow. Wow.
We'll see the judging. And he's 3 white lights. He's good at 257.5.
Now, I don't know where he goes from that. Where does he go?
Well, we'll have to find out on the final lift, and that's the thing about it. If you're not checking out this stream this afternoon, you're missing out on the action. Don't miss out again. For live streaming of all national competitions, log on to bodybuilding.com/USAPL. That's www.bodybuilding.com/USAPL.
I mean, obviously James is in the lead here. You know, he
262.5.
You know, squatted bigger, bench bigger, and is pulling bigger. So, you know, if you're bigger in all three, your total's obviously
you're
going to
win.
be bigger. But it still is interesting to see. I always like to see what everybody does. And again, become lifting within yourself and doing what you can do. You're not going to really be able to outperform yourself.
But, I mean, at this point, for someone like Jimmy Vang, this could now be preparation for the next level.
Oh, for Jimmy. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm telling you, Jimmy is going to be on the Open World medal stand at some point.
And he nails it. It's lifts like that that begin to have an impact on the viewers, the folks that are here, other competitors, because that now becomes the new normal. And that's what everybody begins to start shooting for, is a performance like Jimmy Vang.
100%. Well, you know, it's interesting that, and don't hold me to the number, but, you know, for years everybody was after the 4-minute mile, and people were banging against it. And once Dr. Alan Bannister hit that 4-minute mile, I believe in the next 12 months, 11 people broke that 4-minute mile. So we're seeing the same thing. This is a barrier that even for the best athletes in the world, there are mental barriers out there, folks. And once somebody exceeds it, then other people go, well, he can do it, I can do it. And so that's why there's more reason for you to come to nationals. So to say, I'm not going to win, say you see somebody do a 300-kilo squat, you're only at 250 or 200 or 197.5, and you see somebody else do it, you watch him warm up. You see how he approaches his attempts. You see what his demeanor is, and you go, that's what I'm going to attempt to do in the gym, and replicate that every time. And in 2 years or something, that's where you wind up being.
Well, and to that end, the road to the regionals, the road to the nationals, it all starts with membership. Log on to www.usapowerlifting.com to find out information about all the event competitions and how to get started as a member of USA Powerlifting. It's Preston Lee. His attempt at 170 is good, so he will wrap up at 170. So Jose Alcorta will take his final opportunity. He went from 162.5 to 185, and now he's going to make an attempt at 200 kilos.
You know, I want to tell you, like, this sport, I'm in a relatively highly compensated profession. And I actually, it took me 10 years to get to the point where I could take my Category 1 referee. From the day I started, took my first state referee exam till I was a Category 1, the highest referee in the world category. It took me 10 years to get there. And I worked and strived so hard for it. And I had scheduled to take off from work to take the test. And the guy goes, if you leave to take the test, you know, if you leave and take this weekend off, I said, you're fired. I said, see ya. That's how important this sport becomes in a way for people. It is for me anyway.
And to many just like you.
Yeah.
Alcorta at 200 kilos cannot complete the lift.
And that's what I just told you. So that's not something I tell people often. But I want to share because we're trying to do that. I'm trying to get to know you. We're trying to get to know the audience, right? And it's there's something here that attracts people beyond just money and typical worldly things. I don't know what that is. I can't quantify it, and maybe because it's that precious, it can't be quantified. Because you need to have a comparison. And if there's no comparison anywhere, how do you know what the worth of it is? You just know that there's something special that you don't find anywhere else.
Correct.
It's like when you meet that perfect girl, you don't know what makes her special. You just know powerlifting.
Jeffrey Chan, 230 kilos after already hitting at 227.5. Cannot complete there.
And you see Jeffrey going up there, shaking hands with all the referees. And that's a very common thing.
So Chan's day is done. As Jacob Gibbs will now come on. He's hit at 227.5. He's hit at 240, and he's going to make a final attempt at 252.5.
Good Lord. 16 years old, pulling almost 600 pounds. $558. Isn't that crazy? 16-year-old kid that doesn't weigh but a little bit, or 17 now, out of the great state of Louisiana.
He is upset with himself.
Oh, yeah. Because he got off balance. That was a technical error. That was not strength right there.
I mean, he obviously feels that he's in a place to where that's going to be a makeable lift for him.
But you see there's no cursing, no throwing, no flipping. He's like, man,
I missed it. That's essentially it. So Michael Haffenbrack at 252.5.
And again, talking about collegiate lifters coming through, here's Michael.
As he completed the lift. Part of the camaraderie that you were talking about just a moment ago. Taking a look at the replay, there's Haffenbrack. Got it to a point you could see him nod his head like, yeah, I just nailed it. And he was able to collect there on that replay. As now Alexander Kang will attempt a 260 kilogram lift.
I think he's going to time out here. So what he's doing is, because you notice what he put on, he had 257.5. He put in 260, 2.5 kilos. He's not going to come out and take a 2.5 kilo. He's doing that so to use up time so it doesn't take time away from another lifter, right? So the lifter's behind him, Jimmy Vang, trying to give Jimmy the time. It's a gentleman's way of doing it, right? And so, remember, he took that second attempt. I'm like, I don't know what he's got left in him. It looks like, that was it. So he put in the 2.5 kilos, so they'd have to load it. Then they have to jack it up to put the 272.5 on.
So a sporting move very similar to what you'd see in a golf, to where you go ahead and putt out so that the soon-to-be champion can get the applause and wrap up his round in the highlight sort of way that he's deserving of.
Correct. Exactly right. And there's another sport that's self-governing. Golf, you're supposed to turn yourself in when you make a mistake. It's a big deal if you know you made a mistake and you don't turn yourself in. You kick your ball by accident or something.
Believe me, Elliot, I am learning that in that game, because I have taken up the sport about 3 or 4 years ago, and believe me, it tests every level of integrity that I have, because
yeah, I know. You want to throw that ball, roll it, kick it, stomp it, take another ball that's not yours. But there's an inexpensive sport though, huh?
Oh, not even close.
Can't get it. You can get into that sport for $60.
Yeah,
right?
Well, $60 a round on lost golf balls.
Right, exactly. Exactly. That's why I try to hit pine cones. They're much easier to replace.
And they don't slice as much.
No. So here you go, 600 pounds.
Jimmy
it's a 10 kilo, 22-pound jump to 272.5, 600. So I think today he had a 5 days, about 163 pounds.
An extraordinary day for Jimmy Vang, as that brings the day to a close. Once again, we want to thank our sponsors, folks like A7 Bar Grips. Folks, never stop the progress. Find out more at a7usa.com. That's a7usa.com. Elliot, it's been a privilege. Thank you so much.
We're going to do this again tomorrow, man.
I'm excited. I am chomping at the bit already for it.
So
folks, we want to thank you so much for tuning in this evening. The second session has come to a close here on this broadcast of the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championship. Don't forget, we begin tomorrow. 8:55 is when we'll begin the broadcast day, as we'll have on the air in the opening session tomorrow the female weight classes of 63 kilograms and 72 kilograms. And you've heard Elliot mention already, he's given you a tease, folks. We expect you to be here with us 8:55 tomorrow as the lifting begins at 9 o'clock. And then, of course, tomorrow, the afternoon session, 2 o'clock, as the men will take the floor, the 83 and 93 kilogram segments on Saturday, as it'll be a full day of broadcast action here from the Hyatt Regency International Continental Ballroom here. Day 2 tomorrow here for the 35th Annual USA Powerlifting Open National Championships. Thank you so much for tuning in. In a moment, we're going to turn things over to the public address announcer, the voice inside here, Gino, for this afternoon's awards presentation. It's been a privilege, folks, to be with you here throughout the course of this broadcast. On behalf of Elliot Feldman, this is Brian Rushing signing off. So glad that we could be with you this afternoon. Until tomorrow, good night, everybody.
First category. T1, T2, 3-lift competition, 53 kilo weight class, gold medal winner. Ladies and gentlemen, give me a big round of applause for Oscar Martel. Did he come up, Oscar? All right, next category. Teen 3, 53 kilo weight class, silver medal, Joshua Ayala. Gold medal, Trey Chapman. All right, line up, fellas. Robert, line up alongside of them, Robert, so they can get some photos, please. Get your big booty out of the way. Thank you, gentlemen. Next category, junior category. Gold, 53 kilo weight class, gold medal winner. Give me a round of applause for Dalton Laco. $59 kilo weight class, Masters 2 category, gold medal winner. Eric Copperstein. Teen 2 category, 59 kilo weight class, bronze medal, Matthew Longoria. Silver medal, Jonathan Cardenas. And ladies and gentlemen, the gold medal winner. A big round of applause now for Mark Garcia. Photos. All right, I guess they can step back. All right, thank you, young lady. Robert, can you get out of the way, Robert? Stop sticking your big butt in the way. All right. Teen 3, 59 kilo weight class, gold medal winner, Chris Jackson. Chris Jackson. Chris Jackson. Chris Jackson in the house? All right, next category. Junior category, 59 kilo weight class, Kenneth Johnson, gold medal winner. Give me a round of applause for Kenneth Johnson. Hey, Robert, can you turn around so the Johnson family can get a picture with Kenneth? Face the crowd, please. Thank you, Robert. All right. Open category, 59 kilo weight class, bronze medal, Robert. Bronze medal. Mario Leos. Silver medal, Mark. Stay up there, Mario. Stay up there, Mario. Silver medal, Mark Garcia. And ladies and gentlemen, the gold medal winner in the open category at the Masters 2 level. A big round of applause now for Mr. Eric Copperstein. Robert, line up, please. Eric should be in the middle. Eric, you should be in the middle. Robert, line up, and let's get some photos. 66 kilo weight class, please come to the center stage. 66 kilo weight. Give him another round of applause. Thank you, gentlemen. 66 kilo weight class, please come up to the stage. We have to do 72 after this also? 74? Not at the same time? All right. Yes or no? Okay. All right, 66, please. 66, come to the stage. I'll be waiting, Robert, patiently. Come on, Robert. Come on. All right, here we go. First category. Masters 4. 3-lift competition, 66 kilo weight class, gold medal winner. Give me a big round of applause for Jeff Jacobs. Next category, Masters 3, 66 kilo weight class, gold medal winner, Mr. Paul Mears. Robert, how about a photo for the young lady facing the audience? Over there, Robert. No, he's Masters 3, Robert. Why you got him up there with a Masters 4 lifter? All right. It's your show. All right, next category. Teen 2. 66 kilo weight class, silver medal, Jose Alcorta. Gold medal, Jacob Gibbs. Next category. Teen 3, 66 kilo weight class, gold medal winner. Big round of applause for Preston Lee. Next category. Junior category, 66 kilo weight class. Gold medal winner, Jeffrey Chan. No yawning. No yawning. No yawning. No yawning. Robert, photo. He's looking. Right there, front row, photo, front row. White cap, white cap. All right, thank you, sir. I'm trying to help you out. Next category. Open category. Open category. Three lift competition, 66 kilo weight class. The bronze medal, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Alexander Kang. Silver medal, Michael Haffenbrack. And ladies and gentlemen, the gold, all three of these lifters got over 500 Wilks. The gold medal winner got a 559.88 Wilks. A big round of applause. Quest Nutrition, gold medal winner out of Minnesota. Let me hear you folks now for James Vang. And Robert, line up beside them. Face the audience for some photos. Is that it? Okay. Thank you. One more round of applause to these gentlemen. Thank you, gentlemen. You may step back now. You may step back now, gentlemen. All 74 kilo lifters. All 74 kilo lifters report to the platform where Robert Keller is standing now. Come on, Blake. What are you doing? Come on, Blake. Hurry up. Quit putzing around, Blake. Let's go, Blake. It doesn't matter. Just line up, gentlemen, just line up in a semicircle around the platform. Please line up in a semicircle around the platform. All right. What's the first category? All right. What? Oh, sorry. If anybody needs their parking validated, please see Nora Montilla Keller in the back, and you can pick up your green parking validation ticket. All right, first category. Masters 2, 3-lift competition, 74-kilo weight class, bronze medal, Chris Boileau. Silver medal, Mark Sigala. Stay up there. Stay up there, Chris. Stay up there, Chris. And gentlemen, give me a space in between the two of you. Gentlemen, give me a space in between the two of you. Gold medal winner, rounding ovation for Carlos Lewis. Photos. Next category, Masters 1, 74-kilo weight class, bronze medal, Andrew Preby. And eking out the silver medal, Andrew eking out the silver medal by the minimum increase of 2.5 kilos from New York, Michael Macri. And ladies and gentlemen, the gold medal winner from Alexandria, Virginia, Sean Dunstan. Sean's holding a meet battle on the beach, June 10th. In Virginia Beach. One more round of applause. Teen 1, 74-kilo weight class, gold medal winner, John Catrone. Robert, turn around and face the proud parents at 11 o'clock. Thank you. One more round of applause for that young fellow. Next category, Michael. Teen 2, 74-kilo weight class, gold medal winner, Eric Gonzalez. Robert, right in front of you at 12 o'clock. Next category, Michael. Teen 3. 74-kilo weight class, bronze medal winner, Kobe Chavez. Silver medal, Hunter Dollery. And the gold medal winner, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause now for Daniel Leita. Robert, photos front and center. Junior category, 74-kilo weight class, silver medal, Jacob De La Paz. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5. 5 And the gold medal winner, Alex Mayer. That's it, Robert. Photos. Next category. Thank you, gentlemen. You may step back now. Open category, 3-lift competition. 74 kilo weight class, 4th place, Sean Dunstan. Bronze medal, Alex Mayer. Alex Mayer. Silver medal, Zachary Donis. And ladies and gentlemen, the current reigning Raw and Equipped World Champion, the gold medal winner with a 589.91 Wilks. Big round of applause for Stephen Blake LeHue. Photos. Thank you. All right, gentlemen. Give all of our lifters one more big round of applause as they get escorted off the platform. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to the first day of the championship. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.